Trump the done, back at it again. This time in the countryside. Shout out Jason Aldean, Morgan Wallen, and Dana White. I could have just retired in peace. I could have been golfing with my niece. I could have been chilling on the beach. But I got too much love for the streets. Hey, let's make America great. For every religion and race. Yeah, men don't have a vagina. The radical left works for China. All I ever wanted for the USA was a good economy for your family. Protect the southern border, make a place that's safe for your kids to go outside and play. Look at San Francisco, take a look at LA. Look at New York City, man, it just ain't the same. We all know the radical left is to blame for weaponizing your religion and race. Nancy, tell me how that house is so fancy, but you only make $100K a year. How'd that happen? Your husband Paul prancing in his panties, just dancing with his boyfriend in your mansion. That actually happened. These politicians pretend that they care, but only look out for themselves, it ain't fair. The economy is not what it was, but I'll die trying to wake her back up. All I ever wanted for the USA was a good economy for your family. Protect the southern border, make a place that's safe for your kids to go outside and play. Look at San Francisco, take a look at LA. Look at New York City, man, it just ain't the same. We all know the radical left is to blame for weaponizing your religion and race.
We're gonna have a special guest. You can see I got it set up here for two people. Perimeter is supposed to be coming by. We'll see if he flakes on us or not. Hopefully he'll be here so we can get some back and forth on whatever's going on. All right, let's see. We got chat Magus in the chat. What's up, Rob? Rose Thorn, what's up? Good to see you guys. I'm feeling okay right now. So, I've been having some health issues, been pretty much bedridden. But man, I started watching the CNN coverage, because I got HBO Max, and I don't know if are you allowed to do this? I don't even know. Whatever. What are they going to do? I don't make any money on this. Will they ban my channel or something? I started watching the coverage, and I just started getting pumped up. It was just like, man, it was really bringing me back. And oh, that's right. Hold on. I'm not supposed to be doing this. Not supposed to be drinking, but it's a special occasion, and I'm only gonna have a couple. I got a Golden State cider. Yeah, it's just, the thing is, and I know you guys aren't here to hear about all of my problems, but yeah, my spinal, I got 3 discs basically bad in my cervical spinal cord, and that's the command center for the rest of your body. So everything's screwed up, and my body's not functioning correctly. Sometimes I walk weird, or my arms hurt. Everything hurts all the time. And so inflammation really bothers that, which alcohol is probably not good for. But hey, Trump 2024, it's been a rocky road. It's been a rocky road. Started this show in 2022 after the FBI raided Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence. And I just thought, this is the most insane thing. Now look, these are all missteps, leading up to tonight. The 2020 election, what the fraud that was going on there, a stolen election, in my opinion. Some people, how will we ever know? Some people will debate you on that, but how would we ever really truly know for sure? It was a difference of like 22,000 votes. So, it sounds suspicious to me, but and definitely the COVID stuff, that to me is straight up cheating. That's when I say they stole the election, that's really what I'm referring to. The mail-in ballot thing, and the counting the counting these ballots for 5 weeks afterwards. I mean, the whole thing was just all scripted. Geez, wow, look at this. Trump's already got 154 electoral votes. It's looking good here early on. Now, I've been very hesitant because in 2020, I was confident going into it, and I was at the bar with a few of my buddies, and we were drinking and celebrating. We were having a grand old time. I was happy. Everybody was happy that I was there with. Maybe there was a few miserable liberals lurking in the shadows or something like that. But we were all having a great time, and we closed out the bar, went home, and, figured, wow, well, it's going to be a great day tomorrow. Well, no, it turns out. And insult to injury, there was the big jump, the fraud, the big F in the middle of the night, like 600,000 votes. That and within an hour or two, it was just like physically impossible. The whole scenario was not in the realm of actual physical possibility. So, in my opinion, yeah, it was stolen. And I know that they're going to try and they're going to cheat as much as they can, right? This election, for sure they are. And I mean, look, it's already, what a nightmare this election has been with Joe Biden, allegedly stepping down. I don't think that he really did it by his own accord. I think the puppet masters, whoever's really in charge, they did it without him even knowing, because it was like a day or two before. It might have been the day before. He's posting on X, and he's on the news or whatever. He's going, yeah, I'm in this for the long haul. I ain't going nowhere. If you think I'm going anywhere, you're wrong. I'm sticking it out. But of course, suddenly the next day, or whatever, we saw a forged Joe Biden signature on a resignation, resigning from the race. I was like, wow, that doesn't seem, that does not seem right, because you're going to announce this on an X post? Allegedly he was sick, or, they always come up with some excuse. Oh, he's got COVID. They probably had him locked up in a basement somewhere. And then they, or who knows? They probably drugged him. They probably gave him like drugs to make him like go sleep more than he usually sleeps anyways. But yeah, what a nightmare it's been already, just this election. But I mean, all of the things that leading up to this election, like I said, starting out with 2020, and then 2022, you got the Mar-a-Lago being raided, and then all of these lawsuits against Trump. They're fighting him with lawfare, just left and right. All of these illegitimate cases, all these hokies like Ketanji Brown Jackson and Letitia James, and even got guys like Alvin Bragg in New York, and all these, and this totally illegitimate. Who's Stacey Abrams? The fat black ladies. It's an epidemic. Somebody's gotta say, look, ladies, you're no longer in charge of anything. You're ruining it. You're just ruining everything. But maybe that helped them in the long run, I think, because everybody's watching this, and the television, CNN or MSNBC, they assume that the American people are all of room temperature IQ. And there are a lot, there's a lot of really manipulated, low IQ Americans out there. Don't get me wrong. That's a fact. It's obvious. Look at all these Democrats, right? As I was thinking earlier, I'm watching the CNN live stream, and they're interviewing people at the polls, and, just regular voters. And some of the people, these Democrats that they're interviewing, and I'm like, what the hell? This one guy's like, yeah, my girlfriend said she was going to break up with me if I didn't vote. He said he wasn't going to vote. And then he says, yeah, my girlfriend forced me to come down, or she's going to be like, what the hell? What's wrong with you? You're not paying attention to shit. You're going to come vote only because your girlfriend said she's going to break up, which, what a ridiculous relationship you're in anyways, if that's the case. Oh, let's see. Are you guys having issues with the stream? Is Rumble working or what? Hold on a second. Are we having technical difficulties here? Let me see. I didn't check I know that YouTube is running. I didn't check the Rumble stream if it's going. What's going on here? Are we live on Rumble? All right, whatever. It's loading. Rob Roseman's, why are you watching Clown News Network, Steve? I'm watching CNN because didn't you read the title of the video? We're gonna watch the light slowly leaving, the life leaving their bodies as Donald Trump is elected president tonight. That was the best thing in 2016. That was the best part of it. Because they were all so confident Hillary Clinton had it in the bag. And then we're watching it live. We're watching the real deal. It's happening right there. And Trump wins, and the liberals are screaming and crying. The news people look like, they just got hit by a train. They're just, oh, wow. Oh, my God. I can't believe this. Oh, no. What are we going to do? And that's what I want to see. I want to revisit that. I want to revisit those emotions and those feelings. I think it's going to be fun. I mean, I think it's going to be a landslide for Donald Trump. I just don't see how it's not. Unless they're able to really cheat, but super gnarly. But I've been looking at, CNN's been having these, the early exit polls and stuff like that coming out of Georgia. Last election, allegedly it went blue. Yeah, that's pretty questionable. But they have these exit polls coming out, and people are saying in Georgia, they're going, the biggest thing, the most important thing, 40% of people are saying is the economy. And if they're saying that, that's because the economy is in the gutter right now. Donald Trump and the Joe Biden and the Democrats have totally ran us through the ringer with this economy. Inflation's out of control. They have no idea what they're doing. They need to get, now look, Donald Trump was spending a lot of money in the end of his term because of COVID, right? He got backed into a corner and he had to start shoveling out all his money because they wanted to shut the government down. And if you shut the government down, well, or shut the country down, not just the government, but they took everybody out of work. Nobody's making any money. Then you really got problems. So, I mean, he was kind of forced between a rock and a hard place. I wish that things went differently. I wish that our Democrat states weren't so tyrannical, and he never should have agreed to the 2-week lockdown. That never should have, he was taking advice from people who did not have America's best interest in mind. The death came out of it. And Donald Trump's the type of guy, he's a businessman, and he's very successful at building buildings in New York City, probably one of the hardest places to do that job. And he knows that he's not going to be able to know everything. He knows that he's going to have to ask people who are so-called experts in various fields, subject matter experts, SMEs. He's going to have to ask people because he may not know. A pandemic, I don't need to get into all my conspiracies on the pandemic, but it is what it is. The pandemic comes, and he's not an expert in the medical field. He's not an expert on viruses. He's not an expert on any of that stuff. So he's got to consult with various people. Turns out the people that he's consulting with are absolutely evil. You would think a guy like Dr. Fauci for 40 years, well, of course, if you're in bureaucracy for 40 years, it's because you're evil. And if you weren't evil when you started, you're definitely evil after 40 years. So he was talking to that guy, and that guy led him astray and screwed over the American people. And it was horrible. It's a black stain in the history of the United States of America. But he knows he can't He can't know everything. So he's gonna ask people, and hopefully this time around he's a little more discerning. Maybe this time he's had 4 years to think about it, 4 years to plan. He's getting people that I like around him. Elon Musk, and look, I've talked about before, I have concerns about Elon Musk and some of the things that he says, because he's kind of like a futurist and a transhumanist, and he has some weird thoughts about the future and on electric vehicles, and of course, because he made billions, he became the richest man in the world off of this this so-called green energy, right? They created, it's like Dr. Frankenstein's monster, right? These crazy commie libs come out with this scam of the green agenda, total scam. Climate change is a natural occurrence. Nothing humans can do about it. We really have the impact that we have on it is negligible. But they made him the richest man in the world because they started pumping all these government subsidies into it. And he took advantage of it. He goes, you guys, the government is spending billions upon billions, hundreds of billions of dollars probably on the green scam, the climate scam. So how about he bought Tesla, electric vehicle company. He can market that as a so-called green energy. Obviously it isn't, because you're charging it from an electrical outlet. He has a solar panel company, and so that's how he got rich. He got very rich off of Tesla, and a lot of that is government subsidies. He's also he figured out that if you want to get rich, government contracts are the way to do it. Guaranteed billions right there. He started SpaceX. How do you think he got the money for that? Obviously he had money from Tesla, but the government's the one who's paying him the contracts because he's launching their rockets with satellites on them into space. He's developing technology that the Department of Defense, the military, may want to use. So he was smart. He was smart about it. He got rich. He's the richest man in the world now, and so I do have concerns about some of his opinions, but they may not even be authentic opinions. Who knows? It's just that's his business. He doesn't want to talk bad about it. He can't come out and be like, yeah, electric vehicles are retarded, because then it's like his stock is going to crash. And then he'll probably go to prison, because I don't think you're allowed to do that. So he's, but I do like Elon Musk. I think overall, net positive, Elon Musk, very smart guy. Obviously he's brilliant. And he comes out, he bought Twitter, X. He's about free speech. He started a America PAC, a pro Donald Trump PAC. That's he's having people sign. Whatever that thing was, supporting the First and Second Amendment, the two most important amendments in our Constitution. Absolutely. The first five are really very extremely important, but the first two are by far the most important. So you got Elon Musk, even Tulsi Gabbard. She was a Democrat from Hawaii. She was a Democrat politician. She was in the House. She was in Congress. But she's always been one Democrat that I really have not had a problem with. I've always thought, wow, Tulsi Gabbard is the only Democrat that's not totally insane. And of course, what happens? She converted to being a Republican. Now, not that I am slobbing the knob of Republicans, because I don't. I'm not a Republican. I'm registered independent. I know for a fact that like a majority of the Republican Party is basically just as corrupt and slimy as the Democrats. The thing is, the Democrats are fully gone. I mean, there's no good Democrats anymore. Anybody that's a Democrat, they're just pure evil. They're anti-America. They're anti-people. They don't like you. They want you to rot in a gulag if you like freedom. But there are a few Republicans that are either, okay, they're not great, but they're okay. There's a couple really good ones, like Rand Paul. I pretty much agree with him on almost everything. Thomas Massey, obviously the best in all of Congress. There's a few out there. There's a few out there that I do like. But I know for a fact that most of them, the majority of them, are pretty slimy. And, you know, I love to be optimistic. I really would. I just know how this stuff works. I know how it goes. You know, people are like, oh, if we get the presidency, the House, and the Senate, then, you know, then we're gonna, you know, there'll be no roadblocks. We're just gonna do whatever. No, there will be, because these slimy Republicans, they're in the club. They're in the uniparty. They will be blocking they will be putting up roadblocks as well. Since the Democrats won't have the power to do it, the Democrats in the House will all vote in lockstep. And it'll be close, right? There'll probably be, you know, maybe a delta of like, let's say 20 or something like that. Maybe 20, maybe 30. We'll see. I don't know. I think right now it's pretty damn close. But if there's a difference where they're only going to need like 10 or 15 votes from slimy Republicans, then they'll get those. The Democrats will say, you're a uniparty swamp monster, so you're going to have to vote with us on these various bills. Same thing in Senate. It works the same thing there. Most of them are going to be establishment uniparty guys. You know, Mitch McConnell's. You got Mitch McConnell's, you got Lindsey Graham's, you got these guys that are total slime balls. But anyways, he's got RFK Jr. You know, RFK Jr., you know, obviously there are some things that I think he's probably a little too liberal about. As far as the environmentalism stuff, I don't know if he holds still really true to a lot of the stuff that I think he bought into the brainwashing of the climate agenda, the climate scam. A lot of people did. It was really easy to buy into that stuff because they were paying scientists essentially to come out with data that would fit their narrative. It was very skewed data, charts and things like that, statistics that were manipulated in a way to make it sound believable. And they go 99%. The consensus, which, by the way, science never works in consensus. That's not how science is either it is or it isn't. Can you reproduce it? Can you prove it? It's not like this is what 99% of scientists believe and 1% don't. That's the consensus. No, that's not how science works. You got to be able to prove it without a doubt. But it was very convincing stuff, and people aren't, you know, they got jobs. They ain't got time to research the lies that are being fed to them all the damn time. So, you know, but anyways, he's good on the health stuff. He's good on getting the seed oils and getting these vaccines out of the kids. That stuff is great, and I hope he does that. Also, Ron Paul, my hero. Ron Paul is the only reason I ever paid any attention to politics at all. I started getting into politics back in 2008 when Ron Paul was running. The Ron Paul Revolution. And Ron Paul was talking about the stuff that I talk about to this day. Talking about ending the Fed. We're getting scammed. We're getting ripped off. The Federal Reserve is the biggest, most insane heist that's ever happened. It's by far, because we're talking trillions of dollars. $35 trillion that the Federal Reserve has loaned to the federal government. By the way, the Federal Reserve is not part of the government. They're a private bank, private banking institution. People get confused because they use words very Orwellian in a sense that they call it the Federal Reserve. That you're going to think is part of the government. For one, you think they're going to have some kind of reserve, right? You'd think that they'd have some kind of money, of gold or something back there. There's nothing there. There's nothing. What are you talking about? The reserve? It's just a bunch of bankers that are screwing you, bending you over, screwing you. So he was talking, Ron Paul is talking about working with Elon Musk in the Department of Government Efficiency. They're talking about stripping down this bureaucracy that's been suffocating us, killing us. The taxation is killing us. Imagine how fruitful Americans could be if you just got rid of the income tax. Imagine you put all that money, all the people my generation and generations after me, who on this on the clip that we're going right now, they will never be able to own their own home. A lot of them. You know, obviously there's going to be some people that are going to make more money than others. But in general, the mass majority of people, they're never going to be able to afford a house. But if you take these chains and unburden them from these taxes, then they got a fighting chance. Then they can start investing that money. That money is going to supercharge the economy. It's going to supercharge it. You will see this economy go crazy. Now, look, it's still a scam. You know, the dollar is a scam. But at least in the meantime, we can live a little bit fatter and a little bit happier. So let's see. Oh, they got a projection here. All right. Oh, boy. Kamala won Rhode Island. 4 electoral. She's got a total of 19. Oh, Illinois. Oh, so they're projecting Illinois and Rhode Island. All right, let's see here. What do we got? Okay, Trump's got 154. Kamala Harris has 53. Need 270 to win. So they've already called several of these races for Trump. Texas, big one. That's a good one there. Big Texas. They already called it. What time we got here? 6:26. Okay, key races. They got Pennsylvania. Looks like they're still counting 23% in on Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris has 57% of the vote. Donald Trump, 41%. She's leading by 258,000 right now. Pennsylvania is the one that everybody's been talking about. Michigan, another big one. She's leading. Now this is the scary part, folks, because right now Trump's looking good, right? But we can guarantee that there's a few states. The West Coast is going, I mean, unless there's a crazy miracle. I'm in California. I voted for Trump. Basically everybody I know voted for Trump. So, you know, anyone that votes pretty much voted for Donald Trump. So I turn the state red. But wow, what a surprise that would be. That would be amazing. You know, last time that happened was like Ronald Reagan. And then Ronald Reagan went and gave amnesty to 5 million illegals. And, well, that was, I think, that may have been when he was governor. Gave the amnesty to all the illegal invaders, and the state's been pretty much blue ever since. The thing is, when it comes to, you know, religious wise, they're Catholic or Christian, and they're more conservative. The thing is, they're getting into this country because the Democrats want to squeeze them for their votes. And if you're an illegal alien, you come over to this country, you're going to want to get the rest of your family over here, your friends over here. You're going to want to get everybody over here. You're going to want amnesty and all things like that. And the Democrats are the ones promising that stuff. Plus, the Democrats are the ones who are handing out all the free shit. They're handing out the $10,000 gift cards to illegal aliens and then putting them up in the Ritz-Carlton in downtown New York City. All right, let's see here. Let's check it on the chat. We got Rob Rosterhorn. Let's see. He says Nikki Haley is a POS. She's probably the only one in the Republican Party I don't like. Nikki Haley is horrible. And I don't know if she's going to get a spot in the cabinet or not. I'm not sure. Trump had mentioned that he was going to, but I don't know. I think, I don't know. Sometimes Trump just says stuff. This is, and that's my case for optimism with Trump, because obviously, I've talked about before my concerns about his donors, the people that are giving him money, and what their interests are and what they're going to want him to implement, and we're talking about people who want to send money over to foreign countries and things like that. Well, is he beholden to them? Or will he go rogue? Will he go, look, thanks for the money. Appreciate that. I'm president now, and I'm going to do what I think is right. And Trump is, pretty bold and hard-headed in that way. I hope he will do that. And I hope he's not taking bad advice. That's the case of optimism. That I hope that that's what the case is. I don't know if that's what it will be. He has come out recently, because one of the things that really bothered me a couple of months ago, he was talking about going to war with Iran. And I'm like, dude, this guy was supposed to be the peace president. He was the peace president his 4 years in the first term. And I'm hoping that he's going to be the peace president again and start negotiating out of these wars peacefully and non-violently. And that's what he does. He's non-violent. He wants to use trade, money, things like that in order to negotiate with these countries. He'll tell them, you're not going to get weapons. I mean, Ukraine, we're just incentivizing them to keep this war going. Why is Vladimir Zelensky going to make a deal or come to some kind of a treaty with Vladimir Putin when we're dumping billions of dollars every year? I mean, hundreds of billions of dollars into his bank account. And that whole government is so corrupt. I always say they're the most corrupt government in the world, but I think the U.S. has the most corrupt. I think we just, it's so corrupt that they're able to put the veil over us. So we go, oh, we never think about it. We're brainwashed to think that the U.S. government is somehow like better than the other ones. No, we're just as corrupt. We're the ones giving all the money to these corrupt governments. What does that make us? It makes us even more corrupt. But yeah, no incentive for Vladimir Zelensky, who at this point, he's a self-appointed tyrant, right? He was supposed to go up for election this year, or earlier this year, or last year or something. But he said, no, we're at war. I'm not going to do it. Even though we've had elections in this country during wartime. Usually, most countries do. I think Ukraine probably has in the past. But he said this time he's the dictator now, and we're still giving him money. We just sent another $475 million over there. They're pumping the next 2 months. Don't be surprised if these presidential drawdown powers, if they just start, and it's not even Biden sending the money anymore. It used to be Biden who would come out and be like, I'm gonna send the money. Now it's Blinken, right? Is it Blinken or Mayorkas? I don't know. I get the two confused. One of those, whatever the guy, the Secretary of State. Now he's just going, yeah, presidential drawdown power. He's signing the paper and sending it out. Here's the money. He goes out, does a press conference. Joe Biden's not in charge of anything. All right, what do we got here? Georgia. Looks like Trump, he's got a nice lead in Georgia. 73% in. Oh, wow. Oh, he's taking Georgia. So that's good. That's one of the swing states. 52.7%. He's got a 240-something thousand lead. Yeah, and the last time, what a scam. Look, they're showing that they love pulling up the 2020 stuff. They just love bragging about their big, the big steal they did. They just love to rub that in everybody's face. 2020, look at what we did. We were able to steal the election. They're very proud of that. They were putting articles in Time magazine after the election saying, how we were able to run a shadow campaign or something like that in order to steal the election. I don't remember what it was exactly, but let's see. Rob Rosethorn says, I believe Trump will, for the most part, go rogue. He doesn't want wars. Yeah, I think the war stuff he should be pretty good about. I'm confident in that. I hope that's the case. But yeah, I don't know. There's just a lot of the money he's taking is from people who we got to stop sending money to Israel. And I don't know if I don't know what he's going to do with that situation over there with the Gaza thing. He says he can stop it. Benjamin Netanyahu is out of his freaking mind. I mean, the guy is absolutely insane. I don't think he's listening to anybody. And Benjamin Netanyahu thinks that he's going to bring about like these end time prophecies. That's what the that rabbi Schneerson or whatever from that those New York, whatever they're called. I can't remember the name of it's some kind of sect of Jews, whatever they are. But the rabbi Schneerson, that he went and visited his grave, right? He put on the little hat and he goes to the grave and whatever they do, some kind of ceremony, write a note, throw it in there, whatever. So, he's doing that. I know it's all just kind of, that's all a show, right? He's just doing it because you got to do that. If you want the money, and you don't want the media to be bashing your brains out, that's the other thing. These people own the people that control the media, and they have all this money. And, for the last 9 years, they've been bashing Trump over the head. No breaks at all. Just hoax after hoax. The fake news has been going after him. So if you need a break from that, well, you get good with the Jews, right? I mean, that's what he did basically. Get good with the Jews, because then you might get a little bit of relaxation there. Maybe they pull the boot off his throat a little bit. And that could be the case. I think that's the case, but hopefully, he goes, yeah, thanks again for the money. Don't care if the media bashes me. I'm already the president. I can't run again. But he may want to preserve JD Vance or whatever. I don't know what's going to be the case in 4 years if Trump gets elected. And, I'm assuming that JD Vance would be the next candidate. Usually that's kind of how it works. If they want it, they kind of get it. Sort of like an unspoken rule. But I would love to see a actual primary, and then Trump can come out and go, and he'll pick who he likes. And maybe it's JD Vance, maybe it's somebody else. I don't even know who might even be running the next time. Maybe somebody third party. Maybe Trump elects them after he's done being president. He can do whatever he wants, right? He's not beholden. Although he will be considered the leader of the Republican Party until he dies, I assume. All right, what do we got going on here? What's going on in the news? Crucial battlegrounds: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. They're all too early to call. I was enjoying those little interviews they were doing, going out there. I don't know. I think the polls are closed now, so for the most part, here in California, they may not be. I don't know. Somebody posted a link in the chat. Magus, could you check that out or delete that if it's spam or something like that? I think you should still have the ability to monitor the chat. So I don't know. What else? What do you guys want to talk about? Let me know. I can go on all night about anything really. What were we just talking about? Yeah, who he's taking money from. Yeah, I guess we can go back on get back to that part. So will that affect him? I don't know. I hope not. I hope that he just says, screw you guys. We're doing what's right. We're gonna do what's right. The thing is, I told you guys this before. He was like, and he's done this in the past. He's done these things that really give me hope. 2016, he sat in front of like AI Pack or something like that, and he goes, you can control all these other Republicans, but not me. I don't take your money. All these guys have been taking your money. All these guys that are senators, governors, House members, they've all been taking AI Pack's money for their entire career. People have been exposing this lately. That's what I think it was Matt Gaetz, or no. It wasn't Matt Gaetz. It was actually Thomas Massey, wasn't it? Yeah, Thomas Massey, I think, came out and was talking about how everybody's got their AI Pack, their APAC handler. They call it APAC. I don't understand. It's AI Pack. Everybody calls it APAC. It's like you're missing the important letter in there. The I. What's the I stand for? Israel. It's AI Pack. The American Israeli whatever Committee of Public Affairs Committee, whatever the hell it means. You're missing the most important letter there. The Israel in it. APAC. It's not just America Pack. That's what Elon Musk started. But all those guys have been taking money. Their entire careers have been taking, who knows how much. Hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars. And that's why you'll see them come out. You'll see Democrats, Republicans. It doesn't matter who it is. It's kind of the uniparty, right? That's kind of like that's like the circuitry of the uniparty. It's like AI Pack and Israeli and Jewish money. But he said, I don't take your money, so you can't tell me what to do. And that was back in 2016. He is taking their money now. Can they tell him what to do? Recently, he sat in front of a bunch of, it was some, I don't know if it was an AI PAC or some other Jewish organization, but these were all like bankers, financiers. This was like a few months ago. I saw this. And he's still talking about doing this. He's talking about capping the credit card interest rates to 10%. Because right now their interest rates on credit cards are like 28%. Like, that's crazy. If you're already using a credit card, like you're already putting yourself in debt because you don't have enough money, and then they're going to charge you 30% on top of that, that's evil. That's not right. If you're already in a hard place, and then they're going to bend you over a little bit harder, really drive that shit in. But he's saying 10%. I think it should be less than that, but hey, that's a lot better than where we're at. He sat in front of those guys and he goes, I'm going to cap the interest rates on credit cards, and dead silence in there. Dead silence. They don't want that, of course. They're making money on that. Credit cards are so insane. The financial systems of this country are so crazy. It's unbelievable. I was reading something, I don't know, a couple years ago, and it was talking about how these like financial institutions, credit card companies, how they work. They don't have like a bank account with a bunch of money in it and then issue you a credit card and that money is like backed up in their bank account. That's not how it works. They have a deal with, I guess it must be through the Federal Reserve, because they are giving you dollars, right? So-called dollars. The money is not in existence yet. It's sort of like a promissory note on a promissory note. So they give you a credit card, you spend that money. That money doesn't exist until you spend it. You run it, it's electronic charge, it goes to them. And then you're going to pay interest on it. That's the whole point. They're going to make tons of money off it. And eventually, I think they're supposed to give that money back to the Federal Reserve, right? The Federal Reserve is the one who controls it. So eventually they'll go, oh, okay, well, now that we loaned the money out, they've paid the money back, and we've made interest on it. Well, here you go. Here you go, Federal Reserve. So they're essentially getting money for nothing. It's just a scam on top of a scam. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm explaining it correctly, or in a way that is easy to understand. The money, they don't have the money sitting in their account. There's no magical money account at JP Morgan. They have a direct line to the Federal Reserve. And then they have permission to just hand out credit cards with whatever limit on it. The money doesn't exist until you spend it. Then when you pay it back with interest, I'm assuming they're paying it back to the Federal Reserve at that point. So why can't I do that? Why don't I just go, hey, I'm going to make a credit card company. Here you go. Here's fake money. Go spend it. And then I'll tell the Federal Reserve, when they pay me back, then I got you. Why can't we do that? I don't know. But it's all a scam. All of this stuff is a scam. Every last thing. All right, let's see. We got Magus over here. What are you talking about, Magus? Oh, you're good. You got rid of that message for me? All right, thanks. Yeah, somebody was spamming the chat with some crap. Rob says, I understand, Steve, as best I can. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it doesn't make sense in the first place. So it's like you have to try and wrap your head around it, even though it doesn't make sense. It's the whole thing. That's why it's fraudulent. It's a total scam. It's corrupt. Total corruption. The whole Federal Reserve system. The fact that that they control the most important thing that controls basically, money, Wu-Tang Clan said it. Cash rules everything around me. I always say banks rule everything around me because that's who makes the cash. But they control everything around you through cash. They're the ones who make it. So if Ron Paul is able to have influence in this administration, that's huge. That's a massive victory. I saw a bunch of people on the internet, on X. I follow a lot of libertarians. You know, there was a time where I was fiddling around with the idea of libertarianism. I think at some point, I don't know, I can't really put a, I really don't know what you would call me politically, where I stand. I think I'm pretty conservative in a lot of ways, but I'm about free markets. And, I could almost say I'm like an agorist in that way. It's like, I like the idea of anarchy when it comes to free markets. I don't want any government controls on it. But all these libertarians are coming out and saying that they are actually going to go vote for Trump because Ron Paul is going to have influence in his administration. So that's great. Maybe that makes the difference. Maybe, I don't know what percentage of the vote that the libertarians get. I know that their candidate they came out with is a freaking weirdo. He's like a super weird left-wing woke so-called libertarian. So, I don't know how many votes he's going to get. I know that a lot of libertarians were not happy about who they had picked as their candidate. I'm assuming they had some kind of election, a primary for that. I don't follow that all that closely. But if Ron Paul is in there with Elon Musk and they are cutting the fat, which is it's basically the entire government, there's not much meat. It's just all fat. It's all fat. They don't even know how many government agencies there are. They can't even count them. There's so many. They just make them up as they go. It is kind of funny, it's kind of ironic that they're going to make, it sounds like they're going to create a bureaucracy, the Department of Government Efficiency, in order to strip the other bureaucracies. I'm fine with that. If you're going to make a bureaucracy to get rid of bureaucracies, all right, I'm on board with that. Let's do it. What do we got going on? All right, so Michigan. Oh boy, they're going back. 2024, Michigan. What is Wayne County? So they always go. They go into these counties. It's like, who cares? I don't care about the county. These counties are going to be all over the place. I just want to see what the overall state is looking like. Well, that's another county. I don't know if you guys are reading these subtitles or not. I was thinking probably better not to have the sound on. What we got here? Yeah, they're getting desperate now. There's not enough to report on. They start clicking around in the counties. That they're just running out of stuff to say. Let's see. Okay. Then they're going back to 2020. I don't know. We'll see what happens here. What do they got going on? New Mexico at the bottom of the screen there, 89,000, 86,000. Trump is winning New Mexico with 20%. And Trump is winning North Carolina with 63%. So Trump will probably win North Carolina, probably New Mexico. Harris is at 81 now. 81 electoral votes. I wonder, what was it? Wasn't it like 54 a second ago? What did they project here to win? Well, Colorado or something like that. The polls are going to be closing here in about an hour and 10 minutes. You'll start to see California. I don't know what California is going to do. I think California, and that's the big one. Obviously, probably dead in the water, right? California is probably not. It's not going to flip red. I'm not going to, hold my breath on that one. So we can pretty much guarantee that one's going to go over. The ones that matter to me for California are the local elections. Guys like, we got to get rid of like George Gascon. I'm sure, he's kind of probably a national name at this point. because he's that corrupt. He's one of these George Soros DAs. We got to get rid of that guy. Get the guy that's going in there is pretty conservative, I think, and he said he's gonna get rid of all these Gascon era policies, and they're gonna start putting people in jail. I mean, you guys, I don't know how much of some of you people are in Canada and other places. You probably don't see kind of the more local news of Los Angeles or even Northern California or the San Francisco and stuff. They're just, I mean, it's just total insanity in the streets. They're just out there starting bonfires in the middle of major intersections and then doing donuts in their cars. People are getting killed, getting hit by cars doing donuts out there. I mean, if you're that much of an idiot to be standing and taking part in all of that, well, you kind of get what you deserve. But it's a nuisance for everybody. It's costing money to go out there and do all the repairs. They got the cops out there preoccupied with that nonsense. And then we've also got people just going into 7-Elevens and convenient markets and just literally, they'll get like 30 people together and go in there and just raid the place, loot the entire store, and then run out. And essentially nobody gets caught, nobody gets arrested, and even if they do, they're not charged. The DA doesn't charge them with anything, and then let them go. It's absolute insanity. This is that is by design. These guys, these total extremist, crazy district attorneys, we've talked about it in the past. George Soros funds these guys. Why does he want to get these the most impact he can have for the least amount of money is to fund district attorneys around the country. He's got, district attorney Alvin Bragg. He's a Soros guy. The guy in Chicago, Soros. Philly, Soros. LA, San Francisco, Seattle. All of these major cities around the country all have these George Soros pawns. And they're creating chaos. They're allowing the criminals to go loose. And if you are a law-abiding participant of society, then they'll throw the book at you. They'll take it to the highest extremes. I don't know if, a lot of people, I know you guys that listen to the show are paying way more attention than your average person out there. I just don't think anybody is really aware of any of that stuff. I don't know why that is. Maybe because, the reason why I don't understand is because it's like the most important stuff ever. And maybe people just think that that it's organic, that, oh, that's just what happens sometimes. It's like, no, that's not just what happens. This is by design. This is happening. This is organized. It's orchestrated. Just like the illegal alien invasion. That is by design. It is orchestrated, organized, and funded by non-governmental organizations, NGOs. Same thing with these DAs. The Soros, whatever he calls it, Free Society Foundation or whatever the hell his thing is called. But people aren't paying any attention. They just kind of, when you hear the interviews of the people that were these exit polls, they're coming out of the polling places. And it's just like these people are so brainwashed. They're so propagandized because they just say the lines. Oh, who did you vote for? I voted for Kamala Harris. Oh, why did you vote for Kamala Harris? Mainly just because of women's rights. I think a woman has a right to choose. Oh my God. And then it's like, and then they go to another woman. Same thing. They go to a girl. She's 18 years old. It's her first time voting. She's still in high school. Oh yeah, my friends are all really excited to vote, so I want to vote. Everybody's doing it. Oh, who'd you vote for? Kamala Harris. Oh, well, why do you think that is? Yeah, because just like the woman stuff. I'm like, oh my God. It's just, that is what they prey upon, is low information individuals who have the ability to vote. North Carolina, let's see. They're calling it, looks like, right? Or what? What's going on here? Said, oh yeah, I think they're calling these for Trump. Georgia is almost 80% votes in. He's ahead by 208,000. Virginia, wow, he's leading in Virginia, not by much. Wow, imagine Virginia. You know, some of these states, this is what I was thinking about earlier, because I'm like, dude, we just said, oh crap, my freaking camera froze already? That's lame. Maybe in a minute, I'll see if I can get that to work again, because perimeter is supposed to be coming by. But anyways, you know, you think about what's going on, North Carolina, Virginia, Georgia, these places over there on the East Coast. They just had these massive storms blow through there and destroy, you know, people, a lot of people are dying. They're lying about the deaths there. You're not hearing, you know, if obviously if I was doing my show every night, like I used to, then we'd be talking about, you know, the death toll and things like that, just like we talked about in Hawaii and we talked about in East Palestine, Ohio. You know, those are things that are important to me because nobody talks about it. Nobody cares. They just, you know, these people just die and the government forgets about them. You know, and then Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are saying they're going to give $750 or whatever. And meanwhile, we're sending billions of dollars to Ukraine and Israel. So these people, they're, you know, obviously this information is getting out. These people are witnessing it firsthand. You know, they're living through it. They're living through these FEMA weirdos coming out there and destroying some of these encampments that they're trying to, that volunteers are coming out and building and trying to disperse water and food and search and rescue and all that stuff. And then you got the government agency FEMA come out there and start blowing these things apart with helicopters, with the helicopter prop wash. So they see it. They know what's going on. They know that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden don't care about them. They know that Donald Trump, first of all, he would have been all over that stuff. And second of all, if he wasn't all over that stuff, the media would have been up his ass. And the Democrats would have been up his ass. Where are you, East Palestine? Why weren't you, you know, imagine if Trump was in office and he did what Biden did with East Palestine, Ohio, never even showed up. You know, they'd be all over him, even though it's a Trump town. Of course, Trump would have been there, and he was there even when he wasn't president. Trump showed up to East Palestine, Ohio, and he was handing out supplies and helping them out. But Hawaii always votes for Joe Biden. I wonder what's going to happen with Hawaii this time around. You know, they're 3 hours behind us here on the West Coast, so their polls won't be closed until, you know, I don't know, 11 o'clock or something, my time. So we may not know about that. That would be interesting to see what happens with Hawaii, because Joe Biden, like, he didn't really care at first. A lot of people were giving him pressure. It is a Democrat, you know, area. And so he finally, like, begrudgingly, he shows up out there. And I think there they gave out like $1,000. What was it? It was like $1,000 or $1,500. And they were like, here you go. You know, we're not going to help you at all. We're not going to, like, help you rebuild your homes, rebuild your city, your town. We're not going to do anything like that. Here's $1,000. I think it was like a one-time thing, $1,500. And see you later. You know, and there's, I don't know how many people, 10,000 people, whatever that town was, maybe more. Maybe it was like 25, 30,000. I don't remember. I think it was a smaller town. But I wonder what's going to happen with them. Are they going to vote for Kamala Harris? She was the vice president under Joe Biden. It's you know, same administration. I wouldn't be surprised if you see, you know, at least a lot closer race there. Maybe it's even, maybe Trump even squeaks it out. I don't think they have a very too many electoral votes, but all right. Now we got Trump at 162, Harris at 81. Oh, here, I love these exit polls. Okay. What Nevada? Most important issue: democracy 33%, economy 32%, immigration 15%. Abortion and foreign policy are the lowest. Abortion 11%, foreign policy 5%. I mean, democracy 30. I don't understand this democracy thing. I don't know which way that leans. Is that like a Democrat thing? Code word democracy. But everybody's brainwashed into that shit. Family's financial situation today better than 4 years ago. 22%. Worse than 4 years ago. 48%. I fall into that category. 40 worse than 4 years ago. 48%. I think Nevada's going towards Trump there. Most undocumented immigrants in the U.S. should be offered chance at legal status. 54. Jeez. Okay, so deported 42%. 54% say they should be offered a chance at legal status. I disagree with that. I don't think so. I think they should be deported. You know, you're breaking the law. You're coming here. We're overburdened. Get out of here and do it the legal way. And I say the abortion should be legal, of course. So here's the approval rating for Biden: a 40% approval, 59% disapproval. You think they're going to vote for Kamala Harris? I mean, historically, over the last 4 years, Kamala Harris has had even worse popularity than Joe Biden. If you can even imagine that. And then they just throw her in the race, you know, at the last minute, in the 11th hour. You know, it was like a week before the deadline or something crazy like that. It was like a week before the deadline that they dumped Joe Biden and threw Kamala Harris in there. I see Rob Roseborn in the chat says Elon gave people in South Carolina Starlink for free. Yeah, see that? There you go. You got guys like Elon Musk and Donald Trump who aren't even in office, and they're going out and they're helping these people that are in need. That's great. All right, we got Magus in the chat. Says, I remember those films, lots of good stuff in there. Lots of unfounded claims that were actually fallacies. Let's see what kind of films are you talking about? Oh, the Zeitgeist movies and stuff like that. Yeah. Some of those were good information in there. Definitely a part of my awakening process. Yeah, for sure. I mean, those are little seeds that are planted, right? That's all you got to do with a lot of this stuff. You got to plant seeds. People cannot handle it when you come out and you hit them over the head with reality. Because first of all, a lot of my opinions and the things that I believe, and I am correct in those beliefs, and I know that because I put a lot of thought into them, and I've done checks and balances, and is this right? Is it wrong? Whatever the belief may be. Maybe there may be some things out there that I haven't thought too deeply about, but they aren't important. Or at least I don't find them to be important. If they become more important, then I'll think about it more deeply. There's a lot of things that I've done just, hours upon hours of researching and thinking about them. And then I come to conclusions. But then I come out and I tell somebody my opinion, and they think I'm crazy because they've been propagandized. They've been brainwashed their entire life. And so they've been brainwashed to believe the exact opposite, or to reject no matter what. Even without any of their own evidence, they will still reject whatever I'm saying because that's how their brain has been trained. So you got to be, I'm learning this, that you've got to be a little bit sneakier about it. You got to come out and sort of plant seeds and just go, hey, what about this? What about that? Hey, that's weird. Isn't that weird that this is happening? When this happened, they did this, and when this happens, they did that. And suddenly, maybe people it opens their eyes a little bit. They start to think about it, or notice things in the world a little bit more. They kind of going around, they see something on TV, they go, oh, Steve was mentioning something about that. He said something about whatever it is. And, I never noticed it before. You're not supposed to notice it. That's part of your programming. You've been programmed since the day you were born. Generationally, because your parents were programmed and your grandparents were programmed and their parents. This is what the government has been doing. Certainly certainly since the public education system has been created. Definitely, I mean, who thought of that idea, right? It wasn't the people. Well, let's create a Department of Education and build a massive bureaucracy of public education in the country. It wasn't the people who were going to benefit from that. That is the state who benefits from that, because now they get to fill very young, impressionable children's minds full of whatever they want. They can twist history. They can twist reality. They can teach you, they can program you how to think so that you are incapable of critical thought. Even if you try, you can't do it because your brain has been broken by the brainwashers. Now, I don't think that there is redemption. There is a road to redemption. I think that even if you're, hopefully some of these boomers can be saved, right? Their brains are extremely programmed on certain topics, and there's just no getting them out of it. They're very aggressively programmed, but there's a road to redemption for everybody. I think that if enough people come around and go, hey, this is the truth, and what you believe is a bunch of bullshit that the government told you. If enough people say it, then maybe they'll go, maybe I should look into it a little better. Oh boy, Iowa's that close. Iowa's 49.3 to 49.2%. Wow, that's a close race in Iowa right there. I mean, it's only Trump's ahead by 3,800 votes. There's only 6 votes at stake there. Trump's at 172 now. So he needs 98 more. 98 more votes. Harris is at 81. But let's, we know the entire West Coast is going to Harris, and that's a lot. If they might as well just call California, Oregon, and Washington State for Harris right now, even though the polls aren't even closed yet, because she's going to get them. And if you add that to her 81, that probably puts her ahead. I'm pretty sure that puts her ahead of Trump's 172. What is California? California's like 66 or something. Let me look it up. I've got my other little screen up right here. Let me look up how many electoral votes California have. Let's see. Well, give me a bunch of articles. Let's see. They got a whole list right here for all the different states. All right, let's see. How many? 54. California is 54. Oregon is 8. And Washington State is 12. Okay, so it's only 74. So still, even with those 3 states, that doesn't put her ahead of Trump, where he's at right now. Let me pull up, just for my own reference here, that road to 270 map. I think that will tell me some good information. Road to 270. I think it was road to 270.com or something like that. Let's see. 270 to win. All right. Okay, let's see what we got here. If Trump gets Nevada, only 6. He's going to get Montana, Wyoming, Idaho. Those are gimmies. If he gets New Mexico, I think that one was close, right? That one was pretty close. Then, yeah, that's a 6 or 5 for New Mexico. Arizona's 11. How did Arizona get so many? I think he'll get Arizona as well, though. And what was it? Wisconsin? I think. Okay, so Georgia. Let's say he gets Georgia. And I think North Carolina, who's doing pretty good in. That's 268. Oh, boy. Oh, that's So even then, even if he gets Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina, he still has to get either Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania. And I think those are going to be the three races that everybody's watching. I mean, that's going to be, wow. Yeah, because Colorado, I think they already, they're going to call it for her. Or Wisconsin is, so Harris is winning. I mean, it's close. Wisconsin is 49.9 to 49 or 48 or something. Arizona, Trump is winning by a hair. 35% of the voting. I think he can pull off Arizona. I think he'll pull off Nevada. But still, that's still not enough. That's only 268. He's got to get Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Michigan. One of them. Just one of them. Michigan, I don't know. That one could be a lost cause. They put Gretchen Whitmer into office. I think Michigan's pretty bad. I don't know. Pretty liberal out there. I don't know. I don't understand. I think it's because of the union stuff out there. Because like Minnesota, you'd think like, why is it so liberal in Minnesota? I know they've been pumping in a bunch of like immigrants into that state. That's where Ilhan Omar is from. She came, they were bringing all these refugees from wherever, Africa, and pumping them into Minnesota. But they were blue. Minnesota's like, was it Minnesota or Wisconsin? One of those. They were like the only state in the 1980s. It was a full sweep for Ronald Reagan, except for like, I think it was Minnesota. Maybe it was Wisconsin. I can't remember. But, I don't understand them being so liberal up there. I one of my close family friend, he lives out there. And he's a rootin' tootin' conservative, born and raised out here in California. And he's out there and he's like, everybody fishes, everybody hunts, everybody's basically acts like a conservative, except for they all vote Democrat. And I'm like, what? Why? That doesn't make any sense, dude. I mean, why they want tampons in bathrooms or whatever? I mean, what's the deal? Why are they voting Democrat? It's because the Democrat Party has a stranglehold on these unions. They have so much power. And look, Trump's not even like anti-union. I mean, I think he was, as a businessman, he was pretty anti-union, but as a president, he wasn't doing any harm to the unions. In fact, I think a lot of the unions really liked him. So I don't know. But, all right, let's see. New Mexico, 24% in. Trump's winning New Mexico. Okay. Well, actually, if he could win New Mexico, that puts him at 273. So if he could sweep New Mexico, Arizona, and Nevada, that puts him at 273. That locks him in. Whoever gets to 270, because 269 to 269 is a tie. I don't even know I guess it's possible. I don't know what the map would have to look like to make a 269 tie. But then it goes to Electoral College, and who knows what kind of nonsense will be going on there. No kind of tomfoolery they're gonna have going on if it goes to the Electoral College, and they get to decide, and they do their own vote. They could pick whoever they want, They could say, "Oh, we're gonna get rid of Kamala Harris." They could pick whoever they want if they truly wanted to. That's the weird thing about the Electoral College. I mean, of course, you got to have the Electoral College is there for a reason. The whole point of it is so that 5 states don't decide every single election. Because if it was popular vote, which is what Democrats want to do, because usually they do win the popular vote, but they all concentrate themselves into all the cities. So, LA's got what, 12 million, 15 million? I don't know how many millions of people are in LA. It's just in LA alone. Montana doesn't even have or Wyoming doesn't even have 1 million people. They have 600,000 people in Wyoming. so Wyoming would be at the whims of just basically LA, San Francisco, New York, and Chicago, Seattle. Which would be, that's the whole reason of having a republic and having these representatives. Everybody wants to call it a democracy. It's really not a democracy at all. The only thing that's democratic about it is the fact that some of our elections have voting. You get to elect a representative. That part of it is democratic, I guess. But then that representative goes to Washington, D.C. So you get a little bit of representation. You get the same amount of whatever. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see if he can get New Mexico. That would be interesting. Minnesota. Oh God, it's like I was saying, Minnesota total blowout. 50. Oh wait, Minnesota. He's winning Minnesota. Well, wait a second. Mississippi, he's winning. That's not a surprise. That thing, it just said Minnesota. He was up by 20%. What the heck? What is going on? They must have not had very many votes in. That's the whole thing. What they're doing with this time around is they're like, it's gonna take a week to vote these things, to count these things. I don't think so. I think we'll know tonight or tomorrow. I think people are gonna be staying up a little bit later this time around. What I think Trump should do is at midnight, he should declare victory. If because they're gonna wait until if he gets to 268 or something like that, they'll leave one state out, and they'll be like, oh, that one, it's still up in the air. They'll probably won't call New Mexico or something. They'll probably wait. They'll be like, oh, we're not going to call New Mexico yet. It's too early to call, even though it's 80% of the voting. Too early to call. And they'll leave it at 268. And then, in the middle of the night, you know what they do. Middle of the night, you get that Biden bump. Get that booster. Oh, wait a second. Now, Georgia. Oh, that's Biden. That was 2020. I keep going back to 2020. I don't care about 2020. That's in the past. We're looking forward now. Trying to figure out what's going on with the next 4 years. So, all right, hold on. You know what? I'm gonna take a little break here. I'm gonna see if I can fix that camera, but I'll put full screen up. I'll turn the volume on. I mean, I'm sorry to do this to you guys with CNN, but like I said, we want to see the light dimming in their eyes as Donald Trump is being declared as the victor here. And eventually they will start to get very desperate. You'll start to see the look in their eyes. They're going to start getting nervous and their whole demeanor will change. So let me turn on the volume for you guys. I'll put on the CNN. You guys can watch that live here for a minute. I'm going to try and see if I can fix this camera real quick.
CNN can project that Kamala Harris will win the state of Colorado. Colorado, as expected, will go Democratic with its 10 electoral votes. CNN can also project that Donald Trump will be the winner of Mississippi. As expected, Mississippi and its 6 electoral votes go to the Republican. Let's bring in the electoral map right now. Donald Trump in the lead, 178 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 91 electoral votes, 270 electoral votes, as always, needed to win. Let's take a look at the outstanding races right now. Arizona joins the map of key race alerts. Kamala Harris has 50% of the vote. Donald Trump has 49.2% of the vote. That is a 15,478 vote lead for Kamala Harris, with 49% of the estimated vote counted. Kamala Harris in Wisconsin, 49.9% of the vote. Donald Trump bringing up the rear, 48.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 19,910 vote lead. That's with 43% of the estimated vote counted in Wisconsin. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in the lead there now, 50.3% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris has 48.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 58,648 lead right now with an estimated 51% of the vote in Pennsylvania. In Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead there, 51.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 204,640 vote lead. That's with 81% of the estimated vote in Georgia. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead, 51.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 47% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 43,307 vote lead. That's with an estimated 19% of the vote in battleground Michigan. In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump in the lead, 52.4% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.4% of the vote. Donald Trump with 253,752 more votes as of right now than Kamala Harris. That's with 72% of the estimated vote in. In New Mexico, Kamala Harris in the lead, 50.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with 47.6% of the vote. That means Harris has an 8,592 vote lead over Trump. That's with less than a third, 31% of the estimated vote in from New Mexico, still early in New Mexico. Kamala Harris takes the lead again in Virginia with 49.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 49% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 1,118 vote lead. That's with 68% of the estimated votes in from Virginia. John, what do you want to talk about?
We have a changing map. We can talk about it all. We'll walk through. Let's just take a quick look at Virginia and what happened there. Right. So last time I was here in Fairfax, there's what happened. Last time I was in Fairfax, it was a much lower number. Now you get a big, this is the largest county in Virginia, just a 20-minute drive from D.C. Depending on traffic, it can be a 40-minute drive from D.C. But it's a pretty 20-minute drive, at least this time of night, if we want to give it a try. And that's one of the things that happened there. You see these close-in suburbs, Alexandria, smaller, much smaller population center. Arlington.
It's a very narrow lead still.
You still come out to, it's a very, very narrow lead. But again, so you're looking, this was a 10-point race for Joe Biden. So if you're seeing, even if Harris wins it, if it's closer, does that tell you you have a more competitive environment elsewhere? Or does it tell you Donald Trump's doing well in one state? Sometimes there's that. It has a Republican governor since the last presidential election. So you have to be careful about these things. So let's just see what's still out there. This margin's going to change. I mean, there's some Republican votes down here, but there's plenty of opportunity for that tie, slight Harris lead, to turn into something else. It's the surprise of the night so far. In terms of how close it is, but it just flipped blue. So let's come back in 20 minutes or go and see how we're doing. This is the most interesting one, Mr. Tapper's home state.
All right, I can't fix the camera. I guess once it's running, because the whole operation is running. So you'll get this. I guess you can just see me with my face like that. All right, so let's see. Rob Rosethorn says 3.2 million is the yeah. I mean that's LA. That's LA City proper. I'm talking about like LA. When you talk about LA, you're talking about the whole area. You're talking about Hollywood. You're talking about North Hollywood, Burbank, the San Fernando Valley. It's not just because there's Los Angeles, like proper, which is like the actual small little. It's a tiny little city. Los Angeles. Land-wise, it's not very big. I'm talking about the actual whole, the whole area. LA County, I guess. Probably, I don't know. Look up how many people, the population of LA County. All right. So what we got going on? We got Gwinnett County. So they're going to the counties again. New Mexico, Harris. Oh, wait. So Harris is up in New Mexico. North Carolina. Trump's going to win that one. So we thought, I thought earlier it said that Trump was leading in New Mexico. Ohio, he's 55%, 43.4% for Harris. And that's 80% of the vote in, basically. Georgia, he's going to win Georgia. 80% of the votes in. They're going to have to start calling some of these. Oh boy, here we go. Huge batch of votes about to be posted in Battleground, Georgia. Huge batch. Oh, you know what? Okay, well, you know what that means. Huge batch. When they come in with their huge batch, that's going to be, I'm highly suspect. What's going on there? But I think that Trump's going to win that one. He's ahead by over 200,000 votes. I think he'll get that one. See what happens with this huge batch of votes. Harris is at 191, or sorry, 91 now. Trump's at 178. They're just showing this huge batch thing. I don't know. We'll see what I had a theory the other day. Iowa. He's taking Iowa for sure. That's only 6 votes though. I had a theory the other day because in Iowa, I mean, and look, it's a blowout in Iowa, but they came out with this poll, Ann Selzer, which is usually a pretty accurate poll. These polls are all nonsense garbage, but they came out with a poll that had Kamala Harris ahead by like 3 points or something, which is crazy because Iowa's like always goes red. And I started thinking, and I'm like, oh boy, I wonder what they're concocting here, because I wonder if they're trying to get way more cheating done. And I don't know, maybe they'll show the 2020 results for Iowa, how much of a blowout it was back then. But I was thinking maybe they are going to, because in 2020 the cheating was all done in these swing states, Pennsylvania and Arizona and Georgia. That's where they were doing all their cheating. They really focused their efforts in there, and they were able to squeak by with 22,000 vote difference. Or that's the amount of votes that made the difference if you added them all up in those different states. So I was thinking, well, they probably realized that all eyes are going to be on those swing states right now. It's all going to be in the swing states. Everybody's going to be watching it. There's going to be no more shenanigans with a broken pipe and kicking everybody out and then pulling boxes out from under the table. No more of that. Everybody's going to be watching. We're not going to be able to get away with it this time. So I think, well, maybe they're being clever. Maybe they're going to go to states like Iowa that nobody would ever suspect, because those are basically a guarantee. They're presumed guaranteed for Trump. But if they go in there and they figure, okay, well, we'll go in there, nobody's eyes are going to be on Iowa. They just assume Trump's going to win, but we'll just pump massive amounts of fraudulent votes in, and then we can pick up a few states like that. So that would make the swing states not matter as much. Okay, Ohio, he's the winner. 17 electoral votes from Ohio. That's a CNN projection. Trump is at 195 now. He's 104 ahead of Kamala Harris. So it is looking very good. I've been predicting basically a landslide, but again, like I was looking at here, if he doesn't get Nevada, Arizona, and New Mexico, then he's definitely going to need one of these swing states. He's definitely going to need Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania. Otherwise, he'll be stuck at 268. Let's see here. I don't have it up on that screen. I have a separate little, I have my tablet right here I'm looking at. But yeah, if he could pick up Nevada, Arizona, and New Mexico, I don't know. It looked like it was close in New Mexico a minute ago, but then it said Kamala was leading. Kansas, let's see what's going on. Kansas for sure going Trump. I don't think that's ever really a question. 61% of the vote in. He's got 53%. She's got 45. Maine, oh yeah, that's a blowout. Democrat stronghold. Maine's going to Harris. She's got 53%. Trump 44%. Only 12% of the vote in though. I don't think anybody's expecting Maine to go red. Michigan, well, that's actually not as kind of close. Only 3% in. Minnesota, again, he's winning in Minnesota. 3% of the vote is in. Because he's like, it's a total blowout. He's got 60%. Camel's got 30%. Like I said, Minnesota always goes blue no matter what. They're blue no matter who. For whatever reason. The unions or whatever. But he's winning with 3% of the vote, and I mean, that's looking very promising. It could be a blowout. Maybe those people in Minnesota finally woke up. You know, they started realizing, hey, I don't really care. You know, these unions are great and all, but if groceries cost $280 for 3 days worth of groceries, you know, it don't really matter what the union does if I'm getting paid. Maybe they're realizing that. Maybe they're finally coming around. Let's see. What is this? Oh, well, I hate it when they go to the counties. It's so dumb. What's the point? Who cares what the county is? I want to see what the state is. Pennsylvania. How close? Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. All right. Trump's up. 54% of the vote is in. 51% for Trump. 48% for Kamala. Virginia's super close. 30,000 votes. He could take Virginia. Let's see here. Let's look at my little map over here. So if he takes Pennsylvania, I mean, screw New Mexico at that point. You don't even need New Mexico. If he takes Pennsylvania, it's game over. And he's winning in Pennsylvania. He's winning in Arizona. It's very tight. I think he'll take Arizona, though. I think he's got Arizona. It was so close. And then when Carrie Lake, you know, I think she got scammed out of that election too. There's some real fraud going on there in Arizona. You guys got to get your shit together over there, clean up a little bit. I mean, who am I to speak? I'm from California. I mean, we're the worst, but hey, we're a lost cause in California. Nobody cares. Everybody knows it's going blue. But Arizona, you know, was historically more of a red state. And then recently, you know, Joe Biden suddenly somehow squeaked by with some seemed like pretty fraudulent election action going on there. And then 2 years later, when Carrie Lake was running for governor, and again, there was a lot of very sketchy things going on. And I mean, it was within like a fraction of a percent. It was like 0.1 or 0.2%. And by the way, the person she was running against was a Secretary of State who controlled the election, and she didn't recuse herself. So she was in charge of the election that she was running in. It's so corrupt. And she still was only able to manage to squeak by with a couple fractions of a percent. So I think Arizona is definitely possible. I think it's definitely in play. I mean, these border states, you know, it can be sketchy, like I was talking about earlier, because illegal aliens want open border. They want the open border because that way they can get their family over here, and then they can maybe get some of the free benefits, the free cell phone or whatever. They really don't have to worry about anything. They come over here illegally. You know, I call them illegal alien invaders, and that's what they are. They come over here illegally, and they don't get deported. They don't have to worry about being deported. They commit crimes. They rape. They steal. They don't have to. They're not held accountable for one, and they don't get deported. So especially if you come over here and you're not committing crimes, well, then guess what? You're in the clear. You're definitely not going to get messed with. I think anybody, you know, when Trump gets in here, first of all, there's going to have to be mass deportations. Bottom line, they've let 10 million illegal invaders into this country in the last 4 years. Or three years and change, whatever it is. Well, and who knows? That's just the ones they know about. Probably more. It's probably double that. They gotta start sending these people out, and they're coming from all over the world. They're coming from all over. They're coming from Africa. They're coming from South America. They're coming from Mexico. They're coming from Eastern Europe. They're coming from all over the place. Middle East, you name it. So, got to be mass deportations. Definitely any illegal invader who is caught committing crime, automatic deportation. they're going to serve time, put them in prison, put them in jail, right? They're going to go through our justice system, which should be harsh. Put them in prison. They'll serve their time. And then when they get out, it's an automatic deportation. If it's not a felony or it doesn't require jail time, say it's or something, a minor felony like a DUI or something like that, automatic deportation. They'll go in their drunk tank, next morning, deportation. Because you're not going to lock them up for it. They're not going to pay you for it. Get them on an airplane, send them back wherever they came from. And if they don't want to cooperate, or if you don't know where they came from, then I don't know. Send them to Mexico, I guess, because Mexico doesn't want to cooperate either. I've been having this theory, or not theory, but it's kind of a theory, I guess. I think that we should annex Mexico. And that's something that I thought about. I came up with a plan. I kind of thought this out. This is what I do in my free time, guys. I think about stuff like this. Let me pull up on my phone. I have it. My plan for the annexation of Mexico. I think this would be a great idea if Trump could do this. Let me see. Where is it? Okay. So why the U.S. should consider annexing Mexico. So I have 6 compelling reasons here. Number 1, tackling transnational crime head on. So the scourge of drug cartels, human trafficking, and weapons smuggling over the Mexican border isn't just Mexico's problem. By integrating governance, the U.S. could deploy its resources more effectively, potentially dismantling these criminal networks from within. So since Mexico is not handling these cartels, they're letting all these illegal invaders come over here. They're not stopping them at their southern border. They're letting them come right through, walk all the way through their country into our country. And these are illegal invaders who are now voting in our elections, or at least there's a good chance that they are. I don't know how many are or aren't. But they definitely want to get them amnesty at some point. They want some pathway to citizenship. I don't think they should get it. I don't think you should be rewarded for committing crimes that are destroying our country. But since Mexico's not going to do it, sorry, but this is really talking about the human trafficking portion of this. Well, not just human trafficking, though. There's drugs and weapons and all kinds of things coming across the border. But they don't want to handle the cartels that are doing all this stuff. Cartels are running humans across the border every single day, by the probably tens of thousands. Some of them could be, just coyotes that are bringing people over who want to just be illegal aliens, or it could be sex trafficking people. These people could be from China. They could be sex trafficking people from China or Thailand or who knows what. So Mexico doesn't want to do that. We annex Mexico. We handle it. We send our military. We set up military bases. Boom. We take care of the cartels. Destroy them. Cartels powerful. They've got freaking tanks, and I think they've got helicopters. They got all kinds of shit. They've got billions of dollars. Probably hundreds of billions. I don't know how much money they've got, but it's a lot. Cartels are big business. They're controlling the show down there. The Mexican government can't do nothing about it. So if we annex them, we take care of it. My next point here, my second point, simplifying border security. Imagine the southern border of Mexico becoming the new U.S. frontier. Guarding this natural barrier from Central America would be significantly less challenging than the current situation, potentially reducing illegal immigration and enhancing national security. The southern border of Mexico is much easier to maintain. It'll be much easier to control. It's a small little area that goes into Central America. You could easily set up a border there that anybody from South America trying to come up would be stopped immediately. And there's all of that coastline right there. You have an east coast and a west coast of Mexico. You can set up Navy bases, Coast Guard, whatever you need. And there's beautiful beaches down in Mexico. Beautiful on both coasts of Mexico, great vacation spots. Just imagine it's America now and it's safe. Number 3, strategic military and trade hubs. So Mexico's geographic location offers unparalleled advantages, Establishing ports on both the Pacific and Gulf Coast could transform Mexico into a powerhouse for trade and military operations, securing sea lanes and boosting economic might. Yeah, we could set up our ports down in Mexico, make trading so much easier up the coast, up into the Gulf, to Texas, or up to California, up to Long Beach, San Diego. So that's a great money-making opportunity for the country. Number 4, countering economic threats. With China's economic footprint growing in Mexico, annexation could strategically reposition the U.S. in global manufacturing. Bringing these operations under American governance could protect jobs and technology from being overshadowed by foreign powers. China's been setting up shop in Mexico for years now. They're building factories in Mexico. And they're probably paying off the cartels or whatever, but they're also shipping in tons of fentanyl and all kinds of drugs and stuff coming. At least the ingredients are coming from China, and they know exactly what's going on. They know it's going to end up in the U.S. and be killing Americans. So if we take over Mexico, we kick China out. We go, you guys aren't building your factories here. These are going to be American factories, American companies. So it helps there. Number 5, tapping into untapped wealth. Mexico's rich deposits of oil, silver, gold, and other minerals are underexploited. Under U.S. management, these resources could fuel economic growth, reducing dependency on foreign resource markets. Yeah, we need gold, we need silver, right? Especially if we do my plan, which is to create a commodity-backed currency, get rid of the Federal Reserve, and create a actual U.S. government dollar or whatever you want to call it, whatever the currency is called. Abraham Lincoln had one. He called it the greenback. Well, they blew his brains out. Everybody thinks it was because people were mad about the Civil War. That's not the case at all. They were mad because he didn't like central banking in the U.S. So he said, we're going to get rid of the central bank. And this was before the Federal Reserve. It was a different central bank. But he says, we're going to use greenback. It's going to be controlled by the state, the government. Which really, if you're going to have a currency, that is one thing that you do want the government to control. You don't want a third party and a private bank handling that, because you're going to elect representatives who are going to be representing you in the government. That's at least how it's supposed to work. But yeah, there's tons of other minerals. All these people that want their electric vehicles and they want their solar panels. Well, you got to have minerals for that. Mexico's got plenty of them. I'm not saying that we should go get them, because I'm against that. I'm more of an environmentalist when it comes to stuff like that. I think we should preserve some things. I don't like electric vehicles because they consume a lot of those materials that they have to pull out of the ground. I'd rather not. The last thing is expanding agricultural horizons. So with a climate akin to parts of California, Mexico could significantly expand the U.S. food production capacity. This isn't just about more acreage. It's about leveraging similar climates for year-round cultivation and enhancing food security. Think about it. In California, we grow 80% of the food for the entire country here in California. We also import a lot from Mexico. Avocados, basically all the avocados. I mean, there might be a couple avocado farms here in California, but I think like the mass majority of avocados come from Mexico, and the cartel runs that shit. The cartel's running the whole avocado. There's so much money in avocados that the cartel went in and took over the avocado orchards. But yeah, it's a similar climate. We could grow all the food that we grow here in California. We could basically grow that down in Mexico as well. So we get a lot more food production. We could have a lot of food going around, drive the prices down on food. It's a great plan. I really, and sometimes Mexicans get upset about it when I bring it up. Or at least they're Americans, but they have Mexican heritage. And I'm like, yeah, I think the U.S. should annex Mexico. They're like, hell no. No. I'm like, dude, you got your family left Mexico to come to the USA. Why do you care if we annex Mexico? Shouldn't that be a good thing for you? Imagine this. They all become American citizens. So now you don't have to come up here illegally. And you can move back to Mexico. That's your motherland. Now it's part of the U.S. Go back there. Go be with your family there. Now it's all America. You guys can all get rich. Oh boy, 207. Trump has 207. Harris 91. Oh man, it's looking juicy. Why are they even showing? He's got California highlighted. Oh yeah, is it a question? I mean, a miracle if Trump flips California. That would be an absolute miracle. I would be amazed. I would have loved to have put some money on, I wonder what the if you could have bet on that. If you could have put money on California to flip red. The odds were probably like, it's like 1 to 100 or 100 to 1. You might make 100% of your money. Every dollar you put in, you get $100. All right, let's see what else we got here. Rob Rosethorn. We got a commercial break on the CNN stream, so let's go check the chat out. What do you got, Rob Rosethorn? Said, how's Trump doing in New York? Dude, who knows? I mean, if they were gonna flip like a crazy liberal stronghold, you think New York could be it, because Trump is a New Yorker. Trump built the skyline in New York. I mean, he's done a lot. I was watching the Madison Square Garden. I was watching, me and I had some family over. We were, BS, and we were watching and talking at the same time, so I missed a lot of it. But he was somebody was up there talking about him. One of the speakers, it might have been one of his family members, or I think it was Lara Trump or something like that. But they were like, he rebuilt the skating rink in Central Park or whatever. I don't know much about New York. I've been there one time. I spent the night there in a layover. I didn't get to see anything, so I don't know what really going on there. But I think he built a skating rink in Central Park. He did all kinds of stuff. He rebuilt a lot of areas and made things nice so that New Yorkers could enjoy it. So I really wouldn't be surprised if that happened. That would be less surprising to me than like California. Even though California is, if you look at the map of the counties in California after the vote, it's mostly red. It's only blue in San Francisco and in Los Angeles. Now I think Orange County is also blue. Orange County used to be, that's right there. That's the neighbor of LA. It used to be a very conservative area, but the government's gotten so communist here, it drove all of them off. These people that like their money, these are wealthy people. They don't want to spend all of it on taxes. Their businesses are getting screwed. So they all left. They all went to like Arizona, Nevada, or Texas. They said, screw California. I'm not gonna keep paying these crazy taxes here. Rob says, good idea. You take Mexico, Canada will take Alaska. Call it a day. No, Rob. No. Because you don't understand my total plan. After we take Mexico. Yeah, well, we're going to come in Canada as well, because I am sick and tired. All of this freaking liberal commie BS that comes out of Canada has been bleeding into this country for decades. Canada's always been like, oh, they're the nice Canadians. They're so nice. Everybody go to Canada. They're nice. And I'm like, yeah, they're nice, but they're a bunch of freaking like extremist liberals who have let their country, and look, we're not much in better shape. But we at least have the First and Second Amendment here that we're holding on to by the skin of our teeth. But, a lot of horrible liberal culture has bled into the U.S. from Canada. So Canada's next on my hit list. I think it would be great if the U.S. if the United States took over, annexed Mexico first, right? And then after that's all done, it could be 10 years down the road. Then we'll go, look, Canada, we tried this once, right? Back in like the 1800s. We were gonna invade Canada, and then they burned down the White House. When was that? Like 1807 or something? I don't know. It was a long time ago. It was early on in the U.S. Maybe it was like 1817 or something like that. But then Canada, the British army or whatever that was in control of Canada, they came down and they set the White House on fire. And then we were like, all right, well, you guys obviously don't want to give up your territory, so we'll hang back. Let's see. Rob says, wonder what Hawaii's numbers will look like. I do too. I'm very curious about that. We won't know until way later, though. We won't know about that until probably tomorrow, because they're 3 hours behind. They're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. All right, what we got? North Carolina, 50% for Trump. Okay, We've already been looking at that one. Looks like he's for sure going to take that. North Carolina there. I don't think that one was really much of it in question. But Virginia is one that I think Virginia. Oh, it's very close in Virginia. 55,000 votes. They're at 75% estimated in so far. That's close. I mean, that's gonna be almost a toss up. Okay, New Mexico's I don't know what we were looking at earlier. It looked like he was ahead or something, but not anymore. He's definitely getting beat up in New Mexico. So we shouldn't even have to worry about that. The weird thing is Minnesota. I want to see where Minnesota's at, because that one, he was blowing Kamala away with the early reporting. Oh, we got a new projection. What we got here? There, should we turn it on? See what they got.
Of Maryland, there, the executive of Prince George's County, Democrat Angela Alsobrooks, will defeat former two-term Republican Governor Larry Hogan. She becomes the first African-American person ever elected to the Senate from the state of Maryland.
Ooh, the first African-American. They love that. Who cares? These are just, these are smaller races. I don't know. Delaware, whatever they got going, probably whatever their government is doing. Senate, House. I'm not really sure. I can't see. What is that? Senate. Oh, yeah. So these are senators. Wow. Oh, that's too bad that they're going all blue, man. So Delaware. Oh, here we go. What we got? Okay, Ted Cruz, whatever. Yeah, Texas. That's what we got to figure out is if we're going to get all three, House, Senate, and President. Like I was saying at the beginning of the show, it doesn't necessarily mean that Trump will be able to get as much done as he would like to do, or we would like him to do. Obviously, the message would be clear, right? If everything goes red, the Senate's red, House is red, and the president is Trump, that's a pretty clear message from the people of this country that hey, we trust Trump, and we trust his judgment, and we want him to do what he's going to do, because that's why we voted for him, and that's why we gave you guys the House and the Senate. But there's always going to be those slimy swamp creatures in the Republican Party too. So they're going to switch their votes over to match with the Democrats. And they're going to gum up the works for Trump. It always happens, because it is the uniparty. It's the same thing when Obama got elected the first time, right? In 2008. It went full Democrat. Obama was the president, and the Democrats had the House and the Senate, but nothing happened, right? I mean, hardly anything happened. They did get the American or the Affordable Care Act and all that stuff through, but for the most part, there was a lot of things that the Democrats really wanted Obama to do, and he never he didn't do them, or when he tried to do them, it got gummed up. Even though he had Democrats, he had the majority in all of the government there. And that's what they do, and they'll probably do the same thing. It's kind of it's like their little game. It's totally corrupt. I mean, it's a total game. But Trump, he's a lot more boisterous than Obama. And Trump's not really, at least naturally, he's not as much of an establishment creature. He may go, look, we got the House and we got the Senate. I'm going to go full tilt boogie here. We're going to go all out. All right, so now they're showing, these are just state elections there. But it looks like the Republicans doing good, and that's for Senate. For the in Pennsylvania, Ohio, we're getting Republican senators. I don't know who these guys are. Hopefully they're good. Hopefully people are waking up. Hopefully we're getting some good talent. Hopefully they're going to make some differences. Maybe they're getting, maybe this is the first time in history, or at least in a long time in this country, that we get rid of some of these swamp creatures. Trump is talking about draining the swamp back in 2016. And maybe in a way, he gets his wish. But maybe not by his own hand, but just by awakening the people to what's going on. That's really, Trump's biggest legacy, in my opinion, is that he's woken this country up. Whatever you want to think about the guy, and I've got issues with him. Overall, I do like Trump. I think he's a genuine guy. And I think he loves America. And I think he wants what's best for the people of his country. I do believe that. Now, whether or not he's going to listen to some bad voices that are giving him money, I don't know. We'll see. But let's see what we got. Electoral votes at state. Oh, there's only 78 left. So what do we got? Okay, California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. So our polls are closing in about 9 minutes. Well, it should be 5 minutes. I wonder if this has got a delay on it or something like that. Should be like 5 minutes. Our polls, but maybe they won't report it until a few minutes after. Rob says Steve wants a North American Union completely with a centralized government and a digital dollar. No. No, you still get states' rights in Canada. You get states' rights in Mexico. You break it up into states. You guys already have your, what do you call them? I don't remember, your territories or whatever. I don't understand Canada at all. I don't understand Canada. It's like you guys have, you have Parliament, which is weird. I never can figure that out. And then you don't have states, you got something else, territories or whatever. But then it's like there's French Canada, and I don't understand how that works. Because like there's the Queen or the King of England is the King of Canada, I guess. And then is French Canada, who do they fall under? Is there like a King of France too? I don't know. I don't know how stuff works. Anyways, when we annex Canada, it's a ways out. Don't worry, Canada. We're not coming for you for like another, probably 10, 15 years. First, we got to get Mexico annexed. Then we'll get Canada. But no, I don't want a centralized government. I want a very limited centralized government. The federal government should be extremely limited. But hey, you get to fall under the U.S. Constitution, First Amendment, Second Amendment, all the good amendments. And you get states' rights. So if you guys want to do your weird liberal commie stuff, then you can vote for liberals and get your weird commie stuff. But definitely no digital dollar. That's, nowhere in the cards for me. I think that's a horrible idea. I think that we should have a commodity-backed currency, gold and silver-backed currency. I don't think that if you want to use like a cryptocurrency or something as gold backed, then hey, sure. I could sort of start to come around to that as long as it's 100% not compromisable. But then you're worried about technology and hackers, and we got supercomputers that are in the pipeline. Anyways, Perimeter is here. I got to go let them in. So I'm gonna give you guys over to the CNN stream for just a moment, and we'll have Perimeter with us in a second.
Talked about on our air, but the big numbers there, Latino voters. That is something that they really worked at this cycle. They believe that in 2016, Donald Trump won the election on the back of working class voters. They believe he could win the election this time around on the back of Latino voters, particularly Latino men. Now, one thing to watch, Arizona and Nevada. What do those numbers look like? He specifically in Nevada reached out to Latino voters. They were trying to launch their coalition for Hispanic voters in Nevada. They believe that this could actually carry him in that state, which obviously he did not win in 2020. He didn't win it in 2016, but they do believe that if he wins it in this cycle, it is because of Latino voters.
Yeah, they feel very good about him improving his standing with those voters from where he was, not only 2016, but 2020, Kristen Holmes. And Jake, I should note, a sign, as you're always just kind of looking for moments and to read the tea leaves, see what they mean. We're told that party goers who were at Mar-a-Lago, where Donald Trump still is right now, are now filtering in here to the party at the convention center. Of course, it remains to be seen if and when Donald Trump himself shows up here, Jake.
All right, Caitlin and Kristen, thanks so much. Let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John, what can you tell us about Georgia right now?
So let's look at Battleground Georgia. First, let's just look at the entire map and look at it out. There's a lot of red on that map. A lot of red on that map, and that tells you right now, with a lot of votes to be counted, this map looks a lot more like 2016 than it does like 2020. And you can know at home what happened in those two elections. But we're not done with the count, so let's look in Georgia. Right now, the former president leading in Georgia by 136,000 votes and change at 51% to 48%, 89% in. So when you get this close to the finish line, you're saying, what's left, and is it enough? Isn't it enough to overcome 136,000 votes? So let's start with that, and let's look at where our live outstanding votes are. The bigger the circle, the more votes still to be counted. The color of the circle, how the votes coming in that area right now. So you do see a lot of big circles in Atlanta and the suburbs, down here in Savannah and the suburban areas around that, Columbus, Georgia down here. You see some pockets of Democratic votes that are still out. They're large pockets. That's a lot of votes. And if they come in big numbers, we'll see how significantly the vice president narrows that gap. You also see a lot of these little blue dots. They're not done in the rural counties in Georgia, and that matters too. Because yes, if you get a big basket of votes in Cobb County is at 95% though, so you're not going to get a ton there. Fulton County is at 90%. It's the largest population center, so 10% can be a lot of votes because of the population center. This is the one we're waiting the most on, Gwinnett County, but they're up to 72% now. And then we'll come down here and look at DeKalb County. They're at 89% now. So we have more votes to come from in this circle of Atlanta and the suburbs around it that are blue, but we also have more votes to come from in some of these counties out here. That one's at 94, that one's at 95, that one's at 98, that one's at 92. So you got a lot of the vote in these places. So Donald Trump still has some votes to pick up in the rural areas. The question is, how big are the vice president's advantages in the Democratic areas where votes are still out? When you're down by 136,000 votes, with 89% reporting, when those votes come in, not only in Atlanta suburbs, I just want to check down here in Chatham County, they're only at 36%. So again, if you're in the Harris campaign, Abby and Jeff are exactly right. They are scrubbing the books now. They're looking at their data projections. They are calling people in the states. They are trying to find out what happened here. How many people turned out? We're getting 60% of the vote at 36% counting. How many more do they get? And are they all ours, or are we splitting these votes? It gets frantic in campaign headquarters at this point of the night.
All right, we got the perimeter.
Welcome to our planet.
All right, what's up, perimeter?
Not much, man. It's looking pretty good, huh?
Yeah, we're looking good, I think. But like we're just saying, we don't want to get too excited. We don't want to prematurely celebrate here, because that's exactly what I did in 2020.
Yep.
And what a surprise that was.
Do you think they can really pull that off again? Are they that bold?
Well, they're gonna try. They're gonna try.
Do they got something new, or are they just gonna do the exact same thing?
I think they've probably, they're not very creative.
I've noticed, yeah.
So, I don't know. I would think that if they were smart, which to a degree they're clever and they're pretty, they got some, they pull out some tricks once in a while. But if they were actually smart, then they would have tried to switch it up. But I don't know. What do you think?
I don't actually have opinions anymore. I have options for outcomes. So, I think that, it could go to Trump because they know that the economy is going to be a mess to clean up, and they may not want to have to deal with that.
That's interesting. That's been one of the biggest in the exit polls. That's been one of the biggest, the highest percentage of what people's number one voting or the reason or their concern is economy, which obviously I think, that means they're voting Trump. If you're going to say that, otherwise you're like a liberal who is living in a alternate universe, and you will never admit to yourself how bad it is.
I've heard liberals though say that they did a good job on the economy.
Oh no,
I've heard it. I've heard it.
I mean,
it's just delusional. I know.
Well, okay. Well, for who? I mean, Nancy Pelosi did great.
Right. The wealthy, yeah, they did really well.
Yeah. So I guess it depends on who you are. But I would say if you're a average American citizen, working class, you are not better off today.
Right. It's pretty tight for middle class.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still blown away. I'll never get used to these grocery prices. It was just too much too quick, right? Because we've been dealing with inflation slowly but surely over the years. When we were kids, you go get a Coke, 50 cents, a can of Coke, or you'd get a candy bar, 55, 60 cents or whatever. And now those, a Coke is, I don't know what, $1.80 or something like that. It's like crazy. But but always the prices kind of slowly went up. It went up like a nickel or a dime every, few years. And that was bearable, not great. You're not you're not excited about it, but at least it wasn't like, absolute shock.
Well, you barely noticed it. I mean, some people pay attention, but the inflation from 2020 to 23 was probably the most I've ever experienced.
It's definitely the most I've ever experienced. I don't know if they've ever had a point in history. I mean, I guess the 70s were pretty bad. I don't know. I wasn't alive, but
right. You look at the numbers in the 70s, it doesn't look that bad, but I guess because the money was so it wasn't devalued. So
well, guess what? 1971 is when they took us off the gold standard.
Right.
So, which was supposed to be temporary, right? That's what they say. It's always these freaking lies, man. Oh yeah, we're gonna temporarily remove from the gold standard. I don't remember what their excuse. Something to do with oil, right? Something with Saudi Arabia or some crap.
Right. It's the whole Hegelian dialectic. They create the problem, so they have the solution that they wanted already, so they can get what they want.
That's all that they ever do. I mean, everything that government does is a Hegelian dialect at this point.
Right. It's everything is a problem reaction solution with the government, man. So, it like we were saying, they pretty much do the same shit. If you can break it down to more just like the philosophy behind what they're doing, then they are basic. They don't do much.
No.
They do different variations on the same thing, basically.
Michigan, 51%, dude. 51% for Trump. Oh, wait. Oh, what are they doing? They're showing. Okay. Oh, wait a second.
Let's see. Well, it was looking good in Pennsylvania, surprisingly.
Yeah. He was ahead by a bit.
But that is the state where all the votes come in late at night and some mysterious ban.
Well, yeah, and Georgia as well. Pennsylvania and Georgia. But Georgia's looking good for Trump, too.
Georgia doesn't look bad either. Those are the two surprising me. I thought that he'd have a chance, but the fact that he's got a few percentage points, I thought it'd be dead heat right now.
Were you listening at all before you got here?
Yeah. I was watching a little bit. I had to put my kid to bed, so I watched the early stuff. So, but it's progressed. The same themes have progressed. I mean, it's just looking better than when I was looking maybe an hour ago.
Because what Trump's at 211 now, and Harris is at 145. Arizona is, it's been tight, but Trump is still crawling even further ahead.
I mean, everybody I know that lives there are Trumpers, so I don't understand. But
me too.
My sister moved there, and I have heard that she was surprised by how many liberals are there.
Well, the problem is Phoenix. Have you ever been to Phoenix?
Yeah, that's where she lives.
I love Phoenix, dude. It's a fun town, dude.
No, she loves it, and she lives in the suburbs in Mesquite, I believe it is.
Oh yeah, it's right out. Yeah, or Mesquite that's
not Mesquite. That's
in Nevada.
Sorry, Australia.
Oh, okay. I've never been there.
Mesquite is Nevada. You're right. That's where Stephen Paddock was at. I don't know why that got in my head.
Mesquite's like on the way to St. George, right below Utah, right there.
Yeah, Mesquite. That's where Stephen Paddock had his pad.
Yeah.
Which is kind of interesting because that story came up again a few weeks ago.
Oh. Oh yeah, I guess it did kind of come up, huh? I saw
every time. It's in October usually, so every time the date comes up, then you start hearing the conspiracies coming back.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I did see, and I mean, obviously, some of them do look pretty damn convincing, in my opinion.
For what?
For those conspiracies or so-called conspiracies.
Oh, you didn't dig into the Harvest Fest shooting with Stephen Paddock? My nieces was involved and my family and stuff. Did you look into that at all?
So I was very skeptical from the very beginning, but I haven't really dug into like the super in-depth, like what people have researched on it. I know that there's a lot of people are saying that there were multiple shooters that were not in the hotel. So
my sister said there was multiple shooters.
Yeah.
The narrative that I did a Spaces a couple weeks ago, like a week ago, and it was Jason Goodman for what's it called? Crowdsource the Truth.
Okay.
And then another gentleman, I can't remember his name, but they both were hardcore researchers on Route 97 shooting, and so it was pretty interesting. The newest thing is there was two girls that were actually supposedly in his room.
I heard about that.
Or that they were on the hotel thing, and so there's a lot of like mystery involved in the narrative, but they were going off the theme which I had reported a long time ago, probably right within the year of it happening.
Yeah,
was
because
that
you had a firsthand witness, you know, your niece.
right,
was
and then
there.
I was intrigued by it because my family's involved in it.
She was actually hit, right? Didn't she get shot?
She got shot in the arm, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and then my wife's friend, she was there too, and she got died. He murdered her, or he allegedly.
Oh, yeah, whoever it was.
So the conspiracy narrative that they were going over, and these are pretty reputable researchers under it, is that there was a hit going on Prince, or on the Crown Prince at the time. And that it was his cousin Prince Al Waleed, who's the one that put the hit on, who had connections to Bill Gates, who owned the top of the Mandalay Bay, which was Four Seasons.
Wait, to put a hit on who?
On his cousin,
the
Crown Prince.
So this whole thing was to cover up attempted assassination?
An attempted assassination, and then to escape, the hit team to escape from the hotel room, they fired at the crowd so they could create chaos, so they could escape from the hit that they were trying to do, but they didn't get to do it because the Crown Prince got rescued right before.
And so these were sort of deep staters. Bill Gates.
They all were. Even the guy that got the patsy, Stephen Paddock, he was government or deep state, or he flew planes and was moving probably child trafficking
these
and
are
drugs.
CIA or some kind of
CIA. He has CIA connections.
Yeah, that's totally believable. I mean, if you look at the stuff that the CIA has like actually divulged, you know, I mean, it's clear as day that this stuff is still going on, and they do it. It's not like they don't do it. You know, for people to be like, it's so hard for them to believe stuff like that. It's like, dude, there's stuff, they've done the exact same type of stuff where they admitted to it, you know, like Barry Seal. The guy's a CIA asset. He's smuggling cocaine into Arkansas, you know,
right,
for years.
And Paddock was probably something similar to him in that.
Yeah, exactly.
sense.
Sort of like a contractor, probably like a CIA contractor. They hire him for certain things.
Not an agent. I definitely don't think he was an agent, but yeah, like a contractor.
They work on various levels. You know, they have their sort of their legit, like, you know, structure, and then they have their sort of
contractors that are doing crazy fucking illegal ass shit.
Yes, exactly.
That way they can never really touch the actual people running the CIA.
Yeah, they'll never be held accountable for it, and it's all covered up, and there's tons of money that goes into covering all that stuff. The black budget's insane.
Right.
But yeah, those are some pretty wild conspiracies that you know, if true, which I think that some of them probably are, if not all of them, I don't know. But yeah, what was the deal with the two girls? I saw a picture, like there was two girls, and then there was a witness who said that worked at the hotel who said that they had checked in with him.
Right. And so, I mean, the basically what that just does is it's just more circumstantial evidence, because I think within this case there's so much weird circumstantial evidence, and it just points to a grand conspiracy, even though no one wants to say, oh, that's such cliche, grand conspiracy. But I mean, just for one example, the sheriff that was in charge of the case, within 2 years of being in charge of the case, he's now the governor of Nevada.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then hold on. The chief of police in Nevada at the time is now the mayor of the town in Maui,
right?
That burned down.
Yes. So whenever there's these weird things that happen that are big in the news, there always seems to be some kind of, like, you know, psyop connection going on.
Oh man, it's all intertwisted, dude. And there's so much stuff that we have no idea about. That's why, you know, these elections, it's like, you know, I put as much faith in as I can, but at the end of the day, I'm just, you know, I'm like,
It's just watching sports for me, because I know that, like, there's so much that goes into it from behind the scenes, like so many manipulations that they have to do, that I don't think they know who won and didn't win, but I think, you know, in situations like this, it's just looking strong for Trump. But
yeah, well, I think this may be undeniable, you know, and I think, you know, most people kind of know our feelings on, you know, some of our criticisms on Trump and who he's taking money from.
Right.
And those are definitely concerns, but.
Well, the question will be, like, okay, so he knows he only has one term. So is he we're going to see his true nature, right? We're going to see, like, and he's old, his legacy, is his nature going to be like what he was going towards?
Well, here's my concern. I think that naturally that is his personality would be to go, look, I can't be reelected. I'm a lame duck. These guys gave me money to get me into office, but hey, screw those guys. I want to do what's correct. I want to do what's right. And I think that is his personality. Now, and also he already got shot at.
Right.
You know, he got hit in the ear, like literally an inch away from having his brains blown out of his head. And he acts like he's not scared at all. You know, and he even kind of, if you watch the Joe Rogan with Trump, he was like, you know, I don't really think about it. You know, it's like, yeah, it's a dangerous job. Basically, is what he says. He goes, it's a dangerous job, and if they kill me, then they kill me. And
it's probably not the first time that it's just the one we saw, but I'm sure there's been like a couple other little close ones.
Yeah. Well, Mar-a-Lago, there was a guy that was in the bushes with a sniper rifle or something like that, and you can't trust these deep staters, anyways. I mean, these guys, the Secret Service, whatever the hell was on there. I mean, that's totally crazy in itself, but my real concern is that they kill him, because if he does go step out of line, if he says, you know what, I'm going to do what I want to do, what I know is right, and I don't care how much money you gave me, but I'm going to do it anyways. And I think they'll do exactly what they did to JFK, because they couldn't control JFK, and he was going to keep investigating Israel. He was going to keep going after AIPAC. He was going to keep doing all this stuff. And they were like, you know, he wanted to end the Federal Reserve. He wanted to get rid of the CIA and all these things. And they said, well, we just got to kill him, you know? And I think that's what they'll do to Trump too. Only this time they'll have a professional sniper do it. You know, they're not going to have some freaking BlackRock commercial, MK Ultra freaking weirdo, you know?
Right. You know, I mean, that definitely wasn't a professional hit, but it did seem like there was some MK Ultra programming going on to that one.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's literally was in like BlackRock commercials a year prior. Obviously, he's been indoctrinated and programmed into some kind of whatever. If it's MK Ultra, I mean, MK Ultra could be a blanket statement practically at this point for any sort of like programming or brainwashing that the government or the media is basically the government, right? I mean, we saw with the Twitter files. Who's in there telling what stories can and cannot be run, and feeding false stories to run. They do the same thing to the media. They do the same thing to the legacy media as they did to Twitter, Facebook, whoever else, Snapchat. I don't know. Snapchat's not really political, but whatever the hell these social medias are, they're doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. Oh shit, what do we got here? Critical battleground.
Yeah, so Minnesota. So he's winning. It's a blowout in Minnesota. I can't believe it.
That's crazy.
Minnesota. Was it Minnesota? Do you remember? Was Minnesota the only state in like '84 or whatever that Reagan lost? It was a total blowout. And only one state. I think it was Minnesota. Maybe it was Wisconsin. I can't remember.
Well, Minnesota tends to go left these days, and I mean their governor's left.
That's what I was talking about before you got here. I was like, I don't know what their problem is, because I know people that live there, and they're like, everybody here acts like a conservative. They hunt, they fish, they're all like into like outdoors, they off-road, they ride motorcycles. And he's like, but they all vote Democrat.
Yeah, that's really weird. It must be like family tradition.
I think it's union. I think it's like
union. Yeah, union. If there's a lot of unions going there, then that would explain it.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw
Pennsylvania. Look at Pennsylvania.
What do we got?
He's ahead.
Wow.
Key race, Pennsylvania. Trump's up by 4% in Pennsylvania.
That's insanity.
So, oh man, that's good. I mean, that's great.
If it's 5%, then they can't really steal it. So,
yeah, I don't know what their math is, and this is kind of what I was going to be getting at here, and we were talking about a second ago about the media and their being controlled, or you know, whatever by these intelligence agencies. There's something when these election nights happen, it seems like the media can just call it. And if they're able to skew enough of the voting map or whatever, they can just go, this is who we think wins, and they declare it, and everybody's kind of runs with it. It's like,
yeah, and there's one of those years where they did that. Was it the Gore year? Was that the one where they did declare Gore and then
Bush and
then Bush went and contested?
Hanging Chads? Are you talking about the Florida Hanging Chads?
Hanging Chads.
What a freaking! I think I was in high school when that happened. Yeah, I was in high school. I just remember going, God, this country, or like I just think I was like, what? You see that on the news? I'm just like, everything was a fucking retard, dude. What is this shit? Like hanging Chads back and forth. I was just, I didn't really follow politics back then, but I was just looking at the world like, what is this?
fucking media.
What is this
stupid.
nonsense, dude?
Yeah, the media is stupid, man.
This is so crazy. Everyone's freaking out and fighting and hanging Chad. This Chad is that, and this Chad's that. And there's like 50 different types of Chads.
Yeah.
Poor guys named Chad during that time, dude.
That's funny, man. Yeah. So yeah, I think that George W. Bush was kind of, they forced him in there because they had the whole 9/11 thing ready to go. That's my guess.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, that stuff goes deep.
Right. The question is, we know that both parties are together on some level.
Yeah, it's a uniparty for sure.
Right. But the question is just like, what really is it? Is it completely a game, or I mean,
well, it's mostly a game. What like you'd have to figure out what percentage do you think is uniparty? Because there are outliers, right? There's Thomas Massey, not very uncommon, right?
Oh, Massey got reelected.
Yeah, he unopposed.
Barely. That's what they're like. Barely got it.
Yep.
No one wants to go against Massey because he's loved, and he's pretty much the best guy in the Congress.
Oh, he's a national treasure, man.
Yeah, thank God.
He's great.
I wonder what happened with his wife.
He doesn't seem very skeptical about it. I was obviously extremely skeptical because he was going after AIPAC and Israel and all of that, and then
just like the week before. So
yeah.
that's why I was like, oh fuck.
He didn't really disclose very much information on her death. He said it was unexpected.
Right.
So that does raise some concerns, and I don't think she was vaccinated because I don't think Thomas Massey is on board with that stuff.
Yeah, I saw some investigated. They saw he mentioned on Twitter or something that he wasn't going to be they weren't going to be vaccinated.
Yeah. So, and that's just definitely not, it doesn't seem like something he would have done. I think he would have been, he's like us, he would have been researching and, going, hey, this is something weird about this.
Right.
He's not going to trust Fauci. So yeah, that was really weird that she died suddenly, basically, but not vaccinated.
Right. Yeah. I mean, sometimes shit like that does happen. So, the vibe from him wasn't like, secretly behind the scenes he was nervous about something, so I'm guessing probably really was natural just from his vibe.
Yeah, I mean, at least as far as he knows, maybe the hit was so good that it's undetectable, a heart attack gun or whatever these weapons they got, a space laser. I don't know.
Well, yeah, they're already talking about that stuff for Trump. If he wins, the Democrats are going to use some kind of way to give him turbo cancer or some kind of poison.
No, just like they did to freaking Jack Ruby, right?
Right.
JFK. He goes there, he freaking kills Lee Harvey Oswald, and then he dies of cancer like 3 months later or something. Yeah, and then they find out that the doctor he was seeing was was Dr. Jolly. He was a MK Ultra freaking CIA doctor.
He did have them Dr. Jolly. That guy looks pretty crazy. Have you seen him?
Yeah, that guy's insane, dude.
He looks intense. Like fuck. You see him come into a room, you're strapped down, you're in big trouble.
Well, he was like a psychologist or something like that. So they brought him in there to talk to him, like to allegedly to see like, hey, what was this all about? Obviously, he was probably a hitman working for Jewish mob,
right?
Jack Rubenstein,
right?
But they had to tie up loose ends. Lee Harvey Oswald was a patsy, and they had to tie up the loose ends there. I was listening to like Coast to Coast. Surprised me the other day. They had a JFK guy, a special investigator, on there who was going into some of that stuff into more detail than I've heard from a lot of other of these JFK guys. And he was even hitting on some of the Israeli connection stuff, which I'm like, whoa.
Yeah. Well, Ryan Dawson did a good one on that.
Yeah,
the JFK and the Israel.
I don't think it was him that was on Coast to Coast. I think it was an older guy. I think he was in his 70s.
Yeah, who's hosting that now?
It's George Norrie. Usually, it's gone downhill. Dude.
Wow. Okay.
Art Bell was awesome.
Yeah, Art Bell was great. My uncle was on Art Bell. He's he's in one of the famous episodes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's pretty freaking cool.
Time traveler or what?
No, he's the guy that went on Area 51 to find the 49ers artifacts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There's like people made documentaries about him on YouTube and everything. Like just these companies that make documentaries about historical stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, they made one for him, and it's pretty good. But there's a bunch of people that did for him. But anyways, he was like an archaeologist, basically. I mean, I think he was an anthropologist from his degree, but he basically was looking for artifacts from the 49ers. And for some reason, he just was so stubborn that he had to get into Area 51 to find a certain marker or an artifact. I can't remember exactly which one it was.
He did it without permission.
He did it without permission. And so he wrote a book. Right, he never got fully published. His kids actually could have got it published. There's publishers that wanted it. But it's just about his trip. He was there a couple days, and he was just like doing survival shit to not get caught.
Minnesota is still, Trump is blowing it away in Minnesota.
That's Minnesota?
Yeah, Minnesota. It's 61% Trump, 37% and 17%. So earlier it was at 3%. I mean, it's coming down a little bit, but like still. And I just saw Pennsylvania. He's up like 3% or something in Pennsylvania.
This is crazy.
And it's like 90% of the vote in. So, wow. I mean, you know.
Yeah, it's looking good, man. I'm not going to get too excited like you said, because we saw what happened a couple years ago, 2020. Yeah, I mean, we know he won that one too, so everybody knows pretty much.
I think, this was one of my theories not early on, but like from few months ago or the last few months. Because he got cozy with some of these financiers, Israeli guys, pro-Israel types, and went and did the Rabbi Schneerson ordeal, put the funny hat on.
Right, it's so weird, man.
And I noticed a shift. At that time, I noticed the media lightened up.
Oh, I was gonna say this earlier.
Yeah,
I agree.
The media lightened up. I go, hold on, they're putting the brakes on the Trump stuff. The criticism of Kamala or whoever, I don't remember if Kamala was already running or if it was Biden or not, but whatever it was, the case was, it started actually getting more severe. And I go, holy shit, the media is actually criticizing the Biden administration. Right. And they're pressing the brakes on the Trump stuff. And I was like, something is weird here. And I was like, they're gonna, this is good for Trump, right? Even though I don't agree with the reason why it's good for him, but it's good for him because they're gonna let him win.
Right, that's good perception. I saw the same thing, man. And there was a couple of things that happened with Trump meeting with powerful Jewish. One was going to the graveyard, but another one was he met with, I think, a bunch of powerful Silicon Valley guys, Peter Thiel, and of course, obviously Elon Musk. That he's pretty powerful himself. So he has some Silicon Valley backing, and of course, he's always been one of the Rothschild boys, honestly. But that doesn't mean. Here's my thing. The banking cartel is our biggest issue, but I think that as long as the politicians are doing what we want them to do, then even if their backers are these organizations and they're not taking away our rights and going against our will, as the people.
That is the issue, though, right? They are doing that.
Yeah, they are doing that. I'm just saying. I'm using Trump as an example. If he does the will of his voters, then
if he's able to whatever extent he's able to, without getting his head blown off.
Right, because that's the outcome.
And they will. I mean, you have to understand that they're ruthless. They don't care. They will kill you. I mean, that's just the bottom line.
Yeah, that's what people don't understand is the people that run this shit, they're not going to give up their power easily.
No, they're not.
It's not even going to be something as to where, like, even if the people push, they will pretend to say, okay, but then not really, and then keep trying to subvert us and steal power.
I think there is sort of in the shadows, there is a struggle between the deep state and obviously Trump is an opposition to the deep state, in my opinion. You say whatever you want, but some people can conspiracy theorize and all sorts of things. I think when it comes down to it, Trump is a threat to the deep state, global deep state even. But you also have the sort of the financial deep state. We have like a government deep state. You have the sort of financial deep state, if you will. I don't know, for lack of a better term. These financial institutions, very powerful bankers, financiers, bankers, and they have their own club. And yes, they do work, I think, together a lot. They get together, they concoct, they make each other more powerful, but I think that they also have a struggle between each other a little bit. And right now, I think the deep state's a little bit, they're really fighting for Trump not to win. I think that they don't want Trump to be president. They really want Kamala Harris. And so that's why it's a struggle, because Trump kind of is towing the line and bending the knee to the financial institutions, and now they're at odds. But I don't know. I don't know what happens from that, but
Yeah. I think they all have independence, but they all kind of have factions within these sort of two groups, especially in America. You got the Democrat, Republican. I think, you look at Elon Musk, and he was kind of floating around with the Democrats for a while, but then he sees an opportunity to kind of like get into the Republican Party, put some money on that, and kind of exert some control over it. And I think the same thing with Peter Thiel. They both kind of took some control of the party, but I think there's always behind the scenes, you had the military industrial complex, you had the banking cabal, and then you had the government deep state bureaucracy.
right. Some of these numbers coming in are getting really interesting. So Georgia, it looks like he's got 91%, and he's at 50 point. He's up by almost 3%, 2.9%.
That's crazy.
I
I wonder what the percentage would be. Like, it says at 99 and says up by 3. Even if they have mail-ins, it's not going to get the job done, right?
Not if you're at 91%. I mean, I guess technically if everybody had voted for Harris, but
Or if they just get some insane amount that doesn't match even the population.
Michigan is very close still,
Okay.
and that's 35% in. Trump's, what does he need? 59. 59. That's all he needs, 59. So I got my little map up here on the tablet.
He can get Arizona.
I think they already called New Mexico for him. So I think he's got New Mexico. I think he'll get Arizona. I think he will get Nevada. I think he'll get a sweep
There's
on that.
no way he's getting New Mexico.
Yeah, I think I saw them put up that he had got New Mexico. I don't know. It was back and forth.
Okay, well, still, that's impressive if he does.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. New Hampshire's, I doubt he's not going to get New Hampshire. It doesn't look like.
Yeah, those New England states, they're just so liberal, man. There's no give at all.
Jersey's going to be liberal. I thought I saw them put a map up that had New Mexico. Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay, so I could see, well, you can't really see the whole picture there, but there's a little miniature map next to the numbers on the screen. Mm-hmm. And New Mexico hasn't been called yet. But it looks like Utah, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, those are all gimmies, right? Those ones we all know. California's been called for him already. Oregon, or not for him, for her. California and Oregon are already called for Harris.
There were still
Pennsylvania, he's up. Look, 77% of the vote is in. He's up by 4% almost.
Whew, that one still makes me nervous. It shouldn't make me nervous, but I don't know. That's the one that made us. That's the one that gave it to Biden last time, was Pennsylvania.
You know what though? Elon Musk has been in Pennsylvania for the last 3 weeks.
Right, and that's where he's from.
Yeah. Well, he lived there he went to college there for 3 years.
Right. That's who he's talking about today on the Spaces.
But he was giving out a freaking $1 million a day to Pennsylvanians or whatever.
That's right, man. I wish I could have got a piece of that. That was pretty badass.
Wish I could have too.
And they tried to take him to court for it, and it already got thrown out.
Yeah, it's all nonsense. He's the richest man in the country, dude. You could take him to court all day long. They're never gonna win. He'll just appeal and appeal and appeal. He'll get, it'll never get anywhere.
Right. He can beat the government at their own fucking game.
Yeah. So let's see here. Arizona. Oh, I just missed it. I didn't see what it was. Arizona, Connecticut. He's not getting Connecticut, but that's no surprise there. 7 electoral votes anyways. So yeah, if he could do, New Mexico, it looks like it's probably going to be Harris actually.
Yeah, they were projecting her to have New Mexico, I think, earlier today.
If he gets Pennsylvania,
yeah, that's a swing. That's the swinging of the states. That one, that's a big one. It's like 19, I think.
I mean, it looks like he's going to get Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania.
Right, that's pretty good.
That's already 280.
And if he gets Arizona and maybe Nevada, damn.
Well, that's just insult to injury,
right?
Because at that point he's already past the 270. All you got, you can only at 270. She has no possible way to win.
Right.
Because
hopefully he just whoops her ass, and then she has to just like say, "Oh, I lost."
I think that she concedes tonight.
Think so? Wow.
Or early tomorrow morning.
Wow.
look, they threw her in the 11th hour. She's a horrible candidate. She knows she's a horrible candidate. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, it's no secret. Nobody's going, wow, this is the best situation. No Democrat is out there going, this is great.
Right.
They're all thinking, look, you know, we thought we were going to be voting for Joe Biden. And if we weren't going to be voting for Joe Biden, we thought we would at least get an opportunity to select, you know, democratically, have a vote in a primary for who we did want. You know, they could have picked somebody else. You know, Gavin Newsom would have been a way more aggressive opponent than Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I think you give Democrats too much credit. I don't think they think that deeply. I think they go,
I know, that's the thing. It's like sometimes
I was told abortion's our most important thing. I'm voting abortion.
yeah, well, that's what they're all saying, dude. It's crazy. I don't understand. You know, the amount of propaganda that comes out against Trump when it comes to that abortion thing, it's like, dude, he took it from the federal level and gave it to the states. Like, it should be a state's right. If a state's want to, if you don't like it, then move to a state that likes it. But come to California. You know, I don't want you here, but that's your choice. You know, if you're an American, if Texas outlaws abortions, then, you know, move.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be states' rights, man. So I don't think Trump did anything that bad. Like, they make a big deal out of it. But Roe versus Wade was unconstitutional. That's all they did was knock it down because of that. And now it's still the states have the rights. So push it in your state. It's not that big of a
push
deal.
it in your state. You know, look, I don't agree with the California laws. I could leave. I'm not going to, but I could.
Yeah.
And I don't want to. So what do? I dig my heels in and I talk about it and fight against it and try and, you know, tell people, look, we got to change these gun laws. Will they ever change? Probably not. Maybe. I don't know. We'll find out.
Yeah. California, the benefits are pretty good.
Well, I love California. I mean, it's a beautiful state.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
just the government is absolute horseshit.
Minus the government, it's the best state.
I would say so. Yeah. I can't think of, well, for me, I grew up here, so I love the weather, you know.
Right. The weather is better than anywhere else.
Yeah. I can't do humidity. I go to anywhere humid and I'm done.
Me neither. Yeah, and also bugs. We don't have our bug problem.
Bugs, yeah.
I mean, we have bugs, but it's nothing compared to all these other states.
Oh, yeah. We don't get the freaking, well, we get mosquitoes, but not crazy. Not like a crazy amount. We don't have like chiggers or, you know, we have ticks, but very rarely do you ever encounter one. We don't have freaking whatever that disease is.
Right. In Texas, there's so many bugs that will literally kill you.
Yeah, Lone Star tick or whatever that thing is.
So, I mean, California is great, man. I'm with you. I think most people are. They love California. It's just
Well, everybody talks shit on California, and my response is, you guys send all your fucking insane people to our state. So you know, keep all your crazies in your own state. Well, everybody comes here and they ruin everything, and they start voting for Democrats, and it's like but Hollywood attracts it. You know, Hollywood and San Francisco, because they're these like free love, you know, hippie whatever things.
Right.
And, you know, and then attracts all the weirdos from all over the country or all over the world.
Well, not just those weirdos. Then you got the homeless weirdos from all over the United States.
Yeah. Well, now that it progresses. It's like a freaking cancer that metastasizes. It starts out with all these loonies coming here for Hollywood and San Francisco, and then they vote for all these other loonies. And now you got every single homeless person in the entire continent coming here because they can live on the beach for free.
Right. And they can get welfare for doing it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you know, there's normal people like us in the state who are just suffering.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. The state politically is just a mess.
And we have such a bad name. Anywhere in the world I've gone, first of all, they always know you're from California. The way we talk or whatever. I don't know what it is. If somehow we dress or look. I don't know what it is.
We speak the purest form of English. That's why.
Is that true?
No, I doubt that.
I don't know. I mean, it's TV English, right? It's like that's like why, you know, but
it's TV English. That's a perfect way of putting it, because Californians speak like the people do on TV shows.
Right. And I think that's probably because most of the TV shows are made in California.
Exactly.
But anyways, you know, I was in like England and
Trump's got Wisconsin right now too.
Oh, really? Look at that. Yeah. Oh, by a good amount too. A few percent.
Yeah. We'll take it.
Yeah. But yeah, somebody is like, you know, they're like, oh, you're Californian, huh? And I'm like, yeah. I mean, I don't dress like a surfer or anything like that. Oh, how'd you know? Oh, we always know Californians. I'm like, oh shit.
It's because in the other states, they all have a very specific look, and everybody dresses exactly the same.
Yeah, right. It's everybody else, never us.
Like the Texans, man, they all wear that like sort of cowboy flannel looking shirt with the freaking Wranglers and shit.
Yeah.
So let's see what else we got. Georgia, Trump still up, still doing it, still up.
So what was it we saw? So Georgia, it looks like, in North Carolina, right? I think he's getting North Carolina. What was it, Wisconsin that he was up in? We just looked at?
He's up in Wisconsin, and I think they already they declared him the winner in North Carolina.
Oh, it's done deal, dude. I mean, it's a done deal. I think we'll be able to sleep pretty easily tonight.
Yeah, we said 211, so we're looking 270. He may get to 270 tonight, and that's when they can't really lie and say there's more votes sneaking in, right?
Yeah, and I think that the commies at CNN are honestly surprised by it.
Yeah. I was watching CBS before I got here, and they were pretty much being the statists that they were paid to be. But yeah, each one kind of is a different thing. I feel like CNN, CBS pretty close, and then MSNBC you got the further left, and then Fox just a little center, maybe slightly right.
Yeah, I remember when Fox News called Arizona like super early, and I was like,
yeah, that was yeah.
You guys are traitors, dude.
Yeah, it kind of became like a meme though. So, that definitely was like kind of like it stood out after you look back. You go, okay, that's the moment of when they cheated and they went all in on it.
Yep. But he was a threat to the establishment, to the deep state establishment, and Fox News is a part of that. They take their orders from them, right? I mean, they're just CNN and MSNBC. They all take their orders from deep state, from or intelligence, CIA or FBI, whoever, or the State Department. All these various government departments were all up in Twitter's ass.
Yeah.
And that's just a standard. That's a standard for all of these legacy media or big tech social media.
Well, it turns out all these big tech guys want to be libertarians. So it makes you think that, like, okay, these guys just had the government so hard on them, they had to do what the government wanted. So the reality is they want to be these libertarian sort of, like Elon Musk is kind of like he's taking the hit for everybody else. But Elon Musk is trying to push the free speech stuff. And if Trump wins, like it looks like he very well could, then we're looking good. I mean, I'm not saying Elon Musk is perfect, and I know a lot of people have criticisms for him, and I don't disagree with him per se. But I really don't think Elon Musk is like some evil, conniving scientist behind the scenes trying to destroy humanity. I really don't think that. So
are they calling Arizona, Nevada for him? What that is? Or are they just doing a what if?
I don't know, but that's pretty great. Look at that, Nevada too, man. He's got it locked up. He's got all that.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's looking really strong.
But yeah, I mean, these all of them are controlled. It's everything that enters your ears, you see with your eyes. All of this stuff goes through some sort of filter that is produced from whatever you want to call sort of the dark cabal that has a lot of control and influence over governments, over media, over financial institutions, which is really, I mean, what more power do you need? If you have the banks if you have the control of the banks, you have control of the media that presents the information, and you have control of the government, what else is there? You have total control. I mean, it doesn't matter if anybody notices. They just go, whatever, screw you.
Right. And, going back to Elon Musk, he seems like everything he does seems like it has good intentions for the most part. So, but when you go to the, the wealthy people on the Democrat side, or even you can just use the bankers as an example, everything they do seems to be for a negative for humanity. So,
yeah, but they somehow twist it. This is Orwellian shit, where they twist it into like a good thing. They call it, the Ministry of Truth or whatever. It's like, but it's actually they're lying to you all the time. It's always that. Everything, all these laws and everything in California, when you read like they have their propositions and stuff like that, the names are always nothing to do with what the bill is going to do.
Right. It's always to siphon money somewhere is what the bills are all about.
Yeah. It'll be like, everybody gets $1 million, and that's the name of the bill. And then it's, it's to basically tax you $1 million.
Well, just voting, man. Today, when I went to vote, like all the propositions are just like, they're all just trying to get more money. And it's like, if I would have voted yes to all those propositions, this is the problem with taxpayers. Oh, especially, of the female persuasion. A lot of times they will just pick because they want to do something nice.
Sounds good.
People. It sounds nice for people. And I think that
we're overburdened.
Yeah, you just got to know more about economics and understand that.
The thing is, we cannot vote for any more taxes until we rein in the government that we already have. Yeah. It's so out of control. Like, I don't care what the bill is. It could be the most beautiful. Maybe it's the best thing ever. But if it's going to increase taxes, you can't vote for it until we clean house. We got to figure out what's going on here.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to strip down whatever these other nonsense are where people are just pocketing the money. All this homeless money, it just ends up in people's pockets. It doesn't never go to homeless people,
No, it's like, it's like these, I've worked with a few of them. It's like these little nonprofits that get all this state money off of grants and whatnot, and other various means, and they're a lot, and NGOs, another great example. Like those kind of organizations that kind of just siphon off the government, they're kind of, your average person doesn't even know there's NGOs, or your average person doesn't even know there's these nonprofits that like siphon money off the government, and there's tons of them, and it's complete waste.
That's one of the things that I talk about is the illegal alien invasion is funded by tax dollars. You're paying for the government to give money to NGOs that are literally orchestrating, organizing, and funding the illegal invasion of this country.
Right.
That's your money. You go to work all the time just so you can pay for them to get rich and then have an invasion on your own fucking territory.
Right. Think about that. They're screwing you on both ends, and and they're like so like whatever about it. It's just it's obvious that the people running these NGOs are just the sleaziest pieces of shits there are.
Well, they're insiders. They're all insiders. They're all part of the club, dude.
Well, Mayorkas has connections to the heist.
It's all pre-planned anyways. When they're gonna pass these bills, they already have people lined up. They're gonna go, hey, look, you're gonna create this organization, and then we're gonna pass this bill. It's gonna give you millions of dollars, and then just make sure that you kick me back some of it. Tons of kickbacks going on. It's so corrupt, dude. It's out of control.
Right. There's an episode of Fargo that kind of it's pretty cool, but they kind of have this character who's kind of it's the behind the scenes of kind of how the financial stuff works, like how they come in there and just kind of just take what they want, man, through the government and through these corporations and the merging of the two.
North Dakota? What do you mean Fargo?
Oh, the TV show Fargo.
Oh, okay. That's in North Dakota, right? Is it based off of the town?
No, it's based off the movie Fargo. Remember back in the 90s, the Coen Brothers movie?
Yeah, I thought that was like about the town in North Dakota.
The original one was, but they made some television series on FX called Fargo, and their theme is based off the movie Fargo. But the towns that they're based in are all over the north area of the United States. But
the Yoopers, as they call them.
Yeah, I think some's in Minnesota. I think all over those towns. So they made a show basically, but it's really good because every season is a different characters in a different year. So like,
oh, okay.
Sometimes it'll be in the 70s, and the next one's in the 2000s, and then the next one's so it's pretty good.
I never saw that. I think I might have caught a couple episodes randomly, but I never really got into it.
Right. Yeah. So
I've been watching Penguin, dude. Have you seen that?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I watched, I think, the first one, but I was waiting for it to finish, and then I'm gonna watch them all at once.
I won't ruin anything, but man, whew.
Yeah, it's pretty good,
dude. Like, so I'm always surprised when Hollywood ever does anything good,
right?
Especially these days. It used to be not as, and I guess now that I'm like so aware of like everything that goes on in the world, and I know how disgusting a lot of the these sort of studios are and the people that run them and stuff. So, there's always that where I feel guilty almost enjoying it. I'm like, oh my God, these freaking psychopaths. But man, it's good. Like artistically, like they're killing it. And I was even like, man, a man must have, directed and written this. I looked at it as a woman. I was like, oh my God, what? Like we actually got a woman who's making a really good, like like Mobster, basically, show.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, I saw the first one, so yeah, I noticed it's more mobster than it is Batman. So, which is cool. And what's his name playing the Penguins does a good job.
Colin Farrell, dude, he is out of control, dude. Like is unrecognizable in that show.
Right. I watched the first one with April, and she's sitting there, and at the end we were like, "Oh, that's pretty good." And like Colin Farrell was really good, and she's like, "That was Colin Farrell? I didn't even know that."
It's funny because if you watch the behind the scenes, I mean, he's like a skinny little freaking Irish man.
Right.
He got a little accent. He's like, oh, and I'm like, what? Like, dude, because he's in it. But
yeah, how he walks, he has like a penguin walk. That's pretty tight.
It gets so dark, dude. Like,
I know that's why I haven't watched it yet, because she liked that one, but she also wasn't vibing with the dark. I could tell it's gonna get darker.
Oh, but it's good. I mean, it's not. It's like, but it's just like, whoa, that's crazy. The only, and the wokeness is basically toned down to nothing. I mean, there is the one the kid's not really good actor. The guy has like a stutter or whatever. And I'm like, well, they had to throw a brown guy in there, but whatever, that could be, that's fine. Yeah. Could be just a random occurrence,
No. It's everything has to have an equation of this much, this person.
I think it's like literally there's actual literal rules. I don't know if the unions are controlling it or
there are union rules. That's why they have to.
And they literally have to have so many women, or if there is a man who's in a power, there has to be an equal and opposite like woman of equal power. There's a lot of weird, like, people probably don't even know that stuff. But if you start looking into it, Hollywood has a bunch of actual like weird rules that they have to follow if they want to get money from the studios, from the executives.
Exactly. Well, and then those rules are put on the executives by the people that own 10%, the banking cabals, BlackRock and Vanguard.
Well, that's who creates ESG, the environmental social governance stuff. They're the one that's pushed by these massive financiers. It's pushed by BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, and Blackstone, and all these guys. They're the ones who go, look, if you don't do the ESG, we're gonna pull our money out of your company. And they control like 80% of all assets on the planet.
Right.
Not just the country, which would be crazy enough if it was just the country, but the planet.
Right.
That's so much power, and it's all ill-gotten gains. How did they get the money? I was talking about earlier about credit cards and how they work, and how it's not like the money is sitting in an account somewhere. They just create the money out of thin air to give it to you, and then you owe it to them. Then when you pay it back, then it's like, then they can do whatever, but you've already paid interest on it. So it's free money for them.
Right. They make deals with the Fed. That's basically where they get it.
Yeah, they have like a streamline through the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, it's called like the money window.
Mm-hmm.
They basically.
It's crazy.
Yeah. If they have their own money, they use their money. But if they need money,
and how do you get in the club that you're able to get that window? Can I get the window?
Well, you could become a banker. You can start your own bank, but it's not an easy process.
Well, I'd probably have to get assaulted sexually in my anus or something like that in order to get in their club.
Yeah, you'd have to be like a 33rd degree anus mason.
Anus mason.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, but just sort of on topic, but off topic. I didn't really realize it, but our military is structured around Masonic like stuff.
Right. I think
because I work a lot of military, so they'll be like, oh yeah, my 5th level, my 7th level, my 9th level. And like one day I was just like, what is it? What do you mean your 5th level, your 7th level? I know it's like different like tiers, but they're like, oh, it's like the same order of like Masonic levels. So a 5th level would be like this, they're this level, and then I was like, oh, so it's based on Freemasonry. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's intertwined with Freemasonry and then all that maritime law stuff that's England was based off of back in the day.
Yeah.
Jordan Maxwell, have you heard of Jordan Maxwell? He's an old dude who makes videos back in the day.
But Ghislaine Maxwell.
No, Jordan Maxwell. He's like he studies like occult symbols and stuff, but he talks about that, how the maritime law and the Freemasonic connection that basically affects what you're talking about.
Kind of again. I'm kind
of that guy.
Oh, Tim. He was Hillary's side man or a VP.
Man, they need term limits, dude. That's all I beg for all the time. I'm like, can we just have some term limits? This is out of control.
Yeah, Tim Kaine was freaking Hillary Clinton. There was actually a kind of a funny SNL skit where there was like a game show, and the guy's like, for $300,000, like, who's this guy? And then they walk out Tim Kaine, and he's like, because he's like, this is the most important election of our lives, and he doesn't even. He's like, they said the same thing in 2016. Who is the guy that was running with Hillary?
How come these female candidates want like the weakest dudes to like be there? They don't want a dude that's more powerful than them. That's more masculine.
I don't know. It's so because they're almost identical. Tim Kaine and Tim Walz.
Yeah.
They have the same first name, obviously, strangely enough, but they look like they could be brothers.
Yeah.
And Tim Walz is way weirder, but
yeah, Waltz is weirder, but they're both schluppy.
Isn't that funny that they came out with the JD Vance? I'm not, I don't really know much about JD Vance. Probably don't approve of him as much as most people, but yeah, they came out with a propaganda psyop of like, he's weird. And the media was running this whole weird thing. And then they pull out Tim Walz, and I was like,
that was such a fake psyop, dude. That was like so obvious, man. We have pattern recognition skills after all these years of looking this shit, but the reality is that was a weird psyop. We're going to see if we can get everybody to just think that JD Vance is weird because they knew their guy was weird.
I didn't understand the point of it. And I was like, I don't know how this even works, especially when, they pull out Tim Walz, and I'm like, that guy is actually weird.
Yeah, he was weird right away, but then they start like revealing stuff about him and how he lies about stupid shit and
his military rank and all that stuff. And he left the military because he knew he was going to get deployed. Like, right. What a pussy.
Right.
And he was like a E7, E6 or something like that. He was like in charge of, he had like a unit that he was like in charge of, and he was going to deploy with them over to Iraq. And then he goes, I'm out.
Yeah, I think Tim Walz is the reason she lost. If she would have done Gavin Newsom, they probably would have supercharged their asses to the top.
The thing is, Gavin Newsom is too powerful. He outpowers her.
Right.
So it's like she would have lost the limelight, and it would have been all about him. And I don't, and her.
No, you're 100% right. That's totally it. But if she didn't have that such a ginormous ego and she picked him, they would have won. But he would have been. Everybody would have thought he was the president.
A lot of it's probably her ego, but I think also their campaign advisors and stuff, whoever their group is, they have massive, crazy, narcissistic egos too.
Right.
And so, and look at Jill Biden came out today wearing an all like MAGA red suit today when she went to vote.
Man, I love it, man. The Bidens are just
Bidens are seething, bro.
They're mad. They forced them out. I don't know how it works in the DNC, but someone has more power than they do and forced them out.
Yeah. Well, look, they shit on each other all the time. Look what they did to Bernie Sanders. I mean, it's always. Look what they did to Joe Biden.
Yeah,
I mean,
the Democrats haven't let anybody actually be democratically elected.
Well, ever since Obama took over the Democrat Party, it's been a nightmare.
Yeah,
it's been a nightmare. He is horrible, dude.
Right.
He's the one who's. I mean, look, the Democrats have always been bad, but he's the one running the show for the last 20 years, whatever, since 15, 16 years. I guarantee you he's the one who has a lot of influence over what goes on behind the scenes when it comes to all of these people.
He's running it for sure. I mean, I think it comes from the same network, like his cousin Dick Cheney and his other cousin Liz Cheney.
Oh, that psyop with Liz Cheney and the freaking firing squad, dude.
Oh, man. Even the libs were calling him out. Bill Maher came out and said that was bullshit.
It's funny because I can call out the psyop that they're going to bring out as Trump was saying that. I go, oh boy, they're gonna say that he wanted to put her in a firing squad, and then literally the next day I reading articles, I was like, I knew it. It's so predictable, so predictable. Like I said earlier, they're not very creative. It's the same shit over and over and over again.
They don't even care to try to affect us.
Yeah, like they keep screwing us.
They only care about the dumb people. That's the tricking the people that don't actually look into shit.
There's enough of them though. There's enough of them.
They only need like 40% of those.
Imagine if a time comes where there's not enough of them though, and that's where things get real serious.
Yeah,
because they're going to continue they're going to keep holding on to whatever scraps they can, whatever amount of the uninformed sort of low IQ vote they can keep getting. They're going to keep doing it until there's sort of a.
Well, they'll import it.
Or they'll import it. Yeah, they'll import it, and we'll see. Look, Trump I think is going to win this. And I think that immigration is going to get, some of this stuff is going to get fixed. I don't think he can fix. He may not even be able to fix not even close to most of it, in 4 years. It's taken however many 60 years for us to get to where we're at, and it'll probably take just as long to get out of it.
Well, he'll be able to stop it for 4 years, like at least to the level he had before, which I think the last couple of years they were doing pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, and then probably I'm assuming that they're going to pass the baton to JD Vance, and we'll see how he does. But
I personally like JD Vance, but I know his connections to Palantir And to Peter Thiel, people question that. They think that maybe he's compromised, and I'm not saying he's not compromised in the sense that he's beholden to Thiel and Palantir, but I just think he's so articulate, and the media tries to back him to a corner, ask him questions. He has a perfect answer.
He was a never Trumper though. I mean, what, like, I just don't see why he was. I don't understand anybody who calls himself a conservative and they were a never Trumper. It's like, I'm not even a Republican, and I'm like, and I've been backing Trump since 2016.
Right.
And like I always say, yes, I have. There are certain things I don't agree with him on absolutely everything, but as he's a net positive overall. He's one of the best presidents. He's actually probably the best president of my entire lifetime.
Right. Yeah, I can agree with that, but I think J.D. Vance, though, being a never Trumper is not a problem.
We got Nebraska. They're projected winner 5.
Wow. Go Nebraska.
Yeah, go Nebraska. Cornfields out there.
I think people have the right to change their minds on candidates. Shit, I've gone back and forth voting Trump, RFK, and then RFK endorsed Trump.
I agree, but he fell for the psyop of the never Trumper thing. It's like, if you're that vulnerable and naive. Now look, there's a lot of things that I believe now that if you told me 15 years ago, I would be like, no way, I would never think stuff like that.
Right.
So yeah, everybody has the right and reserves the right, but I mean, this is like, he's a politician. He's in the mix. Yeah. It's not like he's on the sidelines or just kind of popped out of nowhere.
Well, no, he has CIA connections too. I forget through which guy in his circle. But
well,
yeah,
that's the worst thing imaginable to me.
Right.
Because you got Herbert Walker Bush, who was the director of the CIA, and this guy and his legacy and his dynasty are some of the most evil people.
Yeah.
And any of these guys who were CIA guys that end up becoming presidents or in high up offices, they're all horrible.
Oh yeah, for sure, I agree. But the other concerning person in his circle right now is Mike Pompeo, and he's CIA director, Secretary of State.
I don't understand what's going on with that.
Hardcore Zionist.
I don't know what's going to happen there because, he said that he's going to make some better choices and surround himself with some better people. That's not one. That wouldn't be one, like, get out of that. If anything, get Mike Flynn in there.
Well, I mean, today on X, you even had Ron Paul and Elon Musk together on a tweet telling him not to go with Pompeo.
Don't surround yourself with assholes like that.
Yeah.
In fact,
I don't think Pompeo even thinks himself an asshole. I think he's an evangelical Christian, and his ideals are okay with helping Israel be the frickin', biblical nation that they all think it is.
Do you think that they really believe that stuff? Like, do you think that that's really the core reasoning, or is it more about like how much money they're going to make on contracts and stuff like that?
There's people that believe it, and there's people that don't, and exploit the people that believe it. And Pompeo,
because that Schofield Bible stuff that created this whole evangelical movement within the Christianity world is really, really horrible stuff. Like if you look at that Bible with all the footnotes or cliff notes or whatever, I mean, it's written by or it was published by Oxford University, and it's all just this pro-Zionist, pro-Israel fucking shit. It's like you have to worship Jews basically, or you're not a real Christian.
Yeah, it's all wrapped up in the rapture.
Yeah,
so. Yeah, evangelical Christians are rapturous, and that's one of my issues with that sect of Christianity. I like the earlier stuff, the Orthodox, Methodist, where they don't have the rapture per se. That's later, and like you said, it does have Oxford Press as a Rothschild banking cabal operation.
Oh yeah,
and so,
well, their biggest power source, or how they've reached the levels of power, is through the British Empire. That's where the Rothschilds gained all their power. They literally bought the British Empire, basically, because they
bred with them all.
Yeah, well, but this was during the Napoleonic Wars,
right?
And Napoleon was going to win, and he was winning, and Britain was screwed, and the Rothschilds said, "We've got all this gold here. We're going to fund your war." And then they even had, I think they had something to do with, I don't know, whatever it was, but they ended up doing some kind of treachery with Napoleon. They figured out some kind of, secret intelligence way to get in there and with spies or whatever. But then they tell the king basically, hey, you owe us all this money. We won the war for you. We gave you all this money. We funded your military, your navy, and all this. And we own you. and kings and whoever was like, okay, I guess you own me. And then
ever since.
Yeah, and this was in the 1700s.
I mean, look at Evelyn de Rothschild. He owned Prince Charles. There's that photo of him with his finger on his chest, like telling him something.
Yeah, the Rothschilds have owned British royalty for 200 years.
Right.
Or over 200 years.
Yeah.
It's wild.
And there's probably more to it than that. I mean, I'm sure there's there's secret rituals and all that kind of stuff that goes on,
Oh, sure.
It all comes back to sort of the ritual black magic that they are all involved in,
Well, yeah. And, I think,
we could say Zionism, Jews or whatever, but the reality is it is beyond.
Well, it's all steeped in sort of this Babylonian mystery school. I mean, and you ever read the Bible, or have you ever read it?
Yeah.
Like I was reading Genesis last night. It's really, especially if you're into this stuff, it's super interesting, right?
Yeah,
you're reading about Jacob, Israel. That's the name of a person, Jacob. They call him Israel because he wrestled with God. You start to read this stuff, and when you're reading the actual stories in the Bible, it sounds like these guys are literally either paranoid schizophrenic or they're on drugs.
Right.
Because he's talking to, who they say is the God of Abraham.
Well, the Jews have already come out and said they think that they were on drugs when they were writing this shit.
I wouldn't be surprised because, the way they refer to God in the Old Testament, they call him the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. And it's like, so are you insinuating that there are are there other gods then? So there are other, so this is just the God of that lineage.
Well, yeah, there's plenty of people that are, religious historians that say that the God of the Jews in the Bible, the Judean Israelites, not maybe per se the today's Jews, but the gods of that period were polytheistic. They weren't. Right. They also worshipped Moloch and did child sacrifice.
And they're also polygamists at the time.
Right.
Because you read this and it's like these guys who are highly respected in the Old Testament, in the Bible, Joseph or Jacob, Israel, he's got multiple wives, It's like these guys, they're polygamists. So I guess I see where the Mormons can come up with it, but
everything was polygamous up to us. I mean, Christianity maybe to a certain point wasn't, but almost everything else involved polygamy. And to look at Mormonism and Islam, like you said, most belief systems before Christianity, and probably certain sects of Christianity. Some of maybe these Gnostic, sort of these stranger sects of Christianity, they were probably involved ritual sects as well.
I kind of like the Gnostics in a weird way, though. I know you're not supposed to say that. But...
No. I like the Gnostics too, and I consider myself a Gnostic at one point. And there is some similarities between Gnosticism and Orthodox, but for the most part, they're quite opposite. So
yeah,
and I go back and forth.
I mean, I feel like the Gnostics are just. They really dive into the sort of almost like Hermeticism or esoteric stuff.
Right, they do.
To where there's more of a physical symbology involved in a lot of the scripture, if you will. That's what I gather. I'm not an expert on it.
No, it's interesting, and I like Gnosticism, but there are a lot of commonalities between Gnosticism and Judaism as well. So, yeah, you could say that maybe it was a sort of a...
Well, this is what I say. I go, it all basically is Kabbalism at the end of the day.
Right.
A lot of this stuff, because it's either sort of it's the same stories that are rewritten and have different names or something like that.
Right.
You have you talk about Osiris and stuff like that. And then you can go into like the whole story of Jesus Christ and a lot of there's a lot of parallels within a lot of these things.
Exactly. So it's really about the symbols.
And this is nothing against the Christians, obviously, because I think the Christians are the best religion out there. And when I say this stuff, this is just my observation of objective reality. I go, look, these are very similar.
Yeah.
And I know people think that's like heresy to say this stuff, but I'm looking at it here, and this is what their story was, and this is what your story is. And they parallel in many ways. So what am I supposed to say about it?
Yeah, like Horus, Jesus, Zoroaster, all pretty much the same character.
Right.
So yeah, that commonality.
And the
so
Virgin.
It's really so once you get into the occultism, maybe you're initiated in a few levels of Freemasonry, then you understand the symbols more, or you just read enough about symbols, and then you realize that it's more about the symbolism that's involved in the religions. There's another layer to it. There's a surface level for your average person to kind of get in that spiritual mindset.
Well, it's always the duality. There's the above world and the below world, as above, as below. There's always In all of these sort of mystery schools and esotericism, there's always that duality of everything.
Right, and that's where you're kind of getting into the occult,
which does exist in nature, right? So it's not crazy.
Right.
Like there are male and female. These duality.
Right.
There are polar and negative poles and and opposites. There's this duality exists within nature everywhere around you. So it's not like it's some crazy like Luciferian demonic thing to believe in, the sort of power of this duality. But
right, and the duality goes to that Hermeticism. So the Hermeticism has the 10 rules of Hermeticism, which was actually not originally from the original Hermeticism. That's an aspect of it. I think it's called the Kabbalion. Was the book that what's his name that used to come around? Magus. Remember
Magus, yeah, the Kabbalah. Yeah, he's. I think he's busy. He's multitasking, so he's listening probably. But
that's cool. Yeah, so Magus was talking about the Kabbalion, and they kind of go through all the different 10 aspects of the. It comes from Hermeticism,
and that is Hermetic stuff, right? That's
right, and it's like you said, it's duality is one of the 10.
Yeah,
and there's magnetism, and there's I can't even think of all of them, but there's different aspects, and it's just really science. It's like old science is the way I look at it.
Yeah, it is sort of like early understanding or early versions of science.
But I don't think that's necessarily the aspect of like occultism that's bad. That's a positive aspect. I think there's positive aspects.
Well,
there's just a sort of a dark.
There's nothing inherently bad about occult, right? I mean, it just means it's hidden.
Right.
Unless you consider that to be like evil, like why are you hiding it? Why is there some sort of deceit involved in that? Why is it hidden? But that's the same thing. Like esotericism is basically this knowledge that they say is for the few.
Right.
I think that I don't know if the reason why it's for the few is because it's necessarily being hidden. I think it's just because most people don't want to take the time to ever even investigate it, and they don't care, or they they're preoccupied with paying their bills or something like that.
Yeah. You gotta have a lot of time to start looking into that kind of stuff.
And honestly, I don't know. There are probably some really there may be benefits to certain teachings that you could learn from it that maybe make your life better. That's what they kind of say the surface level of Masonry is it's a platform. It's sort of like Christianity. It's a platform that tells you like, here's a good way to live your life to be successful.
Right.
Don't do stupid things. Basically, here's a list of things that you can do that'll actually make you successful, and they do work. So you do see people that are become successful through those sort of teachings. But
right, it's an OG version of self-help. I mean, I think a lot of the self-help people, those gurus, Tony Robbins, for example.
They study that stuff first.
Tony Robbins studies the occult, dude. He's probably a Freemason himself. But yeah, they study all that kind of secret knowledge stuff. Even Aleister Crowley himself, that'd be a guy to study too. Like he literally is just teaching you under the guise of black magic psychology.
But see, that's where the road goes sour for me. You start talking about Aleister Crowley, all the things that he was really trying to summon demons.
Right.
And look, if you're going to believe in that stuff, then you probably do believe that demons are out there. I don't want any portals open for these demons to come in here. And it goes back to John Dee. I think he was really expanding on like John Dee, from the 17th or 16th century, who I think he was the advisor, basically Merlin for Elizabeth I, Queen Elizabeth I.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with Aleister Crowley because I feel like he started as a Christian. His dad was a Christian minister. And so I feel like, I could be Aleister Crowley in the sense that if I was at that time and I was into religions per se, and I was discovering all this stuff and I was going to Egypt and going looking for artifacts and stuff, I think that, anybody that has a sense of like adventure and wanting to understand things could end up like Aleister Crowley.
I don't have a problem with the wanting to understand things or even investigating some of the sort of esoteric stuff, but when you start doing strange sex rituals and blood rituals,
right?
This is sort of Moloch, Baal, Canaanite style stuff that's like really insane and really evil,
Right. It's once you start going down that rabbit hole of esoteric information and knowledge, then you get into that stuff. If you just go back, say, maybe 100 or 150 years before him, you had Jacob Frank, and then before him, you had Sabbatai Zevi. So these figures were very much like Aleister Crowley, and you have these figures come up every 100 years or so that are delving into the occult, and they kind of appear like these sort of satanic characters. And, I'm not justifying like Aleister Crowley doing butt sex to try to conjure demons or anything like that.
Yeah, those are the things they're doing.
But he started places trying to explore knowledge, and he just he had other things going on. He worked for the intelligence agencies. He was a drug addict. So
what was his lineage? Did he have was he well to do? I mean, do you know any of that?
No, his family were like Christian ministers, so no, they weren't well to do. But he just could bullshit people so well. He would get all these wealthy ladies and powerful people in England to pay for all his shit. And then that led to him meeting people in M15, it was at the time, I believe. And then he just started getting these intel connections, and big money was paying for him to write all these books and push occultism, which I don't discount that some of his stuff is just like to sell books.
Nevada's it's only 2% in, but 73% Trump. So
wow.
2% in.
How much too? Okay.
But anyways, to touch on what you're saying, Magus had some input. He must have heard you talking about that.
Magus,
I
what's
think
up?
you were talking about, what was it, the 10 things? Mentalism, polarity, vibration, rhythm, gender, correspondence, cause and effect. Is that 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Maybe it's 8 or 7.
Yeah, 8 things. And he says all occultists are committing the sin of the fallen angel. It isn't until they are deep and too far gone that they admit it and embrace it. Until then, it's all deception and justification for the practice and thinking it's, quote, true enlightenment. Right, and that's something that I've been, especially because, I like to do yoga. Like yoga is one of the best feelings in the world. It's like, and this is like meditation. Some people think because meditation is really big in like New Ageism. I don't really see it as like, I never considered it to be meditation. I would never put like a label on it, but that's what it is, right?
Well, prayer is meditation.
So yeah, but anybody can meditate as long as whatever the focal point of that meditation is. If you're praying, it's meditation to God or Jesus or whoever your God is, Lucifer, whatever it may be. But there have been times where you do start to slip into sort of the cracks of the universe, right? When you're deep into a meditative state and you're really kind of just exploring the universe in your brain. It's really a strange, interesting. I mean, it's a magical feeling. Yeah. And some people reach that point, and then it seems like they are contacted. Now, I've never been contacted. I will say one thing. There was one time that that I was doing yoga, and I laid down to do the shavasana, the corpse pose, and I saw this is before I was even ever investigating any of the esoteric stuff at all. So it didn't even occur to me at the time. I just thought it was interesting or funny. So I close my eyes, and all of a sudden I see, who's the god? I think it's a Hindu that has all the arms.
Oh yeah, that's
Shiva, not Shiva.
That's Shiva, I believe.
Is it Shiva? Something like that.
Could be Vishnu.
Vishnu or something. But I saw that in my brain, and it was arms, and they were flowing up and down, up and down, up and down. And I thought it was really beautiful, and I was like, wow, that's crazy, that's really cool, and I was enjoying it. I was just kind of checking it out, so maybe I have and I don't know if that's something that your brain just does naturally, and who knows, maybe it's just part of a mechanism, or it could be some sort of spiritual realm. Right. I have no way to know that, but I think you hear about people who do like DMT and stuff, that they say they sort of see some of those like Hindu gods and things like that.
It's kind of like one of those kaleidoscopes when you do DMT. It's pretty.
That's basically.
People say they see like trolls and different.
But see, in my brain, I don't know if this is normal or not, but ever since I was a kid, I remember closing my eyes and seeing sort of kaleidoscope looking imagery.
Wow.
So as a child, I closed my and I enjoyed it then too, because I kind of traveled through that. I felt like I was traveling through space.
Wow,
it was like an escape. You close your eyes and you're just traveling through the universe, and it's just like all these crazy colors and really whatever crazy designs and stuff like that. It went away as I got older. I do remember that as a kid, and now it happens from time to time.
Wow. You're just tapping into your deeper, spiritual mind.
But I had never seen anything like that other than being a child until doing yoga.
Yeah, yoga is great. I have to do yoga all the time just to get my old body loosened up enough to not freeze up. Like when it's cold, man, my body locks up, and I got to do this yoga to just survive.
Yeah. Oh, Bio Dad said, why isn't there a way to get rid of the closed captions? I got rid of them for you. I wasn't sure if you guys wanted to see what they were talking about as we talked, but yeah, it does get in the way of the other stuff. So I pulled them off, because really all we care about is the numbers, to see what's going on there. But anyways, what was I saying? Something about
2016 Chiba.
So I don't know if if that's what they're talking about. Where this stuff comes from, I don't know. But I would never like start worshiping Vishnu or whatever. As just because that was sort of like an image that appeared in my brain when I was in a meditative state.
Well, you have the ability to think logically and realize that.
Maybe some people don't, though. I think that some people they may be obsessed over it, or they can't turn away or something. I'm strong-willed, so that stuff doesn't affect me as much. Not to say that I'm totally impervious to it, but
right, yeah, I definitely think there are people that would be having religious experiences after that, especially in India, probably.
Yeah, but yeah, of course you can always drug induce those experiences.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot of people probably do. All right, let's check in on this. So New Jersey, not New Mexico's not going to happen.
Yeah, she had New Mexico wrapped up.
Yeah.
The cartel has that for her. Arizona, the cartel has good control over it, but there's so many Republicans there.
This is what I'm really blown away with. I mean, it's 86% in Pennsylvania, and he's still basically 3% ahead. 2.8%.
I'd rather be like 5%, but
yeah, Wisconsin is kind of a swing state, right? I mean, that was one of the.
It is a swing state for sure.
And he's well ahead there. Almost 4 points ahead.
That's looking real nice. Arizona. Ooh, yeah, that's another one he needs. Arizona.
I don't think that at this point there's really a way. And I don't want to jinx it, but it doesn't look like there's really a way for Kamala to win this. Because Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Nevada go to him, then it's game over.
Right. We'll see. It's looking good, but
I wonder which states they haven't called yet.
Well, let's go back to 2020. I believe. Okay, let's start with Arizona. Arizona went to Biden.
Yeah, it did.
It was a miracle.
It was like a 11th hour deal.
Right.
It was like 0.1%.
Well, remember, Maricopa County was having issues with the ballots not being the right size.
By the way, they were having issues today in Arizona. The voting machines ran out of ink first thing in the morning.
I heard.
I couldn't believe that. I heard that story. I go, you guys are out of your fucking minds. The biggest day, you have 2 years to prepare for this, and your printer, your things are running out of ink? What are you talking about? What kind of oversight is this?
Yeah, that's crazy. My sister lives in Arizona now, so I'm hoping she went and voted for Trump. She's a Trump fan, and her husband loves Trump too. So yeah. I'm going there this weekend. So that's going to be, we'll see how Arizona's looking this weekend. What about Nevada? Didn't Nevada go to Biden too? I feel like it did.
I think it did. I think Biden got Nevada last time.
Yeah.
The whole West Coast was totally freaking locked up.
Yeah, and he's looking good in Nevada right now too. But I remember Nevada had some shady shit going on too.
Yeah. Yep. All those kind of sort of 50-50 states had weird things going on.
Right. And I don't know if the Republicans took measures to kind of make sure, get their lawyers in there a little better this time, and maybe that'll help out.
I sure hope so. And look, Donald Trump had only been through one election his entire life.
Right.
It was 2016, and he won it. So he had no real reason to go investigate what's going on in the election system.
Right.
So he probably didn't understand all of the processes of what his rights were and how to get lawyers and police involved when they were stealing the election, basically in real time.
Right. He should have every Republican Jewish lawyer out there on his side.
I guarantee you now he does. He learned in 2020. He goes, oh, hold on. This is dirtier game than I thought.
Yes. Trump's great, man, and he's not dumb, but sometimes he seems like he's oblivious to certain aspects of what's going on.
He's not a politician. He is now, but he wasn't coming into it.
Well, he's not not also like us, who are we pay attention quite a bit to what's going on in politics. Yeah.
Well, I think he does pay attention,
but he doesn't. There seems to be some things he's doesn't really know about or understand.
Either he is not allowing you to know that he understands it or knows about it, because there's a lot of things that we know. If the mainstream will absolutely murder us over it.
Right.
Call you a racist, anti-Semite, or a bigot, a malicious individual. There's all kinds of things that they'll basically tell you that you're evil. But it's like, look, there's, and Trump probably knows he's playing the game. He plays the game better than I do, that's for sure, because I come out and I'm like, no, this is what I saw. I figured out this, and I think everybody's going to be like, oh, hell yeah. And everybody's like, no, don't say that. That's crazy.
Well, if he wins this, he does play the game better than anybody ever, because he literally lost and was knocked on his ass, and he still came back and fucking pulled that shit out.
Dude, the man's a fighter. I mean, if anything, if you don't like anything else about him, you got to respect the fact he does not give up and he does not stop. He has been charging ahead everything they've thrown at him from day one in 2015. And then all through 2016, the Russia hoaxes and Ukraine hoax and all this stuff. And all the way that they beat him to a pulp in the media all through his 4 years in office. And then afterwards, they're fighting him with lawfare and coming after him, 94 felonies or whatever they've charged him with. And they've convicted him on some of them in civil court, I think.
Oh, you don't want to show that? Here we go.
Oh, okay. So why isn't it
51 in Wisconsin? That's pretty good.
You know what? I didn't notice that the bottom of the screen was being cut off.
Yeah, it's a little bit cut off.
Let me see if I can move it. There we go.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, that was probably frustrating for everybody for the last 3.5 hours.
That's what the guy was talking about, huh?
No, he was saying the closed captions, because I had the closed captions on.
Oh, okay.
Because I was like, well, you're not. It's just gonna be nothing, just us talking. But it's probably better just to watch the numbers behind. I don't really care about listening to these ding dongs.
We're pretty smart, so we're just two dudes what your intro's not on there anymore, is it? What happened to your dude with the intro?
I'm trying to make the beginning of the show easier for people to digest, because I think people probably listen to that and then they're like, I'm out of here. They probably get halfway through it.
It's pretty cool, but maybe just have that at the end.
I mean,
I actually like that part, but I get 100% what you're saying, because I've been told the same thing when I was doing stuff. Is like,
nobody told me that, but I just have a feeling. Even if I go watch stuff and there's like a long intro, I'm like, I'm out of here, dude.
Right, come in
to the
more
fucking
casual.
meat, man. Get into the meat. I want to see what's going. And then like maybe what I could do is
I think you come in with the meat, or you come in with something funny. That's kind of what I was.
Probably what I could do is do my little intro, and then I could do a secondary official intro that do like a teaser.
Right.
But I'm all banged up right. I'm fucking injured right now, and I can't do this show that much. Even though I'm not working right now, I still, I don't have the physical capacity. I wish I did. Every day I think about doing a show.
Right. I went and looked and saw you did like 2 in the last couple of weeks, but yeah, you're not very regular, so it's kind of hard to know when to catch it.
Yeah. The problem is that I'm so worn down with the, my nervous system, my spinal cord's all fucked up. So,
right.
So my whole body's just like constantly irritated. And so my energy is just drained from that. I was able to gather energy tonight because this stuff, kind of brings it out of me. Like the whole election's exciting, so it's like my brain's just operating on a different level.
So when did your back problems start hitting you hard? Was it at work? Did something fall on you? What happened?
It honestly, well, I can't go into really many details because there's a lawsuit, but
oh shit.
But yeah, it got really bad about let's say 5 weeks ago, maybe 6 weeks, to the point where I was walking around and I won't cry like a baby, but my eyes will just be pouring out. I would be in pain. You won't see it on my face. I would never show it, or even if I'm capable of showing it, I'm not even sure. You wouldn't see it, but I would just start crying. These tears of pain would start pouring out of my eyes.
Oh my God.
And I was honestly in so much discomfort and had so much anxiety, because once your body parts start going numb and you start losing access to them, it's very scary.
Right.
So I was getting nauseous to the point where I felt like I was going to throw up, like just trying to exist in real life. So it was it's really bad. It's really bad, and I gotta get it worked on, and hopefully that stuff does happen soon.
That sucks, man.
Yeah, it's and there's so many things that I want to do in life, and everything's on hold.
Yeah, well, be very careful because you want to be able to do things in life later. So make sure you find the right doctors and make sure you get multiple opinions.
Yeah, no, I definitely, the thing is, there's a kind of a sense of urgency, but as long as I can do it and and whatever's going to happen, hopefully I can get it fixed within a timely manner.
Right.
But anyways, let's see. Pennsylvania, he's still ahead, dude. He's still ahead.
Yeah, good margin. It's almost an uncheatable margin.
87% of the vote is in.
Okay.
Look, I mean, I think that they are so I'm assuming that they probably thought that it was going to be like super inefficient like it was in 2020. Mm-hmm. That's when and I did a mail-in ballot.
Yeah, so did I.
And I think, like my dad was telling me that, they count those first.
Okay.
So a lot of times, like part of the PSYOP is that they count those mail-in, in California anyways, count those mail-in ballots first. And then it's like, who cares about, the next day, everyone's like, oh, it's already gone. Yeah. So it's like, if they're going to cheat, they just go, well, we already decided.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll know. We're going to know a lot of stuff by tomorrow if they're going to even try to cheat. They might not. They might just realize that they have no chance and just not even do the cheat. But then try other measers, which is like chaos and Antifa and all that kind of shit.
There's no if they're already, and look, this is CNN. They're in the club, right? Or they're at least a puppet of the club. And if they're projecting, they're already showing these projected winners. If they have projected winners at up to 270, I think that Kamala's advisors pull the plug. They go, yeah, it was a bad idea. It was worth a shot, but it was a bad idea, and you're gonna have to concede. We're not doing. They're gonna know they legitimately lost.
Right. At some point, they're gonna say, okay, do we shoot our load here and go all in, or do we just realize, okay, there's no way we can bullshit this?
Well, plus they want to keep that arrow in their quiver, right? Because Hillary Clinton conceded the night of. If she concedes the night, but Trump never conceded, right? And then they come out and they go, he's a threat to democracy. He never conceded. That's their little arrow they have in their quiver. It's like, so they're gonna, they whatever rules they play to, however dirty they are, that seems to be one that they stick to.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, they were pretty clever in the last one. They used that January 6th stuff to just kind of like flip the script, invert everything, and make themselves look like the victims when they were the reason for the whole situation that went down. They created that.
Well, yeah, and J6 is obviously incited by agent provocateurs. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind. It was an inside job. They had them opening doors, and they, first of all, they had limited security to begin with, even though they knew there was going to be a massive protest there.
Well, they didn't want the Congress to talk about the Congress was meeting. I think the big objective was make sure Congress doesn't have that meeting about the election interference or whatnot.
Well, they had to have a big blowout that day because that's where the attention goes, and now anything else is delegitimized. It's like whatever Trump's going to come out and say and how he wants to investigate these votes, now it's all out the window because everybody's out of their minds about the J6 thing. And, there was excessive force, in my opinion. They were they were inciting violence anyways. Even though there was already agent provocateurs, they were also inciting violence by throwing gas, smoke grenades and things like that into the crowd where they weren't even doing anything. They were literally just standing there. And there's plenty of video evidence of that. So,
not to mention no one actually had any weapons. So how's it an insurrection if there's no weapons? There's no guns. Why would anybody do an insurrection without a gun? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and then Ray Epps never got arrested, never saw a day in prison. The FBI just sort of turned the other cheek, and now he's traveling around in a $200,000 RV somehow.
He's real good at playing the victim too. That guy, man.
Yeah, 60 Minutes does a special on him.
Right.
The fuck is that?
He's obviously like one of the top provocateurs of the federal government, so they got to treat him good.
Yeah, I bet he's got a fucking retirement off of that too.
Oh, I'm sure he does.
Yeah,
I mean, before he sold his ranch, he's got a very nice ranch in Arizona worth millions of dollars. So
yeah,
he obviously made money doing something for the government.
Yeah, he's probably similar to the dude from the Vegas shooting, or Barry Seal, or whoever you want to throw out there.
Right.
Sort of these guys that somehow become identified.
Right. I mean, there's so many of them in big tech and whatnot. I mean, you could even argue Elon Musk. I know the Democrats would, but I'm pro Elon Musk for the most part in the sense.
Oh yeah, I would say I'm like 80-20 Elon Musk.
Yeah, I'm 80-20 too, because you know, so far he just has a positive vision for the future of mankind. He's for free speech. You know, obviously Twitter X is not perfect. You get censored still. You're the king of censorship. I've never seen anybody get censored as hard as you have. I mean, I get censored on there, but at least once in a while, my shit will go viral here and there. And I'm like, how the fuck did it go viral? And then I'll do the next one thinking I'm going to go viral. And then nothing happens on that one. But you literally... every post is fucking censored like I've never seen in my life.
Well, I wasn't privy to the game coming into it. I'm not a social media guy, dude. Like I came into this whole thing. I just, I was pissed off about what's going on with Trump. I wanted to talk about stuff, and because a lot of people were saying stuff, but it wasn't up to par with how I felt. So I wanted to speak my mind, and everybody else does it. So why not?
Right. So
that's what I wanted to do. And so at that point, the first thing that people told me was that you got to get a Twitter. I had never had a Twitter before. I don't know how that game works. I don't know how to make a good tweet or what's good or what's not.
No, your tweets were fine. It had nothing to do with you. I mean, I saw your tweets. They were good.
Yeah.
The problem is that...
No, it's not that there's anything wrong with what the tweet. It's that they had a problem with the content of the tweets.
Right. At some point, you must have said something that put you in some kind of box that they were never going to let you
They put me in jail, dude. They put me in fucking Twitter jail. It was a matter of days before they banned me the first time. Yeah. And it was like a 24-hour ban. Then I got banned again, and it was a 1-week ban, and then they permanently banned me. And then when Elon Musk bought it, he unbanned me after I asked.
Right.
I put in
there was a few weeks there when he came in, and my shit was just exploding everywhere. I was like, "This is great! Finally, it's back." Because back when I first started Twitter, like 2017, my shit would go viral like easy. I would just write a post that was cool, and it would go viral. It was so great. But then they came in, they just locked everything down. Then Elon came back, like you said, and opened it up, and then things were going great for like a couple weeks, and then it went back to where it's like random posts of mine would go viral, but the rest would just do nothing.
Well, I must have been onto something for them to get so upset about my opinions.
I noticed if you talk about the banking cabal specifically, you can actually, you know who Bullseye was, right? Okay, he's a character that was on there for a while, but he's disappeared. But anyways, he would say the pretty inflammatory shit about Jews, and his shit was just getting bigger and bigger and growing so fast. And, I think what I discovered from other people that were researchers on X is that they were pushing people that were more inflammatory to the top. But if you were intellectual about it and you were more analytical about it and you were...
They pushed you to the bottom.
You were criticizing the banking cabal instead of saying Jews or Jews in like a real inflammatory way.
Yeah.
But if you were intelligent, then you were pushed way to the bottom.
That was the problem with my content, was that I was approaching it from an intelligent standpoint and saying, look, here's what's really going on, and really saying, just look at the evidence. It's right here in front of you. Whether it be Russia or whatever, Ukraine stuff. And it's clear as day. And, maybe I'm not the most elegant, but I could get, I can sound at least somewhat, like I know what I'm talking about sometimes. And especially if I'm able to write it down. But, they probably saw that. They go, if I was out there, like, just picking my nose on the camera, they'd want to push that to the top. You see these people that YouTube pushes in their algorithms, they're out of their fucking minds. This guy Fauzi, whatever the hell his name is. He's like a mental case. He's like bipolar insane. At least he acts like he is. And this is like, gets like tons of, millions of views on Kick and YouTube. And there's some other guy, you see him, and it's like, and these guys are just brainless, just nonsense coming out of their mouths. And they're acting like insane people. And their stuff gets pushed to the top. Yeah. And people are so stupid that they want to watch it too. They don't care about the actual, what's going on in the world. They don't care about the reality of situations.
Well, it leads us to realize that it's a psyop. They're pushing that shit. They're trying to demoralize society and make them retarded.
That's why Mr. Beast is so huge.
Right.
There was no reason for him to ever get to the level that he's at. YouTube started pushing him in the algorithm because it was totally mindless, brainless nonsense.
Yeah.
That doesn't give you any benefit. It is absolutely no benefit to you to watch one of his videos, especially his older videos. Now it's entertaining to a degree because he has so much money and he's able to put production into it. But if you watch his old videos, it's like him putting how many plastic bags can he fit on one foot?
Yeah.
And this is just really brainless, dumb stuff. But that's the type of stuff that YouTube, wants you to be occupying your mind with. They don't want you to occupy your mind with educational stuff. Yeah. And like my show, Steve Graves Radio would cover geopolitics from all across the world. We're talking about Russia, we're talking about Africa, all over the US, and all this stuff sort of integrates at some point. It all intertwines to some degree or at some level.
You didn't have the missing element that they want to push you up in the algorithm. You should have just been racist towards black people.
Right. Yeah, there's that. Or the strange thing is, the one thing I did touch was the thing that you're not ever supposed to touch, which was talking about Jews.
Right.
I started talking about Israel, and it was like, and even just the listeners that I had collected over the year or so or whatever, half of them left overnight, because I was talking about Israel and the Jews.
Right. Yeah. I saw you transform over to, from, the globalists to the Zionists to the Jews.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's, that's the road, the ladder that you climb, Well,
it's pattern recognition. You start saying, okay, yeah, it's these globalists. Yeah, some are Jews, but that's okay. And then you realize, oh, okay, yeah, it's the Zionists for sure. Yeah, yeah. And then you go, well, no, it's both sides together, working together for their group for the most part. But
right.
Then you could go even further down the rabbit hole, and maybe within Judaism and within Freemasonry and with Christianity and Islam, there's these sort of secret society groups that are basically Satanists.
Well, I've been peeling back the layers, and yeah, you can start out with the globalists, and you start peeling back the layers, and you learn about the bankers, the Rothschilds, you learn about the true history of it, and the Balfour Declaration, and the influence of central banking on the U.S. and who's behind it, and you peel back layer after layer after layer, and look, I am so many layers deep. There are some things that I will not say because people will not understand it.
Right.
They will reject it immediately. And even if they are, maybe, some people will, if they're truly if they're deep, into it. But a lot of people that even consider themselves to be, on the level with some of the stuff, they'll think it's too far to even accept as reality. But, and what I had, and the thing, and some of these conclusions I've had to come to on my own, and these are, what I call, you could call them a theory or whatever you want to call them, because there's certain conclusions that I've come to, especially when it comes to Jews and Judaism and cabal and these big institutions, as far as I can tell, the way that, and I've thought pretty deeply about a lot of this stuff, is that, like I said earlier, Judaism, whatever it is, it's not the religion of the Hebrews in the Bible. Although it is sort of based loosely around the characters, the Hebrews.
Well, it started there.
Right, but
then it had all these other influences.
Sure, but they were also in Egypt, right? The Jews,
right?
Or, well, the Hebrews, right? They weren't Jews then, because at that time, Judah was, alive.
Yeah.
It wasn't, and I just read all of this in the Bible last night about all the way up to Exodus, like the first book in Exodus.
Well, if you really look at Jewish history, I mean, they really would take any religious or spiritual, system and try it and adapt it. Like we said, they had multiple gods that they were.
Well,
they were worshiping, or they were doing ceremonies to conjure, so they could get some kind of.
Sure, they have massive influence from the Canaanites and the pagans who were worshiping, Baal and Moloch and all these things. But really, their religion is heavily steeped in sort of this mystery Babylon, and that's the same conclusion that like Milton William Cooper came to, who I really think that he knew more than anybody in history, probably, at least openly. He considered himself to be illumined, and I agree with that. I think he was. I don't consider myself to be illumined. I don't know that much, but the things that I've been peeling back. When you look at Judaism as it stands today, at least Talmudic Judaism, nothing that they really believe is based on the Torah anymore, which is the Old Testament.
No.
Everything is these man-made. The rabbis write these opinions or sort of create these laws, and a lot of it's like really evil stuff, and it is based in a lot of that sort of mystery, these mystery schools. There's definitely an element of supremacy to their belief system. They do believe that they are a superior race, even though I don't even really see any evidence that there is a distinct race of Jews because you have black Jews, Asian Jews, white Jews.
I hate that they say it's a race. It's not a race. It's like it's a gang or a tribe, a cabal. Those are more appropriate terms. It's like a crew, man. These guys are just a crew. They have similar.
It's a culture. It's a belief system.
Right.
It's but it transcends. But the culture transcends ethnicity, race. It transcends religion.
For sure.
Because what it is a culture, and what the culture is that it is passed on generation to generation. It's been passed on for thousands of years at this point within their belief system. This culture that they have.
Right, and it's culture supremacy is the key factor.
Yes, of course, and
they look at everybody else as below them, and they're to be used and abused and manipulated.
Yes, and it's totally acceptable to them. There's no sin if they do so. It's totally, and in fact, it may even be promoted to do that,
right?
Or incentivized to a degree. And you can see that in the behavior in the Bible. You can see it in the behavior today of Benjamin Netanyahu and the Likud and all these, or in Hollywood or in the Rothschilds. You see the same behavior. It's a repetitive thing that happens over and over and over again.
Right, and it's basically anti-Christian behavior. You're going to get to the heart of what Christianity is, which is the contrary to that, which was very prevalent at the time of Christ, was kind of similar to now. And like it kind of pops up every so often, but it's similar. And, you had a demoralized society at the time. And the root of that was this sort of system of belief, this Talmudic system, which was already prevalent. Yeah. And you had the same kind of power structure where the Pharisees were controlling everything in Rome, and you have that now. I mean, our Congress is full of AIPAC as the Pharisees, right?
Well, let me summarize the second half of Genesis when it starts talking about Jacob. So basically, you have Jacob, Israel, who has Isaac, and then Esau, whatever. Anyways, you have they were brothers, right? Esau and
there was multiple brothers, but the two key brothers were Jacob, which was Israel, and Esau, and those are
Abraham, and then you have Jacob, and then below him are his 12 sons of Israel, the 12 tribes of Israel,
right?
Of Jacob.
But the narrative is important between Esau and Jacob because
that's the split.
Exactly. And then there's contention between Orthodox or classic Christians' position on it and sort of a modern movement versus sort of the Judeo-Christian perspective on it.
Right.
And which one is the Jews? Is the Jews actually Jacob and Israel, or is that actually the Christians?
Well, Judah is a son of Jacob.
I know, but there's that contention that actually the modern Jews are actually Esau, which were the Canaanite bloodline.
Right.
And so they tricked everybody and they call themselves the Jews, but they're not actually the
even Jacob lived in Canaan. I mean, that's where they were from.
Right.
It says that explicitly.
Well, there was two parts of Judea, and one was where the Canaanites were from, and then there was
basically like where Lebanon is.
Right. Well, there was a separation between the two. So you had the Judea line, which is Israel at the top, and then on the bottom you had the Canaanite line, which is Esau.
Well, anyways, there's a whole. I'm not really concerned about all that, but basically to summarize, the story of Joseph is really what I was going to get to.
Okay.
Because Joseph is one of the sons of Jacob. There's 12 sons, and Jacob starts having dreams. He has a dream that all of his 11 brothers and his mother and father bow down to him, and he tells them that, and they get very upset. They hate him for it. That's what the Bible says. They hate him. So what happens one day? They go out. They're shepherds. They're out there with the animals. They're doing their thing. They decide that they're going to kill Joseph. One of the brothers says, "No, hold on. Let's not kill him. Look, there's some I forget what they're called. I think they were Egyptians. They were whatever their name was, but they're going to Egypt, and they said we'll sell him to these guys, and as a slave. So they stripped him of his robe, and flagged down these guys and said, "Hey, we'll sell you this slave." So they gave him like 20 silver shekels, and they gave him Joseph to him. These guys took Joseph to Egypt. He was a slave in Egypt. He ended up in jail. In jail, there's a couple of guys who work for Pharaoh, his cup holder and some other guy, one of his other servants or whatever. They end up in jail with him. They have dreams. They have the first guy, he tells them that his dream means that in 7 days, you're going to get out of prison. Pharaoh's going to accept you back. You're going to get your job as the cup holder. The other guy, he says, you know, your dream means that you're going to be impaled. In 7 days, you're going to be impaled. Pharaoh's going to turn his back on you and you're gone. So what ends up happening? That happens. So he tells the guy who was the cup holder, the chalice holder, he says, hey, when you go back to see Pharaoh, can you put in a good word for me, basically? Get me out of this jail. I've been here for a couple of years. And he's like, yeah, of course. He goes, he gets out of there, never hears a word about it. 2 years goes by. The Pharaoh has a dream. His dream is that he sees 7 cows come out of the Nile. They're or the Euphrates. They're the most beautiful cows. They're fat and happy. And then 7 more cows come out of the river, and they're skinny, the most ugliest cows you've ever seen. And they consume the fat, healthy cows. And he doesn't know what the dream means. He asks everybody, all the magi's in Egypt and everybody, all of his advisors. Nobody can interpret the dream for him. So then the chalice holder is like, hey, I remember this guy who was spot on with a dream that, you know, me and this guy had, and it ended up happening. I got to my job back, and that guy got impaled. And like, bring him to me. He gets Joseph out of jail, brings him to Pharaoh. He tells Pharaoh what his dream means is that there will be 7 years of feasting or of crops that are abundant. And then after 7 years of abundancy, then there will be famine for 7 years. And the Pharaoh's like, wow, that's interesting. Like, I don't know what to do. What should I do? And Joseph is like, well, what you should do is grow as many grains as you can and farm as much as you can and store it all up for 7 years. And then when the famine hits, you'll have all the grains. You'll have all this food that will last you for the 7 years that there's famine and drought. And so the Pharaoh goes, dude, you're the smartest guy I've ever met. Of course, you know, these Hebrews are talking and they're writing this Bible. So, hey, you're the smartest dude in the world. Joseph, how clever of you. So he says, look, you're so smart that I give you the throne of Egypt. I'm the Pharaoh, of course, but you're in charge of everything. And anything, come and run it by me if you need to, but otherwise you're in charge. So Joseph is in charge of Egypt. He's a Hebrew. So years go by, and then, you know, a few years go by, and then the famine hits, and he's been storing all these grains for all those years. And then his family, his brothers and his father, Jacob and his 11 brothers, they run out of food on their farm up in Canaan. And so they have to go down to Egypt and beg Pharaoh if they'll sell him some of their grains, because they have stores of it. And so they come down there, they make the journey, and they don't recognize Joseph, but Joseph recognizes them. And they grovel, they bow down, and they say, you know, can we please buy some of your food? We're having a really bad famine up there in Canaan. Can we please get some food from you? And he sort of messes with them for a little bit. You know, he's kind of like, he wants to know about his little brother, because they all had different moms, except for he had one brother from the same mom. I forget her name, Rachel or something like that. But and he's like, where's the youngest brother at? And they're like, well, he stayed back home. Our father is old, and he didn't want to, you know, he doesn't want to lose that son. He already lost one son. He doesn't want to lose another son. And he's very interested in Benjamin. That's his little brother. So he gives them the food after giving them a hard time, a runaround for a little while. They have no idea that it's their brother that they sold into slavery. And then he gives them the sacks of grains, and then he gives their shekels back in their bags, and they don't know. He hides it, and he puts it in there, and then they go back home. And they're good for a little bit. They're confused about why they got those shekels back. And then they get run out of food, and they got to come back. So their father is like, you guys got to go back to Pharaoh, and you got to ask for more food. And they're like, we can't go back without Benjamin. You know, the guy said that we have to have Benjamin, otherwise he's not doing shit. And Jacob is like, no, I'm not sending. I already lost Joseph. I'm not giving you Benjamin to take down there and to lose him. And they're like, we are not going unless you let us take Benjamin. And Judah says, I swear on my life that I will never come back here unless I bring Benjamin back with me. And so Judah's supposed to look after Benjamin. They go back down there. Same process happens again, except for this time, Joseph reveals himself as their brother. And he goes, look, I'm not even mad at you guys because God had a bigger plan. You guys sold me into slavery. That was God's plan because I came down here and now you guys are starving, but I was here to collect all the food for the last 7 years. So here you go. You know, here's the food. I want the whole family to come down here. So all 12 tribes of Israel move into Egypt. And Joseph runs it by Pharaoh, and Pharaoh's like, dude, you're in charge. That's your family. Go ahead. Run the show. Give him the best land. Give him the best land and everything. So that's what he does. They come down. At this point, Jacob, a.k.a. Israel, is already 130 years old.
Man.
He lives there for another like 20 years. And they basically they're living in the lap of luxury, right? Joseph is basically like in charge of everything of Egypt, and he's giving them whatever they want, and they have all this food. They have as much access to everything. Finally, famine ends, whatever. Jacob dies, and the tribes of Israel continue to grow in Egypt. They're getting bigger and bigger, all 12 of them. They all have their own lineages, and they're just, it's becoming massive to the point where the Egyptians are going, oh, hold on, I missed a really important part. I missed a really important part. So during this time of famine,
Graves Bible Hour.
Yeah, I know. It's just, we're watching the election.
No, it's good. It's good. I'm just surprised you remember. How many times did you read it? One time?
That's all it takes, baby.
Wow.
Anyway, so the most important part, and this is what I was getting to about sort of this culture where a lot of this stems from. So basically all the Egyptians before, meantime, the family's there, they're all prospering, they're growing. And the rest of the country is starving, and they're out of money, right? They've already came and bought all the grains they can from Joseph, and now they're out of money. He owns all of the money in Egypt. This is what the Bible says. It says he owns all the money of Egypt. And so
this is why they think he was a Jew.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm getting at. But so anyways, so he has all of the money of Egypt because, he had all the grains and they got to eat. And so he goes, well, you're going to have to give me all your animals. Give me all your livestock. So they start bringing their livestock. So he gives them grain. They give him all of his goats, sheep, cows, everything, mules, camels, whatever they got. And so now the tribes of Israel they have all of the silver shekels. They have all of the livestock. And then people come back, they go, Joseph, we're hungry. We already gave you everything we have. We have no money and we have no livestock. He goes, you got to give me all of your land so I can farm your land. So he accumulates everything. He accumulates all the money, all the livestock. Now he's accumulating all the land. Who does this sound like? Rothschild or something like that?
Yeah, Rothschilds, exactly.
That's what I'm thinking when I'm reading this. I'm like, this is like Rothschilds.
Yeah.
So anyways, he gets all the land. He owns all the land.
They're probably related to him, like genetically, too.
Probably. And so he owns everything. And his family is becoming, very well. They're very wealthy. Obviously, they have everything. They own everything, all of the money, all of the land, all of the livestock. Everybody is basically subservient to them. And then Pharaoh dies. And then Jacob's been dead for a while. Joseph dies. After Joseph dies, first of all, after the Pharaoh dies, there's no connection. The new Pharaoh has no connection to Joseph. He doesn't care. He's like, who the hell are you? Why was old Pharaoh letting you run the show, basically, kind of a thing. And then he ends up dying. And then the Egyptians start to ask questions. Who is this family or these 12 tribes that just own everything around us? Like, this is our country. This is Egypt. We're Egyptians. Who the hell are these guys? So that's when Exodus begins. They get upset. They're like, we gotta get these guys out of here. We gotta take back our country.
Yeah.
Isn't that it? It's sort of interesting. I mean,
history repeats, or it rhymes. There we go. History rhymes.
I gotta take a pee really quick. Do you want me to just turn on the thing? Do you gotta pee at all?
No, I don't have to pee yet, but
okay.
Yeah, you go pee. I'll just talk and look at this.
Okay. I'll let you hold it down.
All right, let's see. Trump 246, Kamala 182. So Trump is close. He's close. We'll see what they can swing in the swing states here. What do we got? Pennsylvania, Trump's up by a pretty good amount. Looks like 3.5 or so. It's within the realm of cheating, but it's looking pretty nice. Let's see, Michigan. Wow, Trump's up good in Michigan. What do we got? 61%. So that's about 6%. That's above the yeah. You can't cheat that. So that's pretty good. So those are two swing states. Wisconsin too. Wow, Trump is doing really well tonight. He is up about 4% in Wisconsin. So Trump is looking strong right now, and obviously they haven't given points for these states. But if he gets Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, which he's winning all of them, Arizona's looking like the closest one. But if he gets these 4, he's got it. So, but yeah, Arizona.
Where's he? What's his total right now?
247. But he's winning in Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, and what's the other one there? Wisconsin,
Arizona?
Pennsylvania.
So he needs 23 more to go. And what's still up for grabs here? So Wisconsin, have they called it yet?
No. But he's really close. So those 4 states, if he gets them, he wins. And not to mention, he probably will get Nevada too. So imagine if he gets those 4 plus Nevada, he's going to have a considerable victory. And
he may hit 300 votes.
Yeah, and they can't really do much about that. There's nothing they can contest.
There's no way she concedes tonight. I think she concedes. And I've been feeling this way for the last couple of days, anyways. Thinking to myself, I think that the night of, we know.
Yeah,
because the news keeps coming out, and the news lies about everything. So that's the first, red flag.
Yeah.
If they're saying something, it's like, what is that about?
Well, they don't want to give it to him. So if they say it, that means he's kicking her ass.
They've been saying it's going to take 7 to 10 days or something.
That's only if it's close, though. If it's not close, I just don't think that they can pull that kind of a cheat off.
I think some of the races, like maybe the senators in Congress, House of Representatives, those might go on.
Right.
And they might be really close. But the presidency, I think we'll know tonight.
Right.
I think we'll know tonight. I think.
Let's hopefully that assassin doesn't come out tomorrow and look for him.
Which assassin?
Just any assassin that they can find to try to take Trump out.
Let's see. Magus in the chat, he's like, damn, is Trump going to pull it off? CNN and InfoWars have similar numbers. Google's numbers are different.
Wow, CNN and InfoWars are on the same page?
What? My uncle was telling me that they're going to auction off InfoWars through the lawsuit. And I was like, who's going to buy it? And he goes, I think Soros is talking about buying it.
Right. He's already transitioning over. Like all his branding is ditching InfoWars, and it's like the Alex Jones show or something. Yeah, I think.
So that's a possibility that Soros buy.
No, it's not a possibility. It's a given. It's happening. It's the only question is if a patriot, quote unquote patriot, comes in and buys it.
Elon Musk.
That's what he's hoping. But I don't think Musk.
How much is InfoWars worth, and how much would Soros? InfoWars is probably worth at least $1 billion, right?
Right.
Maybe 2.
Yeah, I would say it's worth $1 billion or 2. So I that's what they want. They want to sell it so he can pay off that debt that they forced him into.
But he's in debt for $4 billion or something, isn't he?
Right. But with inflation, like he'll, if he stretches that out 20 years, $4 billion won't seem like much after all this inflation.
Oh, wow. Crazy times, man. That would be so crazy if George Soros, the guy that Alex Jones has been like, his mortal enemy for 30 years. He comes in. This is, and that's lawfare. They went after him. They're going after Musk.
And that's what Soros specializes in, lawfare, man.
That's right. Well, that's, we just talked about how Joseph gained, all that power.
Right.
To me, it seems devious. It seems like, wow, I think a lot of maybe Jews and even Christians, I don't know, but, or at least evangelicals for sure, probably look at it and they go, this is respectable. Like, wow, look at how amazing Joseph is. He was able to exploit this entire country. I read that and I go, this is horrible.
Yeah.
Like you're putting these people into a position, they're starving, and then you're like, give me your land.
Well, isn't that the argument against the Old Testament? There's a lot of shit like that to where the people that are considered to be revered and to look up to are basically, power-hungry psychopaths.
I personally don't look up to people like that.
Right. Well, that's Christian. See, what happened was Christ changed the game, and then you are supposed to have different values. You're supposed to have morality. You're not supposed to do unto others. You're not supposed to fuck people over. But unfortunately, that Old Testament stuff is kind of a little different, and it's up for debate. But I think from a story like that, you can take the fact that that's very much what you said, like Rothschild type of stuff.
Well, that's exactly what's happened to the United States of America. I mean, you have sort of this, and look, yes, a lot of them, or most of them maybe, are American citizens, but they don't hold their loyalty to America. And people will say that's anti-Semitic to say that, but it's like, dude, the proof is in the pudding. I mean, this happens time and time again. It's not like people just say that because they want to say it. I don't want to think that. I don't but that's just the way. I just have a problem rejecting objective reality. I can't do it. I see something and I go, that's what it is. You can't lie to me with your bullshit propaganda magic. I'm just going to go, but what about that? They're doing the thing that they do.
Yeah.
Why is it when you put them in positions of power, like a Secretary of State, that they only want to help Israel and not the United States of America, who they are working for?
Because they're tribal and they have group interests, and
their loyalty does not lie to a specific country. And this goes back to the biblical times. That's exactly what the Egyptians said.
Well, you can make the argument for all groups. I mean, all groups kind of do that. You could say, people that come from, Armenia are kind of group oriented, and they come to the United States and they exploit it. And it's not really like they have some allegiance to it, maybe, so they can continue to exploit it, but they are more allegiance to their being Armenian, or you can make the argument for
I don't know if they have allegiance, but they hold their culture tightly. But most of the Armenians I've met are like super patriotic Americans.
No, yeah, there are definitely, and let's be honest, there's patriotic Jews that aren't.
Oh, sure, yeah.
That aren't,
like
as
Ben Shapiro, for example, he loves America,
right?
But who does he love more?
Israel.
Of course. It's like, but that's the point. That's the point. I'm not saying that they don't love America,
right?
But who do you love more? Who does your true, at the end of the day, where does your true loyalty lie? If somebody has a gun to the head, one of the heads is Israel and one of the heads of the United States of America, which one do you decide to shoot?
Right. I think it's kind of, if you have to shoot one or the other, it's the same as having two parents, and one you like both your parents, but one you like better. So you take out the one you like less.
I shoot myself at that point.
Yeah.
I'm not choosing that shit. Blow my brains out.
Well, it's an analogy anyways, but the point is that Israel, most of the Jews will pick Israel over America, but I don't think everyone would, and some don't.
Not every single one.
Some have no allegiance.
Everybody, and I'm not like accusing you of anything, but so many people, like if you make a statement, they're like, oh, you're generalizing everything, and I'm like, well, sometimes you have to kind of make generalities. Otherwise, how do we have a discussion on it?
Right.
If I'm not allowed to generalize things. Like, I'm talking about the general consensus of things. I'm not talking about like specific individuals, Well,
things can operate on both levels, generalization and specific. So there's something to both. It's not just like, oh, we should only look at everything like very specifically. I mean, yeah, that's one thing, but there's a generalization that happens, and that's.
Well, I made a post on X the other day that went like semi-viral, like and at least as far as my level goes, but I said, boomers are heavily brainwashed as children, or boomers were heavily brainwashed as children. Basically, I'm summing it up here, to love Israel. And there's really not much you can do about it. It's really hard to break them out of it. And I mean, people were loving this. I mean, everyone's okay. But then you got boomers coming in, and they're like, how are you going to generalize an entire generation? And I'm like, easy, because generally, boomers, that's how they feel. It's hard to break a boomer out of their pro-Israel Zionistic beliefs, whether they're religious or not, secular, and doesn't matter. They have this sort of built-in brainwash programming that they've been handed to them from the time they were a child through the government.
Well, through media too.
Through media, government, which, like we talked about, are interlinked. But
all those '80s movies, Roots and all that kind of stuff, and then the Schindler's List.
And boomers are yelling at me, going, "Fuck you! I've been hating Israel since the '70s," and I'm like, that's fine. I'm not talking about I'm not saying it's a rule. I'm just saying that it's a generalization. I'm generalizing, and if I can't have generalities, then how do I make any point ever in the world?
Well, just make the argument when they say you're generalizing, saying no, I just have pattern recognition skills.
Right. And most of them were like, yeah, you're right. Like if it is a generality, it is a generalization. And basically, typically that's true. That is the truth, what you're saying. I'm like, it doesn't apply to every single person. Same thing when I talk about Jews. I'm not saying that every single Jew is some hell-bent, globalist, insane person. But there is this generally a lot of them, like enough of them to the point where I go, this is definitely something. It's not nothing. And how do I refer to it?
It's just patterns, man. You're seeing patterns that continue.
Well, what do I say? Okay, well, 96%.
Look at the story you told. Look at the story you told. That's a pattern. You recognize the pattern that you saw later with the Rothschilds. It's a pattern. So there's some commonality there. They have a genetic commonality, so you can see the pattern.
I don't think it's genetic though. I think it's a cultural belief. I think it's something that's built. So this is what I've summated from this is, like my heritage, whatever direction you want to go, there are certain things that generation after generation, there are certain things that are passed down to eventually they get to you. My parents have passed down things.
Wow, Trump's getting way ahead in Michigan.
Oh yeah, good. But there are things that it's like subliminal, right? It's not like they even mean to pass them on, but it's just, they just do it naturally. Just through the way they raise you, just their way they are, you just pick up on it. And that's how you become. So these things go back generations, however far back to maybe the first one of whoever it was.
Or you can, historically they're called curses, but
it could be a curse, it could be a blessing, either way.
Right. Well,
it goes
I don't think there's any difference between what was perceived as a curse back then and then being maybe a genetic trait.
I'm not even saying genetics. I'm saying it's a cultural thing.
Right, you're saying environment versus
yeah, I'm saying that you can't
nature versus nurture, but I think there's both. I think there's nature and nurture.
Go into sub-Saharan Africa and find a remote tribe and then expect them to assimilate into they don't have the tools built in. Nobody built it into them. Nope, their parents never. So over the years of all the technology that has advanced within European culture, generation after generation gets to the evolution is natural process. So your parents are well adapted to it and they're able to hand that to you in a handbasket, basically, with a ribbon on it. Yeah. But if you've been living your whole life chasing down whatever those baboons are, you don't understand how to drive in traffic. You can't just expect that person to they don't have all the tools that have been handed down. That's what the point I'm making. It's the same thing with the Jews. It's the same thing with any group of people, white people, whoever. It doesn't matter. White people act a certain way because that's what's been passed down generationally through the culture, through just natural sort of osmosis.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%, but I would say that there's, just looking at psychology and different scientific theories these days, there's nature and nurture, but I agree that environment is big. I definitely, especially as I get older and I see certain things, traits that are handed off, but there are, because I have kids, you don't have kids, so it's a different kind of perception, but I see traits that are not necessarily traits that are environmental, but traits that are
they're natural.
They're genetic.
Yeah.
So I think, whether you're talking about the Jews or you're talking about sub-Saharan Africans, there are certain traits that are going to be they're gonna be going no matter whether it's genetic or environmental.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Psychologically, there could be like certain things like psychopathy or sociopathy.
Right, and the argument is, in terms of the Jews, is that some of the inbreeding would lead to psychopathy.
Yeah, that is one theory that probably is some truth to it.
So that would be more of a genetic trait that would be passed on as opposed to environmental. But I think you're correct too. There's environmental, like you're like in this little tribe and you're doing these rituals and you have this certain concept of things, and that will get passed on just environmentally as well.
I think that your major firmware that's built into you, the way that your worldview or your perspective is probably a lot to do with learning through osmosis through the people that raise you. Now, it doesn't even have to, I'm not saying, and like you're going with more genetic pattern, I'm going more of a nature or a nurture pattern, where I think that, you could probably take a newborn baby from sub-Saharan Africa, like remote tribe, and put them with a European family. And as long as it spends the entirety of its life learning through osmosis, that's what I'm calling it, but you know what I mean. That's, you're picking up on it because they are subconsciously giving it to you. then they would probably act just like you. I think it's a similar. Well, maybe there might be subtle differences in some genetic.
They've done these experiments, and it's surprisingly the opposite. Like they have their genetic traits, and even though you environmentally have this certain culture, that
there are some traits I'll agree, anger or something like that could be.
They've done it with twins too. Twins that were adopted by people in different areas, and those kids maintain these certain genetic traits, even though there's these variables of environmental factors that are different influences, but the traits still stay consistent with what they would have been with their family.
But do you believe there's no self-determination then? So basically, whatever you got is what you get.
No. I believe in both. I think there's both factors. It's just like duality, like you're talking about.
But you put more of an emphasis on genetics over.
I don't. Science does. Science has done they've done these experiments. I've read about them over and over. They've done it where they put like African kids with white people and they don't adapt to all the.
But those tests. So there could be other things, other variables that are sort of unseen.
But there's other variables where they do adapt, and they do adapt.
What I'm getting at is that a white parent who receives a black child may not treat that child, especially adopted, no matter whatever race. An adopted child will probably never be treated exactly the same as a biological child will be treated.
Maybe, yeah.
And then you put even a bigger barrier because now it's a child of a different race, and just subconsciously that could be another barrier. So yeah, I mean. There's a lot of variables there, and the argument could go either way. But
they've done experiments to where they a kid's parent dies, and they put them with a foster home, but then the kid also gets to later or before, depending on the experiment, go with an aunt or a grandma or someone that's related to them. And there's a different.
It's better, yeah. Well, because blood, that's your family. You're going to treat your family better than you're going to treat a stranger. And
that's
as sad as it is, we like to pretend that that's not true, right? That's an unfortunate truth. But
that proves the genetic factor, that there's a genetic factor to it. It's not all environment. But that being said, I don't disagree with the environmental factor. That's big too. You see that in other situations where the environment comes into play with behavior and whatnot. So I think behavior is definitely strong environment. But
I mean, there's certain things that absolutely 100% I believe are genetic. I mean, this is easily provable science, like you said, frontal cortex, things like that. There are differences in different lineages of human beings, and can be pretty extreme differences.
It's like breeds of dogs. There's psychological, neurotic differences between breeds of dogs.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of inbreeding in dogs too, which that can cause issues as well.
Same with humans, where you have, say, sub-Saharan mixed with the European. They're going to get traits from both of those.
Right, and a lot of times they don't exactly work out that great. At least, I don't know, health-wise or whatever, but...
Or sometimes they work out great, like Patrick Mahomes of the Chiefs.
Oh, yeah. Or what's Lenny Kravitz's daughter, Zoe Kravitz, dude?
Right, she has that movie. Did you see her new movie? Her movie's really good.
What is it?
Shoot.
She was in that Batman movie, right? The new one with what's his face?
And then she directed a movie that just came out. I forget what it's called, but it has Channing Tatum, and it's pretty interesting.
Oh, I'll have to watch that.
You have to watch. You want to know why you have to watch it?
Huh.
Because it's about a rich dude who brings people to his island and gives them this drug where they forget that they get raped.
Oh, P. Diddy.
Or Epstein. Yeah. So it's something you'd be into.
Dude, there are so many. When you go back and start, and I've had a lot of free time right now, right? So I have HBO Max. That's what we're watching CNN
on. It's on HBO Max, so watch it. Just look up.
I have been going back watching older movies.
Channing Tatum.
There are so many things I pick up on that I never would have even thought about, because when you're under the spell, when you're in the Matrix, right? For lack of a better term, I mean that's really the best way to describe that mental state, when you're not aware of really what's going on.
Right. That's what the Matrix is. It's just, it's being ignorant.
And yeah, being ignorance is bliss. That's true. I mean, that is a very true statement. I would almost rather not know certain things, but you can't unknow things unless you get the P. Diddy drug. But
my aunt's asking, "Are you still watching? Any thoughts?" I'm about to say Trump is going to win.
Dude, he's at 246.
Unless they cheat. Trump is going to win.
Now they're finally showing the headquarters of Trump now. Everyone's not partying yet. They're all kind of on edge. So they're not going to celebrate till they hit that 270. I mean, he's popping the champagne tonight, and I bet you Kamala Harris calls and concedes.
Yeah, I like that. I hope so. I'd like to get this to like a certainty level where there's not going to be like, like people protesting all stupidly. I mean, they may still do that.
That's going to happen. That's for sure happen.
Right. Did you see all those shops that were boarded up in liberal cities?
Well, you know what? But here's the thing. We talked about this earlier. Trump wore the funny hat, and he did the thing with the Schneerson, and he's done some other stuff. He's done these rituals that they want you to do to sort of bend the knee.
Yep.
Who funds Antifa and BLM and organizes these riots and these protests? Jewish NGOs. I mean, I don't want to have to spell it out that plainly, but that's what it is.
Well, Antifa is primarily Jewish lawyers.
Yes, of course. Well, they started in fucking Bolshevik Russia.
Right. The interesting thing is whenever they catch one, they're either some like criminal degenerate or they're a lawyer. Those are the two options.
Yeah, these pedophiles or
well, look at what's the kid that with the gun up there during the last one? The dude they had the trial.
Kyle Rittenhouse.
There you go, Rittenhouse. Look at the dudes he ended up shooting. They were all
the criminals,
Jewish criminals.
Yeah, they were Jews and they were all criminals. They won't tell you that on the news, though.
No, they don't want to highlight that.
No, they won't highlight that part. You have to start noticing that stuff on your own. Unfortunately, even talking about it, people will turn it off immediately. They'll go, did you just say that?
Yeah.
And then you go, well, seed been planted. Next time, just take a look.
I thought we were pretty, light on that tonight. Probably not, but I was trying not to be light about it.
I try to tiptoe around it nowadays because, people are so sensitive about it. And it's not that I mean to hurt anybody's feelings. It's not even that's not the point. That's definitely not what I want to do. It's just that if I see something that exists and for some reason we're not allowed to talk about it, I have to talk about it.
Yeah.
And that's sort of just a problem of mine.
I have no ill will towards Jews. I love Jews, and they're they write great comedy, and they're very clever, and I always have a good time hanging out with them. So they're cool. But the problem is just that Jewish mob that needs to,
Well, the culture is toxic. The nepotism is off the charts. I mean, it all stems into the sort of the supremacist belief system that they have, which they accuse white, and yes, there are white supremacists.
It's crazy now that looking back of like growing up and you hear white supremacist, and you realize now that it's a psyop it's like accuse other people of what you're doing.
Yes,
and so that's what it's all about.
Exactly. That's exactly what this stems all the way down into what we've been dealing with this election, where you have the Democrats accusing Trump of literally what they're doing. They're like, Trump's going to put everybody in prison.
Right.
All of his political enemies in prison. It's like you just put Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon. You've had Trump in and out of courthouses. He got a freaking mugshot. You're on the brink of putting him in jail. And you're accusing him of being the one who's going to start throwing people in prison. You're literally doing it right now.
Yeah. Well, they're going to keep trying. I mean, they're shitting their pants right now. Look at this. Pennsylvania by 4.
Yep. He's got Pennsylvania. There's no way. I mean, unless there's cheating. Look, cheating.
Yeah, I mean,
don't forget.
It's going to be like, you remember the one with Biden? It goes like this, and then it goes way up.
Yeah,
it's going to be
fraud.
It's going to be even more. It's going to go
in the middle of the night too. The middle of the night.
Wow.
600,000 votes within an hour.
You're going to know in the morning like how fucking bold this deep state is, whether they say, okay, this looks too fake, or they're going to be like, fuck it, we got to do this or else we're fucked.
Like I said, I think that the deep state has to bow out because there's another powerful entity who maybe they do struggle with or ally with, depending on the situation.
I think they bow out too. That's my vibe, because I think they're like, okay, let's just dump this economic fucking shit that's going to hit next year onto Trump. And Trump will be better equipped to deal with it anyways.
Here's what's going to happen tomorrow morning. Trump's going to declare victory tonight. Tomorrow morning, the S&P 500 goes down, 8% or something. There's going to be some kind of like something's been going on with the markets that's really weird and fishy.
Yeah.
Like they're artificially being sort of held up.
Right, for sure.
And I have a couple theories on that, which I think a lot of it is that, BlackRock and these other, what we always talk about, the big five or whatever, they have so much power over where the stock market goes. If they don't sell their shares, then they can or buy more shares. They can hold up a market easily. They control 80% of everything on the planet.
Right. They could take down anything. They could take it down.
They could take it down, or they could build it up.
Right. And just look at Warren Buffett.
When your partner, your cousin, your brother, whoever is the Federal Reserve, who creates the money that is used all around the world, the reserve currency.
Well, Jerome Powell's allegedly not part of the tribe, but I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's why he's been actually somewhat decent, probably.
So he may be part of the tribe via the Catholic Church, via his Freemasonic group, but who knows?
Is he Masonic? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm speculating.
There was one time where he was speaking and he had two lights behind him, and they each had three little lights on them. Huh. And I was like, that looks like a 33 to me, but I don't want to go too paranoid on it,
Right. Sometimes you see that stuff, like you'll go on like Twitter or whatever, and people are like, they see that stuff and they're like, oh my God, look, it's an occult. So like sometimes,
it's like, dude, sometimes stuff just exists.
Sometimes just the accidents, man.
The one that drives me nuts is the hand, the Illuminati hand thing.
Yeah.
Because everybody hold their hands like that sometimes. You put your fingers together and you're making the Illuminati sign.
Right.
And they go, oh, look at the signs. And
right. They have the
they're not flashing. It's some random fucking cop in some town. And they're like, look at how his hands are. He's flashing the sign. I'm like, dude.
There is something to it. I just don't think in every case it's some Illuminati thing, but there is some. It's not.
There are certain times where it might be, but I don't think.
No, it's not Illuminati though. It goes to. It is an occultic thing, but it goes to. It's supposed to relax you for conversations.
I do it myself.
It's something more like if you do it, you're able to get into a meditative state.
I hold my fingers like this all the time, and I do this.
Right.
Because it calms me.
Yeah.
And it looks like an Illuminati sign. I never have done that before I ever knew what the hell Illuminati sign was. It's natural human
no, Steve, you're Illuminati. Admit it.
Yeah, I wish, dude. I wouldn't be sitting here and freaking BFE with you if I was Illuminati.
Yeah, you'd be in Austin with your podcast next to Joe Rogan's.
Yeah, exactly. I'd be fucking banking. They wouldn't be shadow banning me on X if I was...
yeah.
Or maybe that's the whole big grand scheme. We'll make him look authentic by banning him from everything.
Oh, look at that, Michigan. Dang, that's like shit.
Michigan's
6%.
a done deal.
6%.
Michigan's a done deal.
Those Indians, man, in Dearborn are like, fuck this bitch.
Did we see? So Minnesota he's still doing good in Minnesota. Look how quickly this percentage of the votes in is going, though. If they say they can't get through all the votes tonight, they're out of their damn minds. I mean, that's a total blatant lie. Why? How are they already at 85, 90%, 75% on some of these?
Yeah, it's really going to be a thing of them, like, they are going to have to cheat so hard. Like I was saying to my aunt earlier, like, yeah, Trump's going to win, but then they're going to try to pull some shit, and various outcomes can happen, but Trump's going to win. And it's pretty obvious that he's winning. So it's just a question of what kind of game plan they have to try to circumvent that, whether it's going to be cheating or just cause chaos. Those are their two options, right? Or maybe some kind of like attack of the grid or all these different scenarios that Alex Jones talks about.
Well, they were already doing. There were some, like they said that Russia had bomb threats, like Russian bomb,
and then they came out like a couple hours later and said that was a hoax.
Discredited it, of course. But that's a headline, right? Like, oh, Russia's trying to help Trump. They're planting bombs in Georgia. Immediately, I go, you guys are not creative. You can't come up with anything. It's probably some liberal in his basement calling in, going, oh, well, Russia.
Yeah, it's just like the Liz Cheney thing.
Probably still believes the Russia with the Steele dossier and all that was all totally fabricated.
Yeah, the media is just disgusting trash.
Well, these guys, and this is what I realized, after I started reporting on a lot of this stuff and thinking more deeply and investigating a lot of it, these guys that they put on TV are clueless.
Well, no, they're pretty good at reading off a teleprompter.
Yeah, but they have no original thought, no critical thinking, no discernment, no anything. I mean, they're literally just that's exactly all that they are. They're little automatons, you know, and they just do their little job that they're supposed to do. That's it. They don't have any other than like guys like Tucker Carlson who kind of broke out of whatever, you know, and even in the 90s maybe it wasn't as bad as it is today, but you know, Tucker Carlson kind of broke through it and he's like, I'm just going to say the stuff that I see that's real. And I'm gonna, even though that you think it's crazy and you don't want me to talk about it, I'm going to talk about it anyways.
Yeah,
he lost his job for it, but
yeah, I agree, man. Tucker definitely took a leap of faith, but he also recognized that everything's changing. We're moving to this sort of different format of news, and you know, he had big money players, like I said, and same ones that had backed Trump, backed Tucker, the same one. It's that wellness group, which is funded by Peter Thiel. So if you watch all these podcasts of these people that are supposed to be the dissident right or the alt-right or whatever, they're all being funded by the wellness group. So if you watch a podcast, look for, this is sponsored by Wellness Group.
yeah.
If you see that shit, Wellness Group is CIA, Peter Thiel. So basically, the alternative media is actually astroturfed, and it's funded by Peter Thiel, who has CIA deep state connections. So
yeah, you know what's funny is because the last actual episode I did of SGR was on because Tim Pool had announced that he was, you know, maybe ending his show.
Yeah, but then he fucking chickened out on that.
And then he didn't he sell a show to Daily Wire or something?
Oh, did he? I didn't hear that.
Well, that's where he's been all week. I don't know.
That way he doesn't have to manage it, basically. He just goes in.
Well, that's what he was saying. I don't want to manage
he was getting tired of managing it, so he wants to just skate in there, talk, and then leave.
I think he threw the bait out and he knew that he was going to get the bite. Because he seems.
If I'm Tim Pool, I'm selling the Daily Wire. You give me 100 mil?
Yeah. Well, it's not going to be 100 mil. Is it worth 100 mil?
No, but say 100 mil over 10 years. Fuck it.
Yeah, maybe over 10 years. Yeah, for sure. I'm taking it.
Yeah.
I don't know how rich the Daily Wire is. Are they that rich? I don't know. They were going to give that's what they were going to give Steven Crowder, huh? Was it 100 mil?
100 mil.
And I remember seeing the look in Tim Pool's eyes. He was like so envious. He was like, "Oh, how are you?" You know, I just remember kind of remember that whole scenario where
I mean, Tim Pool's already got at least 20 mil, I would think. 10, 20 mil.
Oh, easily. Yeah, for sure.
So he's not doing bad. I mean,
no.
He just kind of chills out. The problem is that he just can't manage that shit. It's just so much. There's so many layers to his business now.
Yeah. I mean, and just me personally, I go, shut the fuck up, you drama queen. Why are you pulling this shit?
I don't even watch him anymore. I just saw that on.
I don't either. But when he posted that, I was like, all right, I'll watch it. So what is this about? You know?
Fucking, I hate I hate his whole crew. It's.
And I knew. I said on the show because the title of the show was like Tim Pool's talking about pulling the plug, or whatever. And then I was like, I don't think it's gonna happen. You know, but that's what he's saying. I was like, I you know, you can see that from, you know, it's kind of like the same Alex Jones move, right?
Right.
Today's the last day. I'm getting kicked out by the FBI.
Oh my God. Fucking Alex Jones, man.
But hey, people buy it, you know, and I guess, you know, it's really difficult when you're able to see through stuff like that. It's really frustrating, like for probably people like us.
Well, it goes back to what I was saying. That layer of the alternative media is kind of like, I don't want to say it's fake because there's still good content there, but it's kind of like been kind of.
It's less fake than legacy media, but it's not still fully real.
Right. There's people behind the scenes saying, "Here, we're going to give you money to present this angle."
Yeah. Once you reach a certain level of success, there's always going to be the money guys.
Right.
And they're always going to be like, "Hey, you want advertisements or you want."
Like the gold dude that always is on Alex Jones now. That dude's obviously paying him to. Oh, on this show, we're going to do this. And then it ends up just being a fucking info commercial.
Yeah. And that's, you know, and that's what used to drive me crazy. Like, you know, because I used to listen to Rush Limbaugh. And then I'm like, it was always like 8 minutes of him talking. And then it was like 12 minutes of commercials. And I was like, God, can you just, your show is only in like 2 hours long, but I only get like 15 minutes of, you know, whatever you're saying out of it.
Right. Well, Alex is now just sells his vitamins all the time. And it's just like he has this stream on X now, which is I used to watch him on, I think, BitChute. You know, I watch him like once or twice a week. And now he's on X and it's just constantly streams. Have you seen that shit? It's like 90% ads for his vitamins. It's crazy.
You know, I honestly don't watch that much content. Most of what I absorb is reading. I just read stuff. I don't really like watch a lot. Like if it's something that is noteworthy, I'll watch it.
Right.
You know, I don't sit. I don't want to like inundate my brain with like other people's ideas. I like to form my own thoughts.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, I agree with you for the most part, but when I'm working, I'm listening to podcasts, so I don't mind getting other people's perspectives on things.
Yeah. Somebody gave me some criticism like a few weeks ago on somebody on the internet, and they were like, yeah, like your show's okay. Kind of sounds like rambling, and you say I don't know a lot, and like that. I feel like that's not like basically what she's saying is I want to be told what to think. Right. And my whole thing is like, I'm not going to tell you what to think. And there's a lot of stuff that I don't know. I have a lot of ideas about things, and I come to certain conclusions, but I'm not going to try to install that into your brain. You come to a conclusion on your own. Right. I can feed you to the lake. If you want to drink the water, that's up to you.
Just think of the popular shows. They come at you with certainty.
But that's right, and that's what people want.
Yeah.
And
like we know this for a fact, even though it's gonna tomorrow they're gonna.
Even though it's wrong, and it's like, but people still want that. I don't know why. It gives them some sort of sense of comfort, and I'm not willing to give that out. I think that's stupid.
Well, it's just being honest. Being honest is like, I don't know everything. This is what my research has brought me to, and this is what I believe. But
I'll tell you what
people don't want.
What
that.
I think.
They don't want that. They want you to be like Alex Jones and certain, even though the next day you say something different.
I'll tell you what I think. I'll tell you that what I've researched and what I found. These are the conclusions that I've come to. But I'm not going to give you a certain answer that this is 100%. This is what it is, because I don't know if I'm going to be right or wrong. I'm probably right, at least in my eyes, I'm right. But maybe you come to a different conclusion. Maybe your conclusion is better than mine. Maybe I want to hear your conclusion.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't want somebody telling me, "Hey, this is what it is."
Well, I mean, a great example is a show I like is what's her damn name? Candace Owens. There we go.
Yeah.
Candace Owens. I love Candace Owens, but she comes with certainty too, and sometimes I'm like, yeah, that's questionable.
Yeah, and I guess if it's somebody who's really paying attention, then you'll be able to call it out. But a lot of people aren't paying attention,
right?
And they'll literally just take it as gospel, and that's to me a problem. There's a problem with that.
My aunt says she's watching Redacted News, which I'm not even familiar with that, and they say that Trump won and Republicans won the Senate. Night, night.
Really?
Yeah.
Well.
So apparently, certain news media, this lower level alternative media, has declared Trump the winner, based off of the evidence so far. Now, I wouldn't go that far considering 2020, but
I want Trump to declare victory. I mean, it looks like a pretty clear victory, but
yeah, I mean, some of this stuff is pretty. He's way farther ahead than I thought he would be.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really look like there's any way out of it for Kamala Harris, which is not surprising. I'm not surprised at all. She was a horrible candidate. I mean, what do you expect? You can't throw her in there and expect a much of a different result. Actually, I'm pretty impressed with the results that they got. I mean, the fact that she's got 187 right now, she's going to get more. There's probably going to be a few more. She'll probably break 200 or whatever.
Oh, Elon Musk just posted, the future is going to be so fire.
Well, I wish the camera was working, so, because I'm going to be very happy here. And this is sort of I don't get much optimism in my life lately, and this is like something that I can be, at least somewhat optimistic about.
Yeah, Twitter's pretty exciting. Ian Carroll, tonight we party. Tomorrow we go back to scrutinizing our government. And that includes the incoming Trump administration. Yeah,
absolutely.
We should scrutinize them. We should put pressure on him, make sure he does what we want. Don't give too much leeway to Israel. We know he will, but we got to be pushing on him.
Well, he's going to have to tap dance around it. That's for damn sure. I mean, I will be very disappointed the day that he puts out a press release saying that he's sending money to Israel. I'm going to be very upset.
Yeah, even this guy who I follow, who's kind of anti-Israel left guy, says, breaking, it looks certain that Trump has won the U.S. election. War cost Democrats the election now. Let's see if Trump wants peace. I doubt it.
He says he does. And his history shows that he does.
Right, his history does show that.
Yeah, and so I will take him at his word for it, because he's been coming out, and I knew that it was. I know that Trump is not stupid. He's actually very smart, and I knew when he was courting the Jewish lobby that he was gonna have to come out against Iran. And not that I'm like a big fan of Iran. I really don't care about Iran one way or the other. They're on the other side of the planet. I just, I don't see them as a threat. And even if they were, they can come at us and we blow them up. But he had to come out and he started talking about like aggressively about Iran, about this war, about going to war with Iran. And it's around the time that he starts talking to all these lobbyists. And I thought in my head, I go, I think he might just be doing that to play the game. And I hope I'm right about that.
Yeah, I think most Trump supporters I know, that's the hope.
Yeah,
is
because the last 2 days,
I voted for him, and I hope the same, because that's why I was on the fence. I didn't, I don't love the pro-Israel rhetoric.
The last 2 days, he's been saying he does not want to harm Israel.
Right.
And I'm like, that's what I wanted to hear,
Harrison Smith, it's happening. We are going to win. Prepare for vengeance.
Very nice. Well, I hope there is vengeance. I hope that I don't think Trump will, though. He already talked about considering pardoning Hunter Biden. And I get what he's saying. Like, he's like, it would be bad for the country to imprison him. But it's like, dude, you have to understand the image that you're putting out is that if you're part of a powerful political family, that you're above the law. The whole thing is everyone says that nobody's above the law. Trump's not above the law. That's why we're prosecuting him on all these felonies.
Well, Trump's smart enough to notice that Biden kind of was supporting him at the end there, There was a couple
Like I said, dude, Joe Biden came out in a MAGA red suit today.
Well, remember that
on voting day.
And then remember the old dude that asked him to wear the Trump hat?
He
and
puts on the hat.
And was all goofy about it. And
oh, yeah. We don't have the camera going. There's a Trump hat over there.
Oh, all right. Cool.
Yeah, I mean, that's clear messaging. But look, not that I'm praising the Bidens at all. Because on Halloween, they had Jill Biden prancing out in a freaking panda costume. And Joe Biden sucking on baby's feet for an hour and a half.
Okay, my wife just sent me a Breitbart, I think, or Republican Party post. Donald Trump wins 2024 presidential election.
Breitbart already calling it?
It's Breitbart or Republican Party. I can't tell which one, but yeah.
So
yeah. Mainstream media is calling it for Trump. So
why isn't CNN?
Well, I mean, come on, let's be honest.
We're on the Clown News Network. Why aren't we getting the call?
I don't know, but Fox might be saying it. I don't think so.
Michigan's going to Trump. Done deal.
Yeah, for sure.
Michigan's going to Trump.
Yeah, they got 6%, bro. That's pretty good. You can't cheat 6%.
Too big to rig, baby. Trump was right. And well, like I said, there's a lot of variables that come into it. Some of the lobbyists that he's entertained, they definitely made some things happen.
I'm really excited about some real crybaby leftists in the next couple days.
It's going to be beautiful.
Oh, man.
It's going to be beautiful. I can't wait to see the crying liberals. You saw the thumbnail for the for the show. It's the screaming liberals,
Yeah, it's going to be interesting the next few days. There's going to be a lot of memes.
I'm looking forward to it. Look at the life is like I said, watch the life leaving Anderson Cooper's eyes right now. He knows that the jig is up or done.
Yep,
You're
all
done.
know it.
And Anderson Cooper is just now he's starting to slow down, and they're like, look, it's not the end of the world, right?
Yeah, Trump's probably getting Arizona, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Wisconsin, Minnesota. I mean, man, he is in good shape.
The correct thing is happening. Kamala Harris would have been a disaster, absolute disaster. I think Elon Musk was not wrong when he said that's the last election. Or at least legitimate, or at least somewhat legitimate. I mean, because now they're going to give amnesty to all these illegals that they've been pumped. 10 million illegals they pumped in. They give them amnesty. It's done.
Right. This should be interesting. There's going to be some illegals, if they can find them, sent back. But, this is looking good, man. Trump is looking like the president once more. So, Kamala, like you said, would have been a disaster. And like you said, she would not be running the show. It'd be the dudes behind the scenes. Anthony Blinken would probably have been running it. I mean, Blinken's been running the Biden administration, let's be honest. And, Blinken, he is a Warburg, and the Warburgs are one of the 13 bloodlines of the banking cabal.
Who?
Anthony Blinken, he's a Warburg.
What?
Yeah. I don't know if he's genetically like with the family, but his family has been working in that war for the Warburgs in their circle for like I think 3 or 4 generations.
Wow. It's all like George Carlin says, it's a big club, but you ain't in it.
Yeah. And Blinken's pretty much been running the show for at least the last year.
Dude, I talked about it earlier. I don't think you were here yet. So usually during the last couple of years during this Ukraine shit, Biden pulls out this presidential drawdown power and he sends, a couple billion or hundreds of millions of dollars in weapons. And he always puts out a press release. They just put out they just did another one of those presidential drawdowns, but it was Blinken who put out the press release and did the press conference.
Yeah, he's running.
And I was like, who's in charge here? Why? It's a presidential drawdown, but yet we have the Secretary of State coming out and doing the press release and the press conference?
Well, honestly, the State Department really runs the show for the most part anyway. So Secretary of State's a very powerful position, and especially in the Biden administration, they pretty much run it. But you can go back through maybe the last 50 years.
Well, now that we're here where we're at, and basically we're saying it's basically a victory we're claiming for Trump.
Oh, yeah, Twitter.
Where do you think Tulsi Gabbard ends up in the cabinet?
Oh, Secretary of
Defense or State?
Ooh, Defense. Yeah, that'd be good. But I think
either one I would be.
I don't think it should be Secretary of State. Hopefully it's not Pompeo's for Secretary of State again.
I would rather Tulsi Gabbard than Pompeo.
Yeah, that'd be great. RFK Jr., Attorney General?
No.
No?
No, he's going to be head of the Health Administration.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. So Secretary of Health or?
Secretary of Health. The freaking Rachel Levine, that tranny.
Oh, okay,
he's
good.
Going to take her position.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
Yeah, get that shit out of there.
So Vivek maybe Secretary of... No, it's got to be a Jew.
No.
It's got to be a Jew as Secretary of State.
No, can't be a Jew.
Always a Jew.
Hillary wasn't.
That's true.
She's a freaking product of the Jew, but she wasn't one herself.
Yeah, but oftentimes it is.
Maybe she is, because the way she got Bill into power, kind of similar to a lot of.
No, she's a Rockefeller, and they're definitely involved with the Rothschilds. Their money's very intertwined.
Well, Rockefeller were Jewish. I mean,
I think they were secular, but they did have
Jews,
some genetic ties to some.
Right, but they were from the tribe.
Yeah.
They may not have been religious, but they were. John D. Rockefeller. You don't get that evil being a Gentile.
Right.
That guy was hell bent.
Well, they're definitely in the Satanic Kabbalist group of bankers. So.
Yeah, the guy, John D. Rockefeller, has done more damage. He is responsible for probably, I don't know, upwards of 80% of a lot of the disgusting problems that we have in our country today.
Oh, for sure. Just the big medicine was J.D. Rockefeller.
Yeah, the feminism, the oil institutions, and the medical, the pharmaceuticals. I mean, that was his whole thing. Those are his legacy.
Yeah, he was in all of it. He's a piece of shit. So let's see what else we got.
And the Department of Education also.
Okay, Royce White says Trump has won. Mission accomplished. Everyone knows it.
Well, why haven't we seen them call it here?
Candace Owens is actually there, and she said Donald J. Trump is the 47th president of the United States. Cry harder, Hollywood.
Well, hold on. We don't know that. He might be the 48th president.
How so?
If Biden kicks the bucket.
Oh, wow.
And, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they are so fucking petty that they're going to make Biden step down or 25th Amendment him at the very end and then make it so that Kamala's the first woman president. Because she's right there. She's one. She could, as soon as they get rid of Biden, she's there for a day even.
Yeah, they're so obsessed with that.
I think they are that petty that they would do something like that. Like the very last day she serves as president, and they're like, look, it broke the glass ceiling.
Yeah, everybody's just saying Trump won, so.
We've been saying that all night. I mean, it's been pretty clear.
Well, yeah, we've been noticing that the numbers are looking good for him, but it's looking like there's really no path for her victory. Yeah. So
he's got Minnesota. And Rob earlier was asking, he's like, why do you think Minnesota? Because they're all about Trump, and I'm like, they're usually not. They usually vote Democrat. They usually, I mean, that's like I said.
They have a liberal governor. They have what's her Klobuchar, liberal senator. They're liberal.
Isn't Tim Walz from Minnesota?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
he's the governor. He's the liberal governor.
Hold on. How bad is it that he's the governor of Minnesota and they're voting for Donald Trump?
Because he's a piece of shit. You know who they had before was that Scott Jensen guy. Remember during COVID? He's the one fucking senator that came out and was against all the vaccinations.
Who was against vaccinations?
Yeah, Scott Jensen. He was actually a doctor. He was a
He's
medical
a Republican
doctor.
or what?
He was a Republican, and he lost because he came out against COVID.
Oh, was that 2020 or 2018? No, 2020.
He lost in 2022, I believe.
Oh, so Tim Walz goes back to being governor now.
Yeah, he does. He's still governor.
Is it 6? I mean, I don't know. California at 6 years. It may be different in other states. Governors.
I'm not sure the year actually, but I'm pretty sure Jensen was still senator. Oh wait, senator or governor? Okay, yeah, was he governor?
Wait, is Tim Walz a senator or a governor?
Waltz is governor.
Yeah, he's governor of
And I
Minnesota.
believe Jensen was a governor too.
Okay.
I could be getting this wrong now, but I'm pretty
Well, this is a old school show, so I can't even Google. I could Google, I guess, but.
Well, we didn't really prep for that. I brought my computer and I can't Google either, but I don't need to. I got my phone. I'm looking at X and it's pretty much confirmed. Everybody is just so excited. Trump has won. Everybody's excited to get rid of these two jokers.
Yes.
Yeah, that's just.
Remember the guy? What was his name?
Are you gonna miss Karine Jean-Pierre?
Karine Jean-Pierre. No, I'm not gonna miss her for a damn second. I'm just interested to see who the new press secretary is gonna be under Trump, though.
Oh, they'll be good. They got to bring back what's her name, McCanney or whatever. She was good.
I like Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I think she's doing a pretty good job as governor.
Yeah, she's governor. She ain't coming back. She's actually someone I know really likes her for president. I forget who it is. They're always talking about her.
I would have to know more about her. I honestly, I'm not inclined to really vote for women in anything anymore. I feel like just watching what's played out with this whole woman feminist Kamala Harris abortion thing. I'm just like, maybe I don't want any women to have anything to do with politics anymore.
Man, you're sexist.
I understand that. But I'm trying to say what I think is best for my country and my family and my life. It's nothing personal against the women. It's just, hey, what are we working with here?
Yep. Well, looks like Trump's got it, and it looks like he's got the popular vote too.
Really? What's the popular vote at?
According to this, 65 million to 60 million, give or take a few 100,000.
Really?
That's what it has.
So I mean, because Joe Biden had 84, or was it 82, 84?
Well, there's still more votes. Yeah, it'll get up in those 70s.
No, I know. I'm just trying to do the math of how many, if it's the same amount as the last election, because Trump had 74, 70.
It was like 2 million different, I think.
Because Biden was like 82, I think. So Trump was in the 70s.
He was high 70s. Yeah, I think 78 or 79 even.
So I mean, there's still another 10 million, 12 million votes to go, maybe.
Yeah.
20 million, maybe. It sounds like it was a high turnout for pretty much all around the board, across the board.
Yeah. So yeah. Well, let's see how this goes. Good news. Good news. We don't have to deal with Kamala as a president. She.
Our celebratory.
Hell yeah.
Trump is the president, Emperor King.
Oh, Nick Fuentes. Have you noticed Nick Fuentes is hating on Trump now, and he's been lobbying against him, which is very strange. You think that dim money got to him or the CIA?
I think that he's a narcissist, and I think that he feels shunned by Trump because Trump wouldn't embrace him. If Trump had embraced Nick Fuentes, and
Trump couldn't embrace.
Gave him the time of course not. He not in this world. Not in this world. But and Nick Fuentes should be smart enough to understand it because he's a very intelligent person.
Oh, Nick Fuentes is very intelligent, but yeah, I don't trust him in terms of
his narcissism. It's the same with every narcissist. Their narcissism always gets in the way. It always comes first.
Right.
Because it's all about them.
Yeah.
It's not about, he has, the Groypers aren't going to make a difference. He's got a good, solid, maybe, 10,000 hardcore followers, maybe.
Yeah, and they're hardcore and they'll come and attack you and do everything for him.
But that's it. 10,000 ain't a drop in the pan.
Well, he probably has another 50,000 casual people like me.
Yeah, he might have a 50,000 casuals.
I like listening to him because he's so smart and he makes good points. But I'm also I agree with you. Well,
also his worldview and his perspective is really always really interesting and good.
Right.
And a lot of times I do agree with him. I'm like, I agree with you, but I
agree with him a lot. But
reality sometimes
I don't trust him like you said because he's a narcissist that he could easily be bought.
Well, that's the whole Trump thing. Obvious, it's very clear and distinct. Even though yes, Donald Trump is taking Jewish money. He's a far better option than Kamala Harris, no matter how you look at it.
Right.
I don't care how much into the psyop you want to go. That's just a fact. We could sit here and spin our wheels until the end of time about, who's behind this and that, and what's he gonna. No, it's just we know that Kamala Harris is far worse, and for the meantime, we have to go with Trump because that's gonna make our lives at least better for the meantime and temporarily. Is he gonna do things that I disagree with? Maybe. I don't know. We'll find out. Hopefully not. I think I can kind of trust him a little bit because his first term was pretty legit.
Yeah.
Other than the COVID stuff.
All right, Nick Fuentes says, I am relieved that Trump won the election and on a personal level deeply satisfied to see him triumph in the end. But now the challenge will begin as Trump staffs his administration and begins to implement policy. We must organize and mobilize to advocate for America first. So, yeah.
Of course he had to come around to that. And no surprise. It's no surprise. And I had a feeling that he wanted to say that all along, but he already had dug his fucking heels so deep in to his bullshit through his narcissistic behavior that he couldn't come out and say that until now.
Either that or he had money that he was paying him not to say that.
Well, if you go to his X feed, earlier he posted something about saying, about Trump's legacy, basically. He was like, Trump, these are the things that Trump has done that are really good for this country. And then he's like, I'm not going to vote for him, but that's the facts. And I knew at that time, I go, and he may have secretly voted for Trump,
Right, I know. He loves Trump.
He does.
I don't know why he got himself
He emulates Trump. The way he talks is like Trump-esque.
Right.
He does kind of the cadence and the hand stuff that Trump does.
Yeah.
It's not exactly, but it's just different enough that, you wouldn't, pigeonhole him on it, but it's there.
I get it. He was trying to stay strong on being anti-Israel and anti-Jewish.
I respect that. I respect it.
Yeah, but he also loves Trump, so it was that duality that he was fighting, and also ego.
Dude, Trump. The thing is, I know that Trump knows who the media is. He knows who the bankers are. He knows what the problem is. He knows that he has to deal with them too.
Right.
He's been dealing with them his entire career as a businessman.
Right. He literally got loans from them over the years.
Yes. He knows what's going on. He knows way more than he will ever let on.
And they loved him because he paid back his loans.
Absolutely. But he knows, and I know that he knows. And so we'll see what happens.
Clint Russell, you know who he is? Liberty Lockdown?
Yeah, the libertarian guy.
Yeah, he's pretty good. I like him. He says, props to RFK Jr. supporters, the Vivek supporters, the Tulsi supporters, the libertarians, the awake but not woke left. To Elon, to Rogan, Trump won. But if not for all of us, the regime would have easily held onto power. The machine took a massive L tonight.
Yeah, I mean, to a degree, yeah. I think it's a big blow to the deep state. We'll see. I don't think that I know that for a fact that Trump is probably not in good favor with them. I don't know if there was any sort of truce made behind closed doors between, sort of these deep staters and these financiers or, these very powerful financial people, but maybe they back off of them. I doubt it.
Man, Nick Fuentes, he says, total Groyper victory. And then he says, and then his ass kisser says, just like you drew it up, King.
How is it a Groyper victory?
I don't know, man. These guys are so deluded. I like Fuentes. We're on the same page about Fuentes. Yeah. He is a smart guy. I like him, but he's so full of shit.
There was one. Let me see if it's even close enough in my history that I can pull it up.
How old is that guy? Like 25? I mean,
he's like 24, 25.
I would have been the same at that age.
Of course. Yeah, he's still really young. Where was it? I responded to something I think Nick Fuentes said, and then some of his goons came after me because I was like, because they, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Boys, I got a lot of updates here. I posted too many things. Maybe too far back. Yeah. Basically, what was it? God, can't remember now.
This guy says, watch out. Breaking. CNN is reporting that a huge batch of tens of thousands of mail-in ballots expected to drop in Philly.
Who says that?
CNN.
Huge batch. They said that earlier about something and never happened.
Huge batch of tens of thousands. So far it didn't help though. Hey, man. I mean, when you got Chabot Leibovich on your corner, it's hard to lose.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I really wish I could find that. Since you're talking about.
Well, Unusual Whales has called Pennsylvania for Trump as of 30 minutes ago. So
He's ahead 4%, right?
yeah, they're not going to call it unless statistically they can't come back. And honestly, they even were saying the other day, like, if he wins Pennsylvania, he's got it. So that's pretty much. I think they're all going off of Pennsylvania. The fact that Trump's got Pennsylvania, they're like, oh, it's a wrap.
That's kind of been the basically they've been saying that's kind of like the linchpin of the whole election. Whoever gets Pennsylvania basically wins the election, and it looks like he's getting it. So they kind of, they already admitted they've been saying that.
Yeah, the exciting part is to see what the Democrats do.
All right, I'm not gonna be able to find this freaking tweet. Whatever. It was something that they said, and I was like, dude, if being a groiper means being a bootlicker, then count me out. These guys sound like Stasi.
Yeah, I like Nick, man, but the groiper thing is kind of like pathetic, I think. No offense. They've attacked me before, too. I mean, like, if you challenge Nick at all on anything, you got these groipers coming at you.
And I wasn't even I was just saying, like, dude, this is like some freaking true, like, Stasi, like, a totalitarian, tyrannical stuff. And they're like, we love Stasi. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, and I don't like I don't agree with his thing. Like, he wants, like, a sort of a authoritarian sort of Catholic Church government. And I don't know about that, personally.
Yeah, I don't agree with that either. Especially not Catholic. I mean,
yeah, I like him, and I also like. There's this other Catholic guy I like, but I don't really personally want to have this sort of Catholic system in place.
No, I mean, obviously, I think that Christian values are the best out of all these religions, and I'm glad that the United States of America was founded upon these Christian values.
Yeah, I agree.
But look at what the Catholic state did into to Britain back in. A few hundred years ago, they were like, that was like totalitarian. Like the Pope was in charge of everything. It was like the king didn't even have that much power under them.
Well, yeah, and many of the popes were indebted to the banking cabals of those times as well. So, and all of this like crazy shit, all like at least in, if you want to say like relatively recent history, all stems from the British Empire. That's where all of these assholes sort of conglomerated. The Catholic Church and this like Jewish supremacy and whatever else, these sort of even some of the Christian entities like the Rosicrucians and things like that, Right.
Which I guess, were they Catholic? I guess technically maybe they were.
Fox News too.
Trump elected 47th president. There we go.
Yep, Fox News has announced it 12 minutes ago. So it's looking like she can't win. So I can't wait to see her lose.
They gotta be if they pull up. I wonder if there's they've been showing live feeds of her at her thing and at Trump at his thing, but I want to see like her face when she.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want to see that too, and it's like she just gets given everything. So this should be interesting to see how she reacts.
It's honestly, it was so weird for me to be the other day. I'm watching something with Kamala Harris, and I started thinking to myself, I go, I cannot believe that this person is being considered even
right
for that position. And the fact that it's possible that she could potentially, in some realm, whatever version, whatever dimension, she could be in that position. I was like, this is one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my entire life. It doesn't make any sense.
Right. I mean, I don't know the Democrats. They want a female. They could, what they could have done? They could have put up Tulsi Gabbard, and they might have got a win. but they wanted to put up.
No, Tulsi's too good.
Well, I know, but they want to put up Hillary like a demon, and then they put up this Dumbo. Why don't they put up a quality candidate like Tulsi? They would have won the election. Yeah, she would have been harder to control, but they would have at least maintained power. So
I think Tulsi would have played ball a little bit, though.
a little bit, yeah, I do too.
She was the head of the DNC.
Right.
She was mad because Bernie got bumped out by Hillary. That's what disenfranchised her.
Right.
She was the freaking head of the DNC.
Yeah.
And then she's like, I'm a Bernie supporter, which is a little bit,
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I get it a little bit.
I get
but,
it because, I get it to some degree.
But it's like,
but
he's an outright open socialist.
Yeah, big government guy.
Oh, he praised the USSR to no end. He got married in USSR.
Right. So that's kind of gross and weird.
Or his honeymoon, sorry. He got married, but then his honeymoon was in the USSR.
I mean, he was critical of government and stuff like that.
Should we listen to
Yeah.
This race, but when I was talking to them about what they thought the next few days were going to look like, one, they thought that this would go on for several days. They did not think that the numbers would be as generous as they are, as what the numbers have been coming in, as they have been reported. And they also had counseled Donald Trump that there would likely not be any kind of decision within the next 24 hours or so. Donald Trump himself was frustrated about that and was saying that he wanted to know what the outcome of this race was going to be tonight. And he said, Kristen, that he had not prepared a speech. And obviously, we are seeing now the Trump campaign in real time, as we've been talking to them, are adjusting to what they've been watching play out over the last 3 or 4 hours or so.
Yeah, and he's feeling really good. I talked to a number of people who were with him who said that he is ecstatic, that they had already said that they thought he was in a different headspace than when he went into 2020 when he was angry. He was watching those results come in. But as you said, he still couldn't understand why they weren't going to get the results tonight. Now, obviously, we're seeing a lot more of these states being called right now than even his own team anticipated. I was told that they were looking very carefully at Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, and they thought that maybe they'd have
so much, but
they're not saying anything of any importance.
So you say Caitlin Collins is tweaking hard, huh?
Yeah, they showed her earlier, and her jaw grinding was way worse. It reminded me of like Destiny, you know that guy, whoever he is. I think he has.
Oh man, I hate Destiny.
And how he's like talking in his jaws, like all over the place.
Yeah, he's awful.
Yeah, he's on kinds of drugs, but.
Yeah. I've actually seen him on shows, and I had heard that everybody talk shit to him about he's on Adderall. So I was watching a show he was debating on, which he's not that good, but his eyes were like super.
Oh yeah, he does the Ben Shapiro. He like will talk really fast and it'll sound like coherent.
Yeah,
but it's just a bunch of like regurgitated bullshit.
Right, he just runs off a script. He doesn't even care about his position. He's just like the paid stooge of the deep state type of.
He has no soul. He does not care at all.
No.
Like he will defend like positions that are like indefensible. It's ridiculous.
Right. Yeah, he lacks morals. He's just like he'll pimp himself out for whatever that people pay him for.
Yeah, plus he's like a cuckold too. Wasn't he like letting guys bang his wife or something when he watched?
Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah, he's a cuck too.
What's going on in this world, dude? What's wrong with people?
Hey, he's got a good agent, man. I've seen him on a lot of stuff now. Like whenever they have like debate shows and stuff, they always bring him on. Like Piers Morgan, I saw him on there.
Yeah. Oh, that's the other thing. This is kind of shooting back to that Bible I was reading last night. Jacob was like, he like raped a girl. They like talk about it openly, a prostitute.
Right. Well, she wasn't a chosen person. You can rape Gentiles.
I think she was his daughter-in-law.
Right. She must not have been part of the family's bloodline.
She wasn't because she was a daughter-in-law, but I was like, what's going on here? He was raping people. He got wives. He got multiple wives. This is the people that like look up to this stuff.
Well, that's why there's the theory, the concept of the Old Testament being a different God than the New Testament. But
yeah, and that was really what blew my mind was the way that they reference. I never noticed how they referenced God in the Old Testament.
Right.
They refer to him as the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. And I'm like, so you're insinuating that there are other gods then? There's multiple gods. This is just the God, like a demon maybe, that that they encounter, or some kind of sort of imaginary psychotic episode.
Yeah, it could be all of that stuff.
Or just a total fabrication of deceit to be like, hey, guess what? God talked to me, and here's what he told me, and this is what we're going to do now. And if you don't do it, God's going to freaking curse you.
Yeah, could be that too.
So the Old Testament should be thrown out.
I don't think it's to throw it out. There's some good aspects, but
I think it's full of bullshit.
Well,
do you believe that God's chosens, as we call them, we're writing it down accurate?
Yeah, it's hard to say.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm less inclined to the Old Testament because
there's a lot of weird shit in there.
It contradicts some of the newer stuff. But
one of the things is that they go into this town, and one of Jacob's daughters, is out wandering around for whatever reason, and she gets raped by one of the townsfolk, who's like the prince.
Wow.
And then they decide that they're gonna, we got to go defend, our sister and the daughter. And so the guy's like, no, I really want to marry her. And they're like, no, you defiled her. Well, they say that according, we know the exaggeration of the chosens. Maybe she could have been out there tooting. And he's like, hey, that's a pretty girl. And she's entices him, but she's like, I don't want to tell my dad about it. No, that guy raped me. I don't know. This is thousands of years old story.
Right.
I'm just saying the options are pretty limitless. And so what do? The guy goes, look, I want to marry your daughter. I find her beautiful. And they're like, okay, well, you can marry the daughter as long as everybody in your entire village or your entire tribe or whatever is circumcised today, basically. Because they're not, so that he's not unclean, and everybody's got to get circumcised. So they go and they circumcise every man in the entire town. And it says, while they were in pain from the circumcision, the brothers go in and slaughter everybody. They slaughtered the whole town, killed every man in the town. And while they were down and out because they just cut their these are grown men getting their foreskin cut off. And I'm reading this and I'm going, the hell is this? That's evil.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Woo.
But then later on, Jacob curses the sons that went and murdered everybody. He goes, "You guys are unclean now. You went and killed a bunch of people. So you can't be the bearers of the family name or whatever."
Yeah, the Old Testament.
He ends up giving it to Judah because Judah was like kind of the little bitch daddy's boy, who was like, "Yeah, I'll take Benjamin down to Egypt and all that." You should read Genesis sometime. Whew. Start at Genesis 32. Okay. And read all the way to Exodus 1.
All right. I've actually...
It'll take you 45 minutes.
I've done Genesis several times.
Yeah. Well, you know what I'm talking about then.
Vaguely. It's been a while, the specifics, but
I mean, it sticks in my head because I'm making so many connections with it. I'm like, this is crazy.
Well, you just read it, so it gives me like a refresher of it and stuff, so...
265. Trump's at 268 now.
Oh, they're only marking at 268 on here. That says he's already got it.
They're still trying to find a road to 270 for Kamala Harris.
Oh my!
It's like it doesn't exist.
That's how much in denial they are.
Like I said, we're gonna watch the light. Look at his face. Let's hear his voice a little bit. We'll just listen a little bit.
Do all the main. You come back out.
Oh, he's
down. Does that get you?
Oh, he's
all right. So it comes down to this: if she wins everything, the Pennsylvania is what makes Donald Trump. Again, we're not done until we're done, but Pennsylvania, in every path she had, any reasonable, plausible path to 270, included the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for the Vice President of the United States. So you get to a place now where as you come back over here, you're just looking at this map and you're saying,
the light has left his eyes.
Is she going to win Alaska? No one's going to Vegas on that one. So where is she in any of these? Do you start coming back? Is there any way to come back? 73% of the vote. It's 266,000 votes.
The crazy thing is
let's just look at the live outstanding vote.
Clearly for the Democrats, always.
Move this up so you can see it better. Yes, the outstanding vote in Michigan is disproportionately Democratic, but there are a fair amount. See those big red circles? Fair amount of Republican votes out there. when you have a 266,000 vote lead and a map that looks like that of what votes out, again, I don't do impossibles, but I do improbables, and that's improbable. You come over here to Wisconsin, again, 119,000 votes ahead. That's come down a little tiny bit. It has. But it's a state won by 22,000 votes in the last two elections, and Donald Trump is ahead at the moment by 119,000 votes. And so, again, you're looking at what's left. You're at 92%. Sure, the biggest is here, but look at those. Those are modest circles for Republican votes as well. Essentially, in chess, she's blocked. Donald Trump's not across the line yet because we have more states to go through, but she is essentially blocked from getting to 270.
The reality setting in.
All right, stand by for a projection because CNN can now project that Kamala Harris will get that one electoral vote from Omaha. Nebraska gives its electoral votes.
Really
according to congressional district, Kamala Harris will get one of them.
This is what I've been waiting for all day, was to just to see the light leave their little pitiful faces. They're so sad now. Oh, reality is setting in.
Well, look at the states they haven't even given him, and he probably has. Look, he's at 266. He's at 266, and he still probably will get Nevada.
They haven't given him Minnesota. They haven't given him Nevada or Arizona.
Yeah.
What is that, Michigan? What is that, Wisconsin?
He only needs one of any of those, and he wins. So, no, yeah, he won for sure.
Let's see here. And that's CNN that's already called it. You know, these are the ones that are holding on for dear life.
Right.
So, yeah, Wisconsin is 10. That puts him in. Minnesota's 10. That puts him in. Nevada's 6. That puts him in. Arizona's 11. That puts him in. So there's no way out. There's no plausible way out.
Yeah, they have to cheat in 4 states.
Because he's leading in at least 3 or 4 of those states.
Yeah.
You know, unless they can really, I mean, they would have to seriously pull some. Look, but this is how I felt basically 2020 around the same time. Oh, it's a done deal.
I know.
Trump won.
That's true. That's
Trump
true.
won. The next morning, and even the CNN was all like, "Oh boy, there's no way out."
But Biden was way closer and Trump was down further.
That's true. No, yeah, I mean, it was Trump had already he was basically already there, and Biden wasn't really even that close. It might have been similar to this, but maybe a little bit better.
A little better, had to be.
But I mean, it looked like a sure thing for Trump. It was like, you know, as long as Arizona goes, you know, that was like it. It was like, okay, it's Arizona and Pennsylvania. It's a done deal.
Yeah, Nevada. Look at Nevada. It's pretty good. It's 74. I guess it could change enough.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. It seems like they're counting the votes quicker this time. I don't know. I keep going back to like what I said. I'm like, he's sort of got the permission, right? He got his permission slip.
He got the permission. That's totally true, man. I hate to say it. I mean, I feel like that's a little further down the rabbit hole. People don't want to realize that.
But if you are paying attention, you understand.
Yeah, it's different. The game's different than what they present it as. It is.
Of course it is. And Trump can't even admit it because then he looks bad.
Right.
But he has to play that game. Yeah, Wisconsin is at 92%. He's up like he's already, I mean, it's a done deal.
I mean, the presidency really is like who can make the best deals with all these powerful groups. And so last time Biden just made the right deals at the last time.
Yeah.
And this time those deals weren't out there. It was different.
Should we listen to this?
Yeah, do it.
What's going on?
Let's do it.
The most extraordinary dynamics that we didn't necessarily see coming was that there still was a hidden Trump vote.
What?
Everybody who, even those who are big supporters of Donald Trump, would tell me, well, now they're loud and proud. People who are MAGA are very open about it, and so on and so forth. Except if you look at just these exit polls across these states and then nationally, there are so many pockets of formerly Democratic sort of coalition voters who have moved in an extraordinary way. I mean, Latino men, an 18-point swing for Donald Trump. He got 18 percentage points more among Latino men than he did in 2020.
Also, the campaign made this concerted effort to go after the never Trump vote, being out there campaigning alongside Liz Cheney.
That lady's insufferable. I was watching something the other day, you know, sometimes because I have HBO Max, and so they play CNN on there, and so sometimes I'll just check in on it,
Right.
see what's going on. She's sitting there and they're debating, whatever they think's going to happen with the election. And this fucking lady, there's a white guy there who's the one kind of like so-called conservative. And he asked a question and she's like, well, because he's a white man. And I'm like, this fucking bitch, dude, shut the fuck up. Don't like, and he's even like, come on now. I'm like, why do you guys keep pushing this thing? It certainly isn't helping you at all.
Yeah, it's just an easy deflection.
And honestly, good it's a white man. Put a white man in charge who's been running this shit for a while. We haven't exploded yet. I mean, we're not in the greatest condition, by any means. The Jews have been running the show since 1913.
Right. You can say what you want. You can complain about the Zionist stuff like not Ben Shapiro, Nick Fuentes. But the reality is it has been since 1913. So it's not like it's a new phenomenon.
And they had a lot of power and influence even before that. I mean, the Rothschilds were super tight with, like the Morgans and stuff like that, these American bankers.
Yeah.
And if you ever want to wonder why the Bushes are so freaking evil, well, guess what? Bush's dad, Herbert Walker Bush's dad, was a freaking banker.
Prescott, yeah.
Yeah, Prescott Bush. He was deep into the freaking skull and bones and in the Jewish banking world. Even though he's not a Jew, but he was definitely tied up in with them.
Well, no, he was an agent for one of the banking cartels at the time.
Yeah, so happens his son becomes a director of the CIA.
Right. He actually helped fund Hitler at one point.
Which, whatever. That's a lot of people did. Henry Ford.
Yeah, I mean, you fund everybody's funds, whatever group is going to benefit them. So.
And obviously the Hitlers, the Nazis have been portrayed far worse than anything of any actual reality. Right. I mean, not saying that they were the greatest people on the planet. I'm not German. I have no loyalty to Germany or Nazis. I'm definitely not a socialist. But the way that history is presented to us is completely blown out of proportion, totally exaggerated.
They just went against the banking cabal, so they became the enemy.
Well, here's the thing: the propaganda that's convenient for whatever the establishment is, the bankers, is what you're going to get, because the communists Stalin was far more evil. If you want to get down to brass tacks, way more evil than Adolf Hitler, and we allied with him.
Yeah, true.
To invade Germany, So, history is portrayed in a very, very incorrect way. It's always about pushing a narrative. It's always about invoking emotion so that you feel a certain way. Right. That's why they call everybody a Nazi and they call everybody Hitler, because they want to invoke that traumatic sort of emotion out of you that it's been beaten over your head since you were a child.
Yeah.
Your parents were beaten over the head with it.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, Hitler is the most evil man in the world. Anything that's evil, compare it to Hitler. It's like, well, sure, Hitler was evil or less evil than George W. Bush. And I don't see you guys assassinating him. He's still alive.
Yeah, I would say they're pretty close. They're pretty equal. And I don't even think Hitler's as bad, like you said. I just think that he wasn't perfect either. He did what he had to do.
Yeah. Well, colloquially,
he got backed into a corner basically, and then did what he had to do.
Yeah, but colloquially, people use that term as like that's the evilest of evil, and it's just not. It's not the case. What do you got going on?
My ass hurts.
Yeah, my leg went numb a little while ago.
Hurry up, Trump.
All right, well, we're at 266. I mean, you want to stick around until we hit 270?
Yeah, I was hoping he would come out. I got a little bit left. I got like 10 minutes, and I got to probably bail.
Okay. I mean, I've been going for over 5 hours.
Yeah, this is a long time. This is pretty,
yeah. But I don't get out much, so it was kind of nice to do something.
Yeah, it is fun. I like it.
This beats watching TV and movies. But yeah, I don't know. This guy, I don't know who these guys are. Trump to address. Oh, he's going to address supporters at campaign event. All right.
Yeah, it's coming.
So we got to stick around for that for sure.
I know. I'm hoping.
You got to pee, right? Go pee if you got to pee or something like that.
No.
Oh. Okay.
I mean, I will in a minute.
All right.
I think Trump's about to come out.
We'll see. 266 is what CNN says, but you said everybody else on the planet has basically already called it.
Yeah, looks that way. We'll see. Let's see.
I wonder if YouTube has shut me down yet, because I've been streaming CNN. I wonder if they're like going to call me an illegal or something like that.
I Oh, is that how they are now?
I don't know if they'll do it midstream or not, but they might. Oh, everybody's live streaming. I got all these updates. RSBN, Charlie Kirk, Steven Crowder, Dan Bongino,
Yeah.
and even SteveGravesRadio. I got 1 follower.
That's good.
Hey, I'll take it. I lost a bunch of followers.
Yeah, I saw that. It's just because you didn't do anything for like a few months, so some people just bailed.
I went in the dark hole, man. I don't understand. Like, if people are paying that much attention, like, I'm gonna unfollow. Okay.
Some people are like OCD and they just go there and they're like curating the shit out of their fucking videos, I guess.
He hasn't talked in 2 months. He's out of here.
Yeah.
Like, hey, life happens. I'm not a freaking millionaire like Ben Shapiro and Tim Pool. I got stuff going on. I got to work, and now I got, health problems. So it's a double whammy, or you just can't win.
Yeah. The universe is always just kicking our asses.
I told everybody Trump was going to declare victory tonight. People didn't believe me. I think he will.
No, I mean, I thought that he was going to win. I just thought that it would be a thin margin and then they would pull some shenanigans, but I'm intrigued to see what the shenanigans are going to be that they pull here to try to.
Well, I think Trump's going to actually declare it, though. I think he's going to go, I won.
Yeah, no, I think he is too. We'll see, like, what kind of lawfare or whatever. I don't know what they're going to try to pull. They should just, I think, I don't know.
Well, like I said, he's got the permission slip.
Yeah, some layer of it is, some layer he kissed the ring of the money, the bankers. So the bankers play at a different level. There's still the lower level that's fighting each other, but.
Well, but who pays the Hollywood execs and all the media people? I mean, they're all in the same club anyways. No matter what. And Kanye West kind of exposed all that. He goes, look at this. Look at the media. Here's all the people who are CEOs or owners of every major media corporation in the country.
Yeah.
And he's like, does that look like familiar to you? Is there something, do you notice anything in common here? Yeah, a little bit. See, Michigan hasn't been called yet?
No. They really don't want to call one more because that puts them over and they can't really say, because all these other ones are confirmed. So, I mean, they're like, yeah, there's no way that they can get that.
That's what I was saying earlier. Like, as soon as he gets close, they're going to stop calling him because they want to have that kind of buffer to, like, switch it out at some point.
Right. I mean, these rich people, they just switch teams every fucking 10 years and then no one ever realizes that they do. Like,
I see it, but that's just part of the game too, is to keep that cycle kind of turning, right?
Right.
Because they kind of wear out their welcome in one line of thinking, but then the fact that they were able to meld the so-called left or liberals into what they are today is actually really crazy.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it's like you literally inverted their entire belief system under their noses and then convinced them that they're the same as they ever were. Obviously, there are people like Joe Rogan and Elon Musk who are going, what the fuck is this?
Right.
But the majority of them are still kind of in that slumber and they're like thinking, or they're acting as if we're still the good guys. They were the guys, the freedom of speech people back in the 90s, kind of like when I grew up in the 90s, it was like they were calling, it was like the sort of Christian right was trying to censor artists and things like that.
Right, the Christian Coalition.
Yeah, because I remember when I was a kid, there was some guy like in New York who like took a shit and smeared it all over a canvas and then sold it for like $1 million.
Right.
And it's probably some kind of money laundering thing. It's obviously disgusting. Like, I think it's dumb.
Right.
And gross. But I was like, but then the Republicans or whoever, the conservatives were coming out like, that should be illegal. And it's like, no, First Amendment. I mean, he can shit on it as long as he's not harming anybody. He can shit on a canvas. And if somebody wants to pay $1 million for it, I guess probably that was a money laundering situation where, just laughing in your face, which kind of like these humiliations that they do to the general public.
Yeah.
They just do things like blatantly in your face, and then they're just laughing. Like, I can't believe that, first of all, that we're getting away with this, and that, nobody's like, there's no uprising, going, what are you assholes doing?
Yeah, there's just a lot of conditioning. We are conditioned as a society, so.
Let's see. MAGA says InfoWars has the Welch's cider popped. I don't know if they know something we don't. Maybe. I don't know. I already drank all my ciders. I'm ahead of the game on that one. Yeah, he was saying that InfoWars had already called it. That was like 30 minutes ago, though.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are calling it on Twitter, so it's just CNN's holding on. I'm sure MSNBC's holding on, too.
Yeah. We'll see if Trump comes on here in the next couple of minutes. If not, I'm getting pretty tired, too. I'll probably check in on it. Oh, here we go.
There ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I'll gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless.
I don't know much about the guy.
Former President Trump obviously waiting for the Lee Greenwood song to end. You see Speaker Mike Johnson, Vice Presidential candidate J.D. Vance. Let's listen in.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. I was proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he's a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice maiden, we call her the ice maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie, They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him arenas because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 900, 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I mean, sounds great, you know, and
inspirational. I thought it was really good. I thought, yeah, it was positive.
Yeah, very positive message, and it does give me hope, and hopefully he, does keep his promises and no wars, and
right. He said it all.
And he talked about he does try to keep his promises. He said he wants to abolish the income tax. That's one of his promises. So, hey,
give it a shot. You have the Congress and the Senate too.
And he said he's going to let Elon do the government stuff.
That's probably a better idea, because he can
government efficiency.
Right. If he could do what he did with Twitter to the government, then
Then he said he's going to put RFK in the health.
Yeah, we'll see.
I think he'd be fine in.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Get rid of fluoride in the water.
Like, how does that stuff not sound great? So, I mean, hopefully he can accomplish 3/4 of it. Or all of it. Hopefully he can accomplish all of it. That'd be better.
He's a lame duck now. He doesn't have he could he'd be worried about JD Vance. I don't think he'll be worried at all. I think he's going to do whatever he's going to do, and I don't think he has to hold back at all this time. I think last time he did hold back a little bit because he was worried that, they were going to come after him even more if, for certain things, but
yeah, now he doesn't care. You could tell he's like carefree. He's back to the vibe he had. You know, he hasn't been carefree lately, but his vibe was good. He's feeling
Oh,
it.
the weight's off his shoulders. You could totally tell, and all of them, all of his family and everybody. Which, man, what a journey that must be for those people, dude.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine. So, anyways, hey, congratulations to America. I'm happy the right person won. Obviously, between the choices, that he was definitely the right choice, and maybe even the right choice altogether. Like he said, his life was spared for some reason, you know. And he is an effective leader, and he has some good ideas. So
Yeah, it was awesome. It was reassuring, and definitely, you know, hopefully everything he says he's gonna do, he does. So that you can't ask for much more than that, because if it was Kamala, it'd be all bullshit. So
God, well, she's just a puppet. So we really dodged a bullet. You know, he dodged a bullet, and now we're dodging a bullet.
Yep. Hell yeah.
But anyways, you know, I've been going for, you know, almost 6 hours here. I'm in a little bit of pain physically. I gotta get rested. I'm sure you gotta get places. So anybody who's been, I know there's been a few people that have been sticking around basically the whole stream.
Nice.
So thank you guys. You know, 20 some odd people have been here the whole time. So, you know, that's respectable. Anyways, thank you everybody for stopping by. Congratulations once again. Donald Trump is the 47th president. We got a couple months before he is inaugurated, but I'll be looking forward to it. Looking forward to the next 4 years. I feel much better and more optimistic about the future. Trump's not perfect. Not everything he's going to do is going to be perfect, but we're a hell of a lot better off with Trump than we would have been otherwise. So anyways, any closing words there, Perimeter?
I'm very excited for the possibilities. Hopefully the Democrats can't do much since they don't have the House and the Senate. So, yeah, it looks good, man. So, hell yeah, go Trump.
All right, cool. All right, once again, thank you everybody. Have a great night. We'll see you when I see you. I'll try to get on as much as I can, but you know, I am in the greatest shape.
All right.